Good morning, happy Tuesday. Almost fired the audio guy. He almost fell asleep here, not giving me some audio. Good morning, guys. Good to see you guys here today, man. We got a good one today, man. I got a lot of digging to do. There's a lot of information that I want to go over, and I need you to watch it with me. So I need your input, need all your advice, any criticism that we can give, and hopefully we can give our honest and fair opinion on everything. With that being said, good morning, my friends. Salud. Stay thirsty. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Happy Tuesday. Ender, good morning to you, sir. Good morning. My man already in the house. I know, man. I'm 30 minutes late. I apologize to you guys. I didn't get back home on time today, so I couldn't start at 9 a.m. I had to give myself an extra 30 minutes to get ready. But here we are. We're good to go. Robert, we waited for you to finish your elderly nap, so now we're ready and good to go. All right, we're gonna go ahead and man, I got some stuff, bro. Listen, Linda, listen, honey, listen, man, for real. We are gonna be watching some CNN today. I mean, we're gonna watch some CNN news and. I want to see how they make their reporting on President Trump. And as you guys saw on the introduction there, our POTUS over here is smiling like the Grinch who stole Christmas. Oh, boy, I'm going to tell you, man, this guy, I'm going to have to judge this guy very closely. Got to keep an eye on him. Got to keep an eye on them. You know how it is, man. These, people when they get older, you got to start paying more attention to what they're saying. All right, here's a disclaimer before we get started into our daily routine. Here's a disclaimer. Here's a disclaimer. President Trump gives out information, just like every other president, gives out information on the intel or the information that he gets. All right, that's the disclaimer. Now, you guys know the whole game, right? You tell somebody something secret in their ear, and then they go and tell somebody else, and then they go and tell somebody else, and then they go and tell somebody else. And by the time that you get that information back, it's not even close to what you have said at the beginning. Well, I want to give you that perspective because, we're going to have a lot of people here on the left. Matter of fact, I think I was going to remove every single admin today and then starting over to do the picks. So do me a favor. Don't block anybody yet, okay? Don't block anybody yet, please. And make sure that every admin that comes in knows that. If not, I'll just remove everybody. I wanna keep track of what's going on. Anyways, with that being said, sometimes we can exaggerate. I know President Trump exaggerates a lot. He exaggerates a lot. So I got to give him a little break for that. Okay, a little break, just a little break, not much, just a little break. With that being said, I think everybody at some point exaggerates on everything they say. And today we're going to go ahead and listen to the live that we missed yesterday. You may have already watched this already. I said that already twice. But I'm going to watch it because I didn't get to watch it yesterday. So that is what's happening today. Let's see. West Texas believes that holding physical gold and silver will be the best way to bypass the government and big banks that back the demon rats. I'm all for people holding gold and silver and precious metals to invest for the future. I don't have the luxury per se, or for me, it's not something that I want to do. I just don't. But if that's something that you can do, by all means, if you know how to work the deals and all these other stuff, go for it. I'm a horrible salesman. I'm not a good salesman. I don't like selling shit, and so I don't. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Listen. We're gonna use this dollar, um, as long as we can. That's all I'm gonna say. As long as we can. I think buying property, especially in blue states, it's a big mistake. It's the reason why I don't buy a house here in Washington State. Mondani just doubled the property taxes in New York. It's socialism, bro. This communist Marxist party, bro. We have been warning Democrats for such a long time, right? We have been warning Democrats for such a long time that, you know, this Democratic Party that we have is not the Democratic Party that we know. They're a bunch of Marxist, socialist, communists, and it doesn't matter how many times I say it. It's true. It's true. You can hate me, you can dislike me, but what I say is true. So, with that being said, I really don't care what people have to say about me, but it's very frustrating to be right all the time and to continue to try to guide people with the truth. And they're so hard-headed. It makes everybody suffer. Everybody suffers because they don't want to listen. I'm going to tell you, if you still listen to CNN and all this lying legacy media, bruh, I don't know what's wrong with your brain. You don't have common sense. You're very gullible. You're very gullible. CNN, MSN, ABC, all these media outlets out there criminalized us for not wanting to take the COVID shot, for saying what we already know. They intimidated the world, not just the United States of America. They intimidated the world with the COVID-19. They took away our rights. Can you believe that? Unbelievable. They took away our rights. And the media outlets, such as the ones that I named, fake news, they criminalized us. And they made excuses for Fauci. Oh, they believed the science, didn't they? Believe the science, they say. And meanwhile, we have scientists, doctors, disagreeing with Fauci and his scientists. So who's scientist? What rights? I am not a liptard like you guys. When we say we lose rights, we literally know what rights. We lost our freedom of speech. We lost our freedom of religion. Should I go on? For a lot of people on the left, see, that's the one thing is that we don't make a case unless we have something to prove. Liptards like to say that, we're losing rights. Gay rights. What are you talking about? What rights? They have no rights being taken away from them. I know what I'm talking about. The scientists under Trump, Dr. Fauci was under Trump. Get your head out of your ass, vet. Listen, this is what I always tell you, sons of bitches on the left. Get off the TDS. Seriously. Get off the TDS. Otherwise, we can't not have a conversation. I just proved everything I said. Dr. Fauci lied to us. Legacy media outlet protected him. Made Trump look like the asshole when Trump is just saying what Fauci told him to say. The president doesn't go and do research. He just tells what he is told by the professionals, by the scientist, by Dr. Fauci. Are you paying attention yet? Vet, I'm trying not to block your dumb ass. I already know you're a fucking moron. Let's not start off this morning with a fucking moronic conversation with your dumb ass. I went to the clinic, to the hospital, to the Swedish hospital. I told them I had COVID, the doctor. But I said, but I already got the vaccine. I got vaccinated. The doctor, a professional doctor at the hospital, dropped the F word. Pissed off that people were taking the COVID vaccine. That is a professional doctor practicing in a general hospital. Tony, look, libtards. Let me remind you that we were on lockdown for no reason. Let me remind you that anybody who died of a car accident was labeled a COVID death. Somebody died of organ failure because of diabetes. They label it COVID death. Don't be stupid, guys. You can't be gullible like that. You can't be gullible like that. You know why I don't? That's it. All right. Tony, ve a mamar verga, cabrón. Ve a chupar verga, pendejo. The fuck out of here. Oh, this is how we're going to start today. Vet, get the fuck out of here, bro. You're a fucking nuisance. You are a cockroach. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking dumbass. Stolen valor is right. Stolen valor is right. All right, you see, this is why people get blocked. Don't fucking come over here and troll my channel. You understand? Fuck your freedom of speech, because that's what you told us during COVID. You come into my channel, have some fucking respect. We don't tolerate that shit, and I will kick you and block you and even report you if you're over here harassing. You understand? It's like a bunch of fucking children. A bunch of fucking children just come in here. You know what I'm saying? Man, I'm just saying. Listen, they wonder why they get blocked. You see how I start the morning? Hey, what's going on? Good morning. You know, trying to cheer you guys up. It's a new day. Let's start over. Let's have a conversation. Guys come in here, just be like, liar, right off the bat. You don't fucking know me. And I'm going to tell you this. DC, you're next. And I'm going to tell you this. Every time that we prove to them that they are wrong, they still don't accept it. So what is the deal? What do we have to say? We show in video, even live video, and they still deny it. I just don't understand. I just don't understand. Oh, man. Let's go, baby. Let's go. But listen, I don't mind having people on the left and people that disagree with me. But bring me some real good arguments. Don't just come in here to troll. That's all I ask. You know, if I go into another channel, I drop my 2 cents in. I get blocked, but I don't insult them. I just tell them what it is. I don't insult them. That's their channel. I don't go in there and be like, oh, yeah, fucking morons, you're lying to the people. I don't go and say that. I just correct what they say. But I don't go insult them. That's their channel. Now, if I am in their channel and they insult me, oh, they will hear it. And they can block me after that, but they will see it. They will read what I have in mind. And I'm going to tell you, people that want to debate me, do you really want to debate me? Do you really want to debate me? No, they don't. They just want to try to humiliate somebody. They don't want to have an answer. They don't want to have a conversation. And let me tell you who I debate. I don't debate unless I'm running for office, which I'm not yet. I debate people who are like-minded. That means that you have the same values and maybe beliefs that I have, that we can debate. But if I'm going to have to argue with you about trying to convince you to believe what I believe or to follow what I follow, that's not going to happen. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. Roku, because you misbehave, bro. I didn't block you, but I will block your ass if you start talking dumb shit in here. That's not what I want. You understand? There is people that come into the channels, right? There's many channels that people watch. But there's people that come into the channel, and the last thing that I want is for them to be annoyed by fucking morons. If they think I'm a moron, they'll just move on. You understand? But if they stay here and they're interacting with me and they want to be able to watch the show, I don't need your dumbass to come in here and give them a bad experience. Last thing I need is for all my senior citizens here and all my senior vets to have a heart attack, to have an anxiety problem in here. I don't want people to have I don't want them to have a stroke over here because morons are in the chat talking the same dumb ass shit that has been proven to be wrong against the American people. With that being said, let me tell you, Kenneth, since you don't know what a debate is. A successful debate can be made. Now, you want to argue, that's different. Arguing and debating is not the same, no matter how you think about it. I think it's different. I want to debate something. But in order for me to debate, you got to have some foundations. For example, if I want to argue with people between protecting this country or illegal immigrants, protecting American citizens or illegal immigrants, if I want to argue with people, then I said, okay, let's go ahead and argue about this. Debate. What debate am I looking for? Okay. Do you love this country? Check. How do you feel about the policies? What can we do better on immigration? Let's debate that. I believe that what we're doing is what we need to do. If you're a Christian or not, if you want to have any knowledge of it, then we can debate why you should or shouldn't. There's a very thin line that I don't want to cross. And every time that I allow these people to call in, they're just a fucking nuance. They just don't have any information. They just don't. And I don't have patience for morons and retards to call me in. You understand? Sometimes they're just too young. They don't know yet. They don't understand yet. You know, I understand my English is limited, but it's not that bad. Here, let's go ahead and learn what a debate and an argument is. Let's see if maybe I'm wrong about it, but you know what? English is my second language. We'll find out. While a debate is a structured, formal process governed by rules where opposing sides exchange reasoned ideas, an argument is an informal, often emotional exchange where individuals express disagreement or attempt to prove they are right. Okay, that's what I mean. Okay, that sounds better than what I said. People say they want to debate, but they don't. They just want to have an argument. So the first part I had it wrong. I don't know how to explain it. But the second part is what the liptards or the retards that come into my channel trying to put me down. I get it. You probably saw my comment on your channel and you're pissed off. You're coming over here to try to take that on me. Be honest. Tell me, hey, Dennis, I have this channel. You left this comment. What about that? Let me know that's you, and I'll let you call in. Let's chat. But this is what they want. They just want to have an argument. They just want to have an emotional exchange. There we go. Emotional exchange. Trying to convince each other. That's not what I'm trying to do. A debate, look at this. A debate is a structured, formal process governed by rules where opposing sides exchange reasoned ideas. What is the opposing side? Well, let's say, for example, I think that we have to get rid of every single illegal immigrant. And I can say I need the police department, the local states, to work with federal agents to deport criminals, especially criminal illegal immigrants. And then you can be my opponent and say, well, I think there's a better way to go about it, and then we can do this and that. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. I want you to debate me on how to take care of our country better. Every single left, listen, this is why I don't debate the left too much. Every single one of you on the left is too damn emotional. You guys are always defending illegal immigrants. You are always vouching for open borders. You're always defending criminals. What am I going to debate you about? We're just going to argue about it. There's no debate. There's no debate. What I learned from school, what debate is, it's you have a subject and then you have opponents to who can make that better or who's making it worse. That's a debate. I don't want to argue with people. See, like a lot of, I know, I some people are new. I get it. I'm an American citizen. Isn't that enough for you guys? Scott Byrne in the house, Mr. Big Boss. Magic Man. Man, that's a change of names. Caesars. Brian Waza. Tanya, what's going on, says? Good morning. Good to see you on here. Good to see everybody. Hey, thank you for saying good morning before we get heated up in here. You know what I'm saying? Chris Messenger. I don't know why you're still in my channel, bro. I don't know why you're still in my channel. Rusla Nunez. I don't even know why you're still here. I don't know why these trolls come in here, bro. Bye. Have a good day, man. Don't be stressing on me. Don't be getting all pissed off at my show. Just go on, bro. Go on with your life. Yeah, no, they didn't. But anywho, I'm an American citizen, and apparently I don't need to prove it to you. I don't need ID to prove it. That is the logic of the libtards. Yeah. All right, well, I'll tell you what. So I think it's okay for people to come in and have their ideas being heard. But the one thing that I don't appreciate is people that don't pay the piper and come in here trying to own my show. So do me a favor. Right now, every mod, you are free to dump all these sons of bitches in the cold pool water. All right? You get rid of them. Get rid of every single one of them. Because, you know, I don't mind if they come in here and they drop a super chat, then I know they're serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're willing to troll me. Okay, let's have fun. Go ahead. Laugh at my pain, as they say. You know, you can do all of those things. But the one thing that I am not going to tolerate, it's stupidity and dumbass comments where people think they're being funny. But if you're not paying me, fuck you very much. Get the fuck out of my channel. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. You hear what I'm saying? You hear what I'm saying? Let's pick each other up, not tear each other down. So don't come in here making false accusations. Don't come in here and making fun of the host or anybody else in the chat when you are not doing super chats. You're not supporting this channel, so get the fuck out. At least you can do is drop a like. You know what? I don't agree with some of the stuff you say, but man, good job, bro, or whatever. Show some support. Show some respect. All right, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and start with the live from President Trump yesterday. Oh, my goodness. Remind me. You guys never remind me when I tell you. Remind me. We're going to talk about man and women's sports. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. There you go, bro. The libs called Dennis an illegal, but I thought they loved illegal immigrants. I don't understand. Jimmy's head is burning right now. The guy, there's smoke coming out through his ears. He doesn't understand the logic. Thank you, Brian. They don't understand the logic of the libtards. But they love migrants. They love illegal immigrants. You're right. They're always calling eyes on me. The hypocrisy is beyond me. I'm telling you, man, I don't understand it either. You are right, my friend. You are right. You know, everything that they say they love, for some reason, when I resemble that, they just hate it. It's kind of like, you know, black folks. If they don't agree with the libtards, well, they ain't black no more. It's weird how that works. Black lives matter unless you voted for President Trump. It's unbelievable. It is crazy. Hey, I don't make that shit up. I don't have to make it up. You know that's how they do it. I'm telling you, man. You know, this is why I always say, listen, okay, I wish that you would have an actual opinion or even an argument to be able to debate me. But I just get frustrated when people ask to debate me. Like, you look, yesterday, there was a girl named Mia, right? Or Maya, or whatever her name is. Mia, I think. She is lost. But I thought she was a sweetheart. I really do. You know? And she told me, she's like, I'm talking. And I was like, yes, you're right. You know, I will give you respect. Because respect is earned. But, you know, it's like, you know, she has this idea that she was taught. You understand? She was taught. Okay, before we play President Trump, since I mentioned Mia, let me tell you something. This is bad. This is bad. I think I put it on my X account. Let me grab my X. Let me log into my X account real quick. I think I dropped it in there. I shared it with some of you guys through my Facebook. But just look at this, bro. This right here, bro. Listen, we were talking about abortion with this young lady named Mia. And, you know, the talking point is, you know, she mentioned something that, you know, if she was raped, right? And she was going to have the baby, why would she have the baby when she's just going to kill herself from the trauma of being raped? And I said, what does that got to do with the baby being born? Give it up for adoption, right? Anyway, so we had the same arguments, and I said, well, if you are pro-abortion because of rapes, okay, say that. But don't go and fight for abortion because you are just now talking about murdering children. They have their own unique DNA. They are their own human, you know, person. And then yesterday, unbelievable. And then yesterday we have this happen in Massachusetts, I think it was. Yeah, in Massachusetts. Check this out. I'm going to share it with you here real quick. You guys may have seen this already. Look at this. Massachusetts just legalized abortion up to birth. This is what Hillary Clinton ran on. This is why I didn't like her. Up to birth. After the baby is born, you can still kill it. Do you understand how evil, demonic, how dark that is? Governor Mara Haley stood in a room full of smiling fellow Democrats. Of course, it has to be Democrats. And signed away the last meaningful limit on abortion in the state. There it is. That's her. I think I shared it on my feed here. Let me see. Look at this.
Thank you.
Now tell me, why would you celebrate that? You know, mothers, women, for us, old school man. See, I'm between old school and new school. For us that are still real men, who have not become socialist Democrats, or as I call, pussies. For all of us that are real men, see, we believe, of course, women are equal to a certain extent. There is things that women can do that we cannot. And there is things that men can do that women cannot. See, we have learned through history, humanity, that men are naturally stronger than women. There's nothing wrong with that. It is meant to be this way. When Adam and Eve sinned against God, now if you're not a religious person, ignore what I'm going to tell you. But the message is still clear. When Adam and Eve sinned, I want you to understand something. The woman was not giving as much muscle, and her body was created to sustain life. Women retain more water than men. Women tolerate pain more than men. This is why they can give birth. This is why God gave that responsibility to women. And he says, and you will suffer pains. But the body of a woman was made more to carry life, not to work the fields. The man's body was created with more muscle because they have to work the ground. They have to work the physical labor that women cannot do or should not do because they are meant to be life supporters. We believe that men are stronger so that we can protect our women. My mother was never my father. But my mother got up before anybody and went to sleep after everybody. She got up in the morning, cooked for everybody, cleaned up, did some laundry, prepped for lunch, cooked for everybody, cleaned up, made extra food, went to the market, sold the food, came back, did some more laundry for the neighbors so that she can make some money. My mother is the strongest human being I have ever met in my life. And I can tell you that women are always seen as this almost supernatural being that real men respect. You understand? I don't give a shit if you believe what I say. That is how I see women. And I expect a lot from women. That's all because of my mother. But I'm going to tell you, these women that you're seeing right here, these Democrat, socialist, maggots, what a shame to women around the world. Garbage. I will be lenient to somebody that says, okay, something happened last night. I might be pregnant. Take a pill. Okay, I got you. Even to me as argument, on rape. Okay, I understand. You shouldn't, but I understand. At least I understand why. But to have an abortion, an executive order allowing abortion until birth, have you seen how they make these abortions? How they cut the little baby in pieces, squash their little brains, suck them up with a vacuum, piece by piece. Imagine killing a baby at birth. Not some accident, not some natural cause. You're literally killing an actual human being. The whole argument that the fetus, the embryo, that's not a human yet, now at birth, when the baby's fully formed, a full human, completely ready to live life, they clap at the approval of such a murder. I don't understand what they're clapping about, what they're so happy about. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, but that just destroys the whole argument. I like I said, I would even go to, to the limits of maybe the 4 weeks, which is already a baby. That's the fetus is already a baby. But that's what happens when you support abortion. There's no limits. There's no limits. In Massachusetts, these women right here, they can kill their babies at birth. The law says that if you kill a pregnant woman, it's considered to be a double murder. What do you say? You on the left, you over here coming into my channel hating? What do you say about that? Go ahead, put a comment in the chat. I want to see who you really are. Come on, demons. I'm waiting for you to put something on my chat so I know you. Step Studio, Epstein class kills babies every day and you all act like you don't care about the babies. Republican Party voted against the Epstein files release. I don't know if there's a double negative on that sentence there. But that's not true. Don't be lying, bro. Don't be lying. Tell me something true. Minnesota abortion laws are up to point of birth without restrictions as well. Wow. That's crazy, man. I didn't know that. But you know what? I haven't looked into those things. Right? If you say so, I will believe you for now. But this is facts. They signed the executive order, and these socialist democratic women are more than happy to kill their young. Remember when we were more than happy to save our young? Now they're happy to kill their young. You know what's crazy is this, is that the leftist people, they like to say Republicans, Epstein files, Epstein files. In the meantime, they are for illegal immigration, human trafficking, mutilating children, killing children. Tell me, what moral grounds do you follow? What the fuck is wrong with your brain? You allow children to be molested, to be trafficked, to be pimped, to be raped. You allow them to mutilate, cut the little boys' wee-wees off. Now you're allowing them, women, to kill their children at birth. What the fuck is wrong with you? Go ahead, label. I guess you're one of the LGBTQ ones. Why don't you go ahead and tell me why I'm an idiot? Go ahead. Put it on the chat. Why am I an idiot? Bro, I would be listening to my POTUS right now if you didn't bring this shit up. So go ahead. Tell me, why am I an idiot for defending life, for protecting children? Huh? Why am I an idiot for protecting those who can't defend themselves? Can you understand the problem that we have in this country? Text, don't bring race into this shit, bro. Nobody gives a shit about the victim card. That we have debunked that shit in here on this channel so many times. We don't believe in the victimhood card. None of the fucking blacks today have experience in slavery. This whole reparation, this whole racist thing, let me tell you something. Black people are more violent than anybody else, than any other ethnicity in this country. So shut up about this victim card, racist card thing. Everybody's guilty of everything. Everybody. Black people enslaved Africans. Muslims were the first ones to enslave Africans. Africans enslaved white people. White people enslaved white people. For Pete's sakes, Native Americans had African slaves. Stupidity of the arguments is what pisses me off. Crazy, right? Yeah. I don't understand why, bro. Listen, man, I don't understand why. I don't understand why. I had a friend of mine. She got pregnant. Not by me, but she was pregnant. And we went to, what's that place called? That abortion clinic. What's it called? I forget. I'm sorry. I really did. I forgot. What's the name of the clinic that the Democrats love so much for abortions? You know the thing. You just put it in the chat when you get that question. Something, but I can't even remember the damn name. It's in the tip of my brain. What is the name of the abortion clinic? Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood. I beat you guys. Planned Parenthood. So I kept her company, and when we were going into Planned Parenthood, there was a couple of crazy Christians out there. Anti-abortion. I'm like, what the hell are these people smoking? We're here for some Planned Parenthood, for some care for the children, for the child. Well, I didn't know, but this is the way it turned out. We go in there, and I'm trying to be, just as supportive as I can for my friend. And, we get through this. Whatever needs to happen will happen, right? And they offer her abortion. And I said, you gonna get rid of the baby? She says, I don't know. Well, the doctor, whoever the person there was, he told her, well, if you're not ready to have this child, it's better to just abort it. We'll give you this pill, and you will abort the baby. Well, she went with that route. She went to the bathroom. The baby was about yay big, couple of inches. You can see his little arms, little hands, fingers, everything already. Couple of inches. And I saw that inside the toilet. Yeah, it's just in the toilet. And it broke my heart. So how can we do that? I was a really close friend to her. I can't support abortion. I can't support abortion, especially up to birth. That is demonic. That is demonic. Hey, Nathan, how are you, bro? Get the fuck out of here. Thanks for stopping by. If I catch your comment, bro, if you're an asshole, you are gone. You understand? Man, you know, we're talking about defending children's life. Babies. Defenseless babies. And Democrats just wants to kill them. What is it? What is it? It's unbelievable. All the things that we see here in Seattle, Washington, it is disgusting. And more LGBTQ and transgenders are moving to Washington State. Well, I'm going to tell you what, in 2028, if we win on 2028, they're going to be fucking disappointed. Because all that little whining, bitching, and complaining and shit, that goes out the window. They will either assimilate with society and abide by the rules like everybody else, or they can go somewhere else. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on cosmetic surgery for transgenders. What the fuck does that got to do with trans rights? You want to do that to yourself? Go pay for it yourself. A woman wants to look sexier with bigger boobs. You go pay for your boobs. Nope, transgenders get it for free. Free drug treatments. Please. Defend kids' lives by not giving aid to Israel. Tell me, how do you defend Israel kids' lives? Huh? The whole Israel argument against me, it just doesn't fly. I'm going to tell you that right now. It doesn't fly. Your kids are not any better and more important than my kids' lives. Fuck that shit. There is a lot of things that we have to do in foreign policies. I get it. But what the fuck does Israel got to do when we're talking here about the United States of America? Fucking stay on subject. Tackle one argument at a time, one issue at a time. We're talking about Americans killing their babies. Do you fucking understand that? While Muslims, they're not doing that. Muslims are multiplying like fucking rabbits. And Americans are over here killing their breeds. It's crazy talk. What the fuck are you talking about? Who gives a shit about Israel right now? We're talking about here, American lives. We're talking about the United States of America, not Israel. Get your ass out of your head out of your ass. The fucking stupid people piss me off, guys. I'm sorry. They piss me off. Talking about protecting American children. Oh, what about fucking free Palestine? Who gives a shit about Palestine? We're not talking about Palestine. We're not talking about the Middle East. We're talking about the United States of America. I don't understand, Salty. I don't understand, bro. Ben, if it wasn't for the damn super chat, even though it's just a couple of dollars, I would just ignore your comment. But yes, we support Israel. And how many fucking lives has Hamas taken out of their own people? Hamas has killed thousands of their own children and innocent women. Why don't you say that? What about Iran killing over 50,000 people, innocent people, for speaking their mind? Shut the fuck up about the Middle East. I'm talking about the United States of America. Tell me, a step studio, what is a woman? Asking some fucking dumbass questions. I don't give a shit about the ratings for Trump. I don't give a fuck if Trump gets impeached or kicked out of office. I'm talking about fucking American children being murdered by their mothers. What is it that you are not cleared on? Who gives a shit about Trump? We're talking about children's lives right now. What the fuck? We're over here. We got to create more jobs. We got to create more jobs here in Seattle, Washington. Oh, what about the Epstein files? Shut the fuck up about the Epstein files. You talk about the Epstein files, and here we are, women allowing murder of children at birth, and you want to act like you give a shit about the Epstein files. Your argument is dead as soon as you fucking say the Epstein files. You are pro-transgender, which is mutilating children. You retard Democrats on the left side believe that a 6-month-old can determine if they are boy or girl. That's how retarded you are. This is why every single man that is still voting for Democrats right now is a fucking pussy. We can argue about everything, but right now we are talking about children being killed at birth. How can you support that? You got to be demonic to support that. How can you sit there? Go watch it. Watch them cut off these children into pieces. I saw a picture, and I don't know if it was real or not, but I saw this video. Some blogger was making a video of the black market down in Wuhan, China. This is when the COVID-19 was coming out. It's a very disgusting part. They had some big-ass black bats. Big-ass black bats. Disgusting. But some islanders eat those. I would never fucking eat a flying rat. And they had babies. Aborted babies on the table. Disgusting. Aborted babies. I don't know what the hell they used those babies for, but some say witchcraft, some say medicine. I don't know what the hell they were doing with those babies, but there was a lot of babies on the table. It's a black market in Wuhan, China. That was crazy. Never seen anything like it. This was during COVID. I don't know how real that video was, but I'm going to tell you something, man. It looked freaking real to me. AI was not that good a few years ago. But anyway, this is why people get in trouble. Stay on point. Stay on subject. That way I don't have to fucking yell at you. Stay on subject. If you agree with killing children at birth, hey, you're on the wrong channel. Get the fuck out. We don't need you here. We don't need demonic people in here. That is crazy. The system is not broken. The system is not broken. What is broken, it's accountability. We need to hold people accountable, and you need to stop using political correctness. If a black person is in office and they're retarded, they shouldn't be in office. Do you really think that our hospitals depend on the illegal immigrants? No, they don't. We have plenty of youth that can be nurses, that can be going to college to study for doctors. We don't need illegal immigrants for that. I guarantee you that right now. We are self-sufficient. This country is the land of opportunity. And I can guarantee you, we got plenty of young Americans, plenty of legal people in this country that can work in hospitals. Registered nurses at the hospital. Fuck, it seems like everybody's from Ethiopia or India. Couple of white gay guys. What the hell is that about? What is that about? I don't care about minorities. What I'm saying is pointing out the obvious. DEI. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. We don't need illegal immigrants. I can guarantee you that right now. As a matter of fact, we get rid of every single illegal immigrant. I guarantee you. Our affordability problem goes away. Oh, watch out. Don't mention the house. How are you, big bro? For the coffee and Excedrin. For the migraine. I come from the land of under. Oh, man. I come from a family who believes in respecting the law. I come from a family value. Value in a sense that we have self-respect. We obey the law. That's where I come from. Where do you come from? You come from criminals? These people never learn. Well, well, well. Take a look at this little bit of information. For the Democrats, it's all about the children. Yep, you heard it here first, folks. It's all about the children. Always about the children. You ready? Aborting them. Trafficking them. Mutilating them. Sterilizing them. Keeping them stupid, like these guys that come into my chat. Radicalizing them and making them hate. DEI, white privilege, they say. Well, well, well. I think that right there sums it up for me. Aborting them, my body agenda. Trafficking them, open border agenda. Mutilating them, trans agenda. Sterilizing them, trans agenda. Keeping them stupid, public schools. Radicalizing them, the universities. There you go. I don't have to explain it anymore, do I? You got the facts right there. Tell me they're not facts. Go ahead, contradict me. Prove to me that this is not true. Well, there we go, Magnus. Here's your chance. Prove to me that that's not true. Right there. Tell me that that's not true. Oh, interesting. Twitter, CNN. Oh, we're about to get some CNN. Let's see what the hell you say about that. But go ahead. Prove me wrong. There is a message right there. Prove me wrong. Say it. You're an idiot. Say it. You're an idiot. Magnus, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Stay on point. That way we don't get lost. I don't know what white guy you were listening to in the car, but I don't know what the fuck you're saying right now. That is true. Anything that has to do with godly principles, they're against. Everybody that says that this right here that I'm sharing with you is wrong, prove it. I want to know. Go ahead, 420. Interesting. Who the fuck is talking about? Yeah, thank you. Just get rid of his ass. Dumb ass motherfucker. Prove me wrong. This is what I'm talking about. You guys want to come in here. You want to debate me. Debate you for what? You're fucking morons. I wish you knew how to debate me. I would love to sit with somebody who is smart and has common sense to prove me wrong. I wish that it existed, but it doesn't exist. Do you understand how fucking frustrating it is for somebody that needs intellectual stimulation? You guys are fucking retarded. I wish that you will come in here and make an excuse for this. I would. I can. I can make an excuse for it. But it wouldn't be the truth anyway. You at least have to make some sort of excuse. Come on, me. Come on. You gotta be smart to get to me. You have to. You can't be retarded. I find interesting, just interesting, and very annoying, the fucking people call me a criminal, an illegal, a sellout. I don't know what the hell these people are smoking, but I'm telling you, man, maybe they took the Moderna COVID shot. Because it's not about inclusivity. It's about racism. That's why. When you start judging people by the color of their skin and not by what their actual merits are, it is racist. DEI is not about inclusivity. Who gives a fuck about inclusivity if that means that retards are going to run the country? Magnus hasn't made any good points. He made a good point on a woman. What a woman is? What is a woman? Go ahead, Jace. What is a woman? No, they won't give me a heart attack. I'll have a heart attack all by myself. Here we go. Trump again. It's right there. I haven't moved it. Deny that. Tell me that I'm lying. You see how the libtards are leaving and blocking my channel? This is what the fucking cowards do. Well, fuck them. I will sit here with 10 people that has common sense. Fuck you very much. A woman is what I've had more than you ever know. I'm not proud of it. But there's a lot of them. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's a lot of them. It's too many. Too many. I wish I was still a virgin, to be honest. Yeah. You know, they do. They come in here, they talk shit, and then they go and they block the channel. They said, don't recommend the channel. They report it and blah, 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 and it fucks up the algorithm. You know what? Fuck these guys. We're still going to win on the midterms. Economy? What about Trump? What about Trump's taxes? How do you create more money for the country? What about Trump's taxes? Oh, you libtard, bro. It is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Again, prove to me that this post right here on Twitter is wrong. Go ahead. Prove it. They can't prove it. They got to go. They got to go. I wish, listen, guys, I'm serious. I wish that libtards or people that are on the left were smart, but they're not. And they frustrate me because they think they have this very high intellectuality, but they don't know shit. Do you understand how frustrating it is? They think that I'm over here so that they can just go ahead and have fun off of me. That's not how it works. I have to be willing to ridicule myself. That's fine. But when you come in here, you don't even support my channel. So what are you saying? Oh, man. Don't mess with Tex. Tex is okay. He's all right. He's holding in the middle right now. But go ahead. You want to challenge me? Prove me wrong. Right there. There's the tweet. Oh, maybe it's not big enough for you. Let me go ahead and get this bigger. Make this bigger right here. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. It's a folder I'm having a problem with. So go ahead, prove me wrong. Come on, buddy. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody come together. Come on. Gotta love one another right now. There it is. I made it even bigger for you right there. Bam! Reformista, you know it. You know it. So go ahead and prove me wrong. That, there was a lot of people. There's about 100 people that left us. Because they were in here saying that I'm over here lying about everything. And here is a post. And he's like, oh, you get your news from Twitter? Oh, you think the facts come from Twitter? Ah, what about Trump? This fucking retarded people. I want you to just prove me wrong on this right here. Tell me that this tweet is wrong. It is crazy. Amanda, I am so pissed off. I was trying to play it off. I really was. But I'm so pissed off that women clap at this baby at birth being murdered. Children need to be looked after, need to be taken care of until they can fend for themselves. Fox, CNN, who cares? The question is, can you prove to me that this is wrong? All of these things right here is true. All of them. I want you to prove me wrong. That's what I want. Well, keep voting Democrats. I'm telling you, Democrats don't exist. Very rare Democrats out there. That there's only loyalists to the party. But the real Democrat values, they're not there no more. They're not for Americans first. They're not for American rights. They don't give a shit about American rights. They don't even defend the Constitution against illegal immigrants and foreigners raping it, abusing it. They don't care. They defend every foreigner that abuses our Constitution. It doesn't belong to them. It belongs to the American citizens. I just wish they would go in here and come and prove me wrong. To be American is to be a citizen of the United States of America. A person who wants to secure the borders of the United States of America. A person that looks out for the well-being and only for the rights and freedoms of the American citizens. That is what it's like to be an American. We're not talking about being American from the continent. Nobody calls themselves American, but American citizens. Canada doesn't call themselves American. Mexico, they don't call themselves Americans. The United States of American citizens. That's what an American is. Don't confuse it. Why the fuck do people get confused with that? I'm a fan of the American Mexican soccer team. Why are people so confused with that shit? There is the United States of America, there is a soccer team of America, and there is a continent, America. What the hell is the confusion here? When we're talking about American citizens, I am literally talking about a nation called the United States of America. It's a way of life and culture, and it's white. And it's not white. You're retarded and racist if that's what you think. That's not what American is. American is every American citizen. Do you see how you made a racist? You must be a Democrat. You must be a liberal, socialist, Marxist, communist. All of that shit follows under your big tent. Remember, the Democrats, we got a big tent. All retards come in here. Yeah. Bring all the races, bring the pedophiles, bring all the LGBTQ demonic satanical witches in here. Let's bring all the illegal immigrants. Let's bring all the racists. Let's bring all these fucking bad people. We got such a big tent. Americans built it. If you think immigrants built this country, you're fucking retarded. Settlers built this country. Migrants came here to make money, not to build the country. Let me be clear. Migrants came here to make money. Settlers came to create the country. Maybe the young guys that, first time in the Dennis Herrera show, these guys think that we don't talk about this shit ever. I'm yet still to have one person, one libtard, to come in here and answer that question. Is that fake? Is that wrong? Or is that true? What is white? Is Irish white? Scottish? Are Italian white? Are Spaniards white? You're talking from a racist point of view. We don't give a fuck about racism. Amanda, yes, he is. He is a troll. Why is it that only the left does that? The left always makes it about race. Why is that? Why is it that only people that are on the left are pussies? Why is it that only the left has the fake men and women? Why is that? Why is that? It's a real question. We know why, but do you know why? Beta! Yeah, you are beta. Oh, man. Hey, why you remove my beta, man? Socialist white Karen calling me a beta. Beta. Every man that votes for Democrats today is a pussy. Let me tell you that right now. You're a pussy like Primal Screams. That's why his name is Screams. He screams like a little bitch. Ah, man, that was funny, bro. That was crazy. That was crazy. I apologize about that. That was too far and beyond. Too far and beyond. We'll come back, I guess. Let me see. White Muhammad is the most obvious false prophet. We'll probably come back to it. Oh, man. Here we go. They just approved. Seattle City Council approved $300,000 to fund the LGBTQ party of pedophile organizations in response to the emergency of trans refugees flooding to Seattle. Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson rejected the plea to declare an emergency, so they are pleading their case to the city council, and they are threatening with not voting Democrat ever again. Oh man, we got to listen to this. We got to listen to this.
For using the bath.
Hold on, woman. Oh boy, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something, man. Only Democrats. Only Democrats. I don't get it, folks. I know, I'm with you. I don't get it. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this. So this is punishment, man. But let's listen to it.
Colleagues, this amendment would reallocate $300,000 in one-time funding to the Human Services Department to grant funding to community-based organizations supporting LGBTQIA individuals with essential needs, including, most namely, support with emergency shelter, housing, food access, employment support, and more. So while this is one-time funding, I recognize it is not enough to address the full need, but I believe this is a start and signals our commitment that the City of Seattle will remain a welcoming city to the queer and trans community.
Council members, I want to impress upon you the seriousness of the crisis transgender people are facing in this country. If I were in Idaho right now,
I can't wait to see No comment.
I would be in prison for using the bathroom as a trans woman. This is an offense which can be punished with a sentence up to life. This is a genocide.
I'm here as a swarm of bees because trans people are pollinators of political issues.
To not allow men to go into a woman's bathroom and to punish them if they do go into the bathroom, it's a genocide? Listen to this bitch right here.
Dedicating a section of the budget to funding Seattle LGBTQA community will create economic stability. What we need, we are demanding. Because if you do not give it to us, we will vote you out. And vote someone better in.
Trans people are fleeing by the tens of thousands to Washington and Seattle because we are being systematically exterminated in states like Idaho.
Do you want a more severe housing crisis? Do you want trans people to get pushed into survival sex work? Because discrimination is already here. It's not going anywhere, and neither are trans people. Fund housing.
They're being pushed to sex slave work? Listen, man. We need to bring asylums back, bro. That is no fucking joke.
Services for trans people, or the housing crisis will get worse.
The amount of trans people here that are coming here with nothing to nowhere to live, they're living in their cars, they're struggling every single day. They're the most vulnerable people on the entire country, like in the country right now, as far as no one caring.
You're either going to fund services for us, or you're going to pay overtime to the cops to evict us. Either way, the money is already spent.
I'm here in favor of increased budget allocation towards trans refugees. In the trans community in Seattle, I am constantly meeting new people who have recently moved here to flee red state repression.
Stop rejecting us, Mayor Wilson, and I would like to say, President Hollingsworth, that in Mayor Wilson's last term, let's stand up against her and let's help support our rights.
Bro, seriously. So, if you don't give us taxpayers' money, listen to this. I want you to please listen to this, and then if you're retarded, you're retarded. I get it. But I want you to listen to this. First of all, just blank out right now. Forget about Trump. Listen to this. If you are a working American, if you are paying taxes, even though you're getting your refunds, who gives a shit? But you're paying taxes because you feel that is the responsibility of a legal or a citizen working in the United States of America. I want you to listen to them. First of all, they are flooding, listen to this, they are flooding Seattle, Washington. They are living in their cars. They're homeless. They are fleeing red states. They are not contributing anything to society. Nothing. Hey, Hoopty. And they say, give us $300,000 or you're just going to have to pay the police to get rid of us, which means that you are using the money anyway. Well. I'm going to tell you something. First of all, listen to that logic. I can't believe I used the word logic to describe these people. Listen. They are moving from Idaho, so I'm pissed off with Idaho. Screw you, Robert, and your people. But they're fleeing a red state to come to Seattle, Washington. Why? Even though the Socialist Democrat mayor says, no, we don't need you here. Well, guess what happens? When you say you're a Socialist Democrat and you start giving away all of this money, everybody wants a piece of that treasure. You see what I'm saying? We'll get back to it. But I want to make my point. They are coming to Seattle, Washington, fleeing red states. They're living in their car. They're homeless. They are threatening to do sex slave work as transgenders. Oh, man, they're going to go broke. Anyway, but they are saying all of these things, and and they're demanding, listen to this, they just moved here. This is like illegal immigrants. They just moved here, and they are demanding from Washington State, from Washingtonians, taxes. Do you understand what I'm saying? They are moving from another state. They didn't move over here to say, you know what, I can get a better job over there. They didn't move over here and say, you know what, you get more freedoms over there. I can be a happier person. No. They want to come and take Washingtonians' taxpayers' money for their transgender agenda. Otherwise, they threaten to inundate our streets with their stupidity. Well, let me just give you a heads up. It was approved. This was happening yesterday. Let's take one more listen to this. Just one more, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Colleagues, this amendment would reallocate $300,000 in one-time funding to the Human Services Department to grant funding to community-based organizations supporting LGBTQIA individuals with essential needs, including, most namely, support with emergency shelter, housing, food access, employment support, and more. So while this is one-time funding, I recognize it is not enough to address the full need, but I believe this is a start and signals our commitment that the City of Seattle will remain a welcoming city to the queer and trans community.
Council members, I want to impress upon you the seriousness of the crisis transgender people are facing in this country. If I were in Idaho right now, I would be in prison for using the bathroom as a trans woman. This is an offense which can be punished with a sentence up to life. This is a genocide.
I'm here as a swarm of bees because trans people are pollinators of political issues. Dedicating a section of the budget to funding Seattle LGBTQA community will create economic stability. What we need, we are demanding. Because if you do not give it to us, we will vote you out. And vote someone better in.
Trans people are fleeing by the tens of thousands to Washington and Seattle because we are being systematically exterminated in states like Idaho.
Do you want a more severe housing crisis? Do you want trans people to get pushed into survival sex work? Because discrimination is already here. It's not going anywhere, and neither are trans people. Fund housing services for trans people, or the housing crisis will get worse.
The amount of trans people here that are coming here with nothing to nowhere to live, they're living in their cars, they're struggling every single day. They're the most vulnerable people on the entire country, like in the country right now, as far as no one caring.
You're either going to fund services for us, or you're going to pay overtime to the cops to evict us. Either way, the money is already spent.
I'm here in favor of increased budget allocation towards trans refugees. In the trans community in Seattle, I am constantly meeting new people who have recently moved here to flee red state repression.
Stop rejecting us, Mayor Wilson. And I would like to say, President Hollingsworth, that in Mayor Wilson's last term, let's stand up against her and let's help support our rights.
There, happy? You can't make... That's right, Jimmy. They're threatening. Can you believe this? They come into another state that is not theirs. I get it. They're American citizens. You know, the whole United States is all of ours, right? But they're not residents here. There is a code. That is crazy. They threaten to inundate our state with trans people. Vote for me, 2028, Governor of Washington State. I need your vote. We got to stop this madness, man. I don't know how bad it can get within the next 2 years, but we got to do something. And I'm telling you, I've already seen tens of thousands of Republican Washingtonians leaving the state. I'm one of those guys that wants to leave, but I got to give it a shot. We got to make a change. But it is unbelievable that this people, nobody in the government has the balls or the uterus to correct these people. Be like, wait a minute. You're saying you are bringing a problem of homelessness into my city, my state, and now you're going to threaten us if we don't give you money? You're going to tell me that you fled a red state to come to my state, not for work opportunities, not to help us become better, but to be a fucking dead weight in the water? Unbelievable. This has got to be the craziest shit right here. This has got to be the craziest thing that I can think of. No, it's not. We had illegal immigrants protesting Major Wilson in Seattle. How do I know they're illegal? Well, I'm glad you asked. They had a board. I am illegal and undocumented. So what? I still have human rights. And they forced them to take those cameras down. Imagine that. Foreigners. Yeah. Foreigners. Illegal immigrants from other countries. They come and tell you what to do. Well, that should piss you off. Pisses me off. But this is the reality that we have to live with. And this DEI hiring, this political correctness thing, oh, you don't vote for me because I'm black. Shut the fuck up. Beat me if you want to win. Beat me if you want to win. That's simple. You want to talk shit about me in basketball? Beat me, and then you can talk shit about basketball. You want to say you're a better goalkeeper than I was? Beat me, and then you can talk about it. But you don't get to say it just because you're a different color than I am. You don't get to say it just because you're a woman or a transgender. You got to prove it. Beat me at what I do so that you can have bragging rights. That's how that works. You see what I'm saying? Man, unbelievable. Oh, man. We got some other stuff. Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go. Hold on. Incident happened near the end of the... Okay, here, guys. I'm going to share this with you. All right, check this out. Here's the guy that I was talking about. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this. I want you vets to listen to this with me, okay?
Civilian airline from Tehran to Dubai with like 300 women and children on it. A U.S. destroyer shot it out of the sky and killed everybody on board. George Bush Sr., you know his response was? We don't apologize to Iran. We believe that plane left its projected flight path and our destroyer deemed it a threat and shot it down. Wouldn't even apologize. Osama bin Laden then said, the next time I have access to a U.S. destroyer, I'm going to retaliate. And that was the USS Cole. Don't you think men like us that are over there fighting these people should know a little bit about the history? If a foreign military had a boat going to Puget Sound and shot a plane out of the sky that had my wife and my children in it, you don't think the rest of my life would be like, how do I get this back? And it made me realize, like, oh, maybe Osama bin Laden is like you or I. You're killing our women and our children with your boats over here in our land. I'm going to get you guys next time you come back in. Fundamentalist Islam, that was our arch enemy. But when you detach emotionally and you just say, okay, why are these people saying these things? Why are these people doing these things? It wasn't because there's some guys on the other side of the planet that have freedom and we hate them.
There you go. So, the logic of this veteran was blame the United States government, blame the U.S. Navy, not blame the commercial pilot who didn't listen to the warning. I am sure they knew that there was a battle going on this area. Why would you take off over airspace that is being occupied for a battle, a war? This was towards the end of the Iran-Iraq war. Who in their right mind would do that? Now, let me tell you something. It was a mistake. George Bush was right. They shouldn't apologize for it. Because they knew that this was going on. And they still decided to fly into that zone. Now, whether there were mistakes of miscommunication, whatever it was, it's not the Navy's fault. Why don't you get pissed off at the airline, at the pilot, at them for not having communication? Open airways. They knew that there was a war going on and there was still some conflicts being addressed at sea. To fly over them at a low altitude, it is only obvious to shoot it down when there's no response. It is a hard call to make. I get it. I'm not military, but listen. If my family was on that plane, I still feel the same way. War is ugly. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. The fact is that the plane was misidentified. They thought it was actually, I think it was a, what is that, a F-15 Tomcat? I don't know what the, F-something Tomcat. It was a Tomcat. The radar showing it going down, but actually he was going up. He was taking off, I guess. But you would have thought, hey, listen, there is a war going on. We're going to go around this airspace. Listen, let me give you the best example of DEI going wrong. F-14, thank you, Brian. Let me show you the best example that I can give you from DEI going wrong. What is the name of that justice, that black woman that is on the Supreme Court? You remember? What is a woman? That's it. DEI. The bitch couldn't answer the damn question. It's very simple. You can say there's a female. A female, a grown female, is a woman. No, Sotomayor is not black, man. What the hell, this guy? That might have been DEI hire. Yeah, that one. Brown Jackson. Yeah. That's the biggest DEI mistake. And she's in the Supreme Court. No brains. No critical thinking. I don't know how high her IQ is, but that is crazy. Peter, it was still not DEI. Oh, yeah, speaking of the WNBA, there's a couple of transgender women transitioning from the NBA to the WNBA. Now, now this one, it really is just for shits and giggles. You guys ready? Here we go.
Mercedes right there.
Hold on. All right. So the guy just yelled at her something about, you touched that Mercedes right there, right? Listen to this. Children, you shouldn't be on this channel. You got to be 18 or older. Listen to this right here. And I want you to notice how humble this woman spoke after the second slap. Here we go.
That Mercedes right there. Shut the fuck up. Hey, what that is? What that is? You gonna hit my mama cuddle right there, bro. I don't give a fuck to hit my mama cuddle. You know what? I don't care. Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down. I didn't touch it.
Shut up.
Oh, stop. Don't hit my shit. I didn't touch it. I'm not the neighbor. You know, you seen it, bro. I hit the man. Oh, bro.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen to this.
Hey, what that is? What that is? You gonna hit my mama cuddle right there, bro. Hey, what that is? Right there. Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, man, it's funny. Not that she got slapped. Her attitude. Her little Karen attitude. I don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up, she says, right? Oh, boy.
Hey, what that is? What that is? You gonna hit my mama cuddle right there.
Hey, bitch, you hit my mama's Mercedes.
I don't give a fuck to hit my mama cuddle. You know what?
Shut up.
I don't care. Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down. I didn't touch it. Shut up. Oh, stop. Don't hit my shit. I didn't touch it.
Listen to the first reaction. I'm sorry, guys, but this is hella funny. She said, shut the fuck up, she says. And then he comes out, says, you touched my car, I don't care. Slaps her once. Tosses her down on the ground. She gets up, courageous. And she yells at him and she says, I didn't touch. Shut up. And then she says, I said I didn't touch the car. That right there. That is what's funny right there. Oh, man, I'm telling you, man. Listen, you got your freedom of speech. You sure do. But with great power comes great responsibility. Ah, man. Aztec, shut the hell up. You coming in here an hour and a half into the show, and that's your fucking comment? Fuck you, too. This guy. You come over here. You don't even know what we talked about earlier. Just because you're missing out, just because you're a fucking shrimp, coming in here all late and shit, doesn't mean we're talking about the same thing. Well, we are, but still, that's not the point. Oh, man, I thought that was funny, bro. Here we go. Pass the Save America Act and end the racism. We are all equal in the USA. They're moving to Africa over Carmelo Anthony. All right, here's some real good advice for all of the African Americans who really believe that, you know, being African is a moment of pride. Well, here we go. You can move back to Africa if you remember. Good morning, pendejo. Come over here talking shit. You can go back to Africa once you figure out which tribe you come from. And then you can go and move there, bring in your dollars. Yeah, hold on. Stay with me, Tree. Bring your dollars and build there, all right? And then you can regain the language the white man stole from you. And then you can live like the tribe where you come from. You see what I'm saying? All right, with that being said, hey, listen, don't take it from me. Don't take it from me. Here we go. Let's take a look at this video.
Listen to this fool.
And I'm saying this as a collective. Let's drain this place of its benefit and make our mass exodus.
To where?
And go home and build.
Where is home?
I repeat, integration has had great benefits, Black people. For some of us, let's drain this place of its benefits and make our mass exodus and go home and build. See, civil rights did not make white people that are infected with whiteness stop being racist. They still raised racist children that run this country to this day.
What country in Africa are you from? Many of y'all claim they can't even get a driver's license. How you gonna go find out what country you from? Also, the draining of racism is still exists. The draining of resources. Black people ain't. Don't listen to that fool. Because people think, oh, black people, we're going to take our benefits and go to another country. Well, you know, black people add a lot of negative stuff to this country, too. And to be honest, we have the most shootings and the most gun violence in the world per capita because of inner city communities. It ain't because of white people shooting each other. It's because inner city communities like Chicago, you got in the hood in Watts and in Maryland and all the ghettos around the country. If you just eliminated the hood ratchetness and gun violence from gangs, our country wouldn't even be a top country with shootings. The gun problem is a black problem, a black inner city problem. Listen to this fool.
The Officer Tatum, man, I respect this dude. You know, it's crazy how we had a black man called in about a couple of weeks ago, I think. And he just thought that, I think he called in or he was texting on the chat, but he was calling in and saying how Officer Tatum is a racist. Called him a coon or something, you know, and I'm like, for what? He's talking about the black part of the, you know, the bad part of the black community. He's talking about the criminals. It's just like when we talk about Hispanics, my people are not the criminal gangbangers. That's not my people. Whoa, hey. Don't be confusing me with a fucking Mexican stealing your car. That's not my people. Right, Aztec? That's not our people. Those guys banging out there, killing people, that's not our people. They're Hispanic, but they're not our people. I can guarantee you that there's a lot of black people out there, just like me. Not that I'm black, but that think like me. That say the same thing. Those black folks are not my people. Which is funny because, this is why I like JLP. He's a little bit overboard for me. Okay, I get that. But he's right. He's a black man, but he's not one of them. He's like, what do you mean one of them? I am black like you people. You guys are criminal black. But yeah, that's not my people, Salty. Puerto Ricans are not my people. Not the ones that steal cars. What's going on, Tansy? Good to see you, sister. Crazy-ass black woman right there in the house, man. I love to have her on my side. It's so fantastic to have all of you guys. You know that? You know, this is crazy. People come in here in our channel, they call us racist for some reason. Listen, we got some crazy-ass rednecks that I love very much. We got some crazy-ass black people in our chat that I love. We got some crazy-ass Hispanics, like myself, that we love. We have Cherokee, we have Comanches, we got Apaches, we got Navajos. We got all kinds of different ethnicities, and we all think alike. What a wonderful place that is. That, my friends, is what it means to be an American citizen. 100%. 100%. Man. Good job. Officer Tatum, man, I love that guy. I disagree with some shit that he says, and sometimes his grammar, well, is wrong. It's worse than mine. His grammar is worse than mine because he thinks that you is crazy. It's you are. That's what I was taught. I mean, maybe I'm a little too whitey, you know what I'm saying? Too much whiteness. Being polite, apparently, is racist to the Democrats today. Hey, I don't make that up. That's what they said. Remember the slideshow that I gave you from the museum? You guys remember that slideshow? Let me see if I have it in here somewhere. Where is my slideshow? I gave you guys a slideshow. Where was it? Let me see. I'm too lazy. I don't want to look for it. I don't want to look for it right now. But anyways, I gave you. She's the tribe of Neverho. You're crazy, Tangy. That's why I love you, girl. Here we go. Berta. I gotta play him. I gotta play him. Here we go. Jesse Lee, here we go. Berta.
But I can't work many hours because of my anxiety.
You have anxiety?
Yes, I do.
What causes anxiety for you?
Lots of things.
Like what, for an example?
Anything that doesn't agree with me, basically, or see things the way I do and see the good in things. I just think that society is lost and just a bunch of hateful bullies.
He's turning you into a woman.
I am not a woman, Jesse.
Yeah, you act like one. You have anxiety like one because you're afraid. You're beta.
No, you're a beta.
No.
Beta.
You're a beta, Michael.
No,
beta.
You are a beta. I am a normal man. You're a beta man.
No, you're not normal. I could think of many words to call you. Normal is not one.
I'm putting this on the bully list.
Oh.
Instead, I'm putting this on bully list. I guarantee you, bro, that these leftist trolls are putting me on the bullies list. No, Jesse, I am not a beta. You're a beta. I'm a normal man. Respect. He called himself a man. All right, he's not too far gone, guys. Oh my goodness. Let's go ahead and take a little clip from our friend here. Now him, I will give a little bit of credit. The official Sahar TV. If you want to watch videos about Muslims declaring their power and dominion goals and aspirations for the world, this is the guy to watch. He has a lot of videos out there, and I think it's great. But I can only hear so much. I already know about Muslims, and I think if you are a Muslim and you don't know about these things, I'm here to tell you, you should reconsider. Muhammad Ali, he changed his name to Muhammad. You too can change that Muhammad name to something else like George or a Dennis. Whatever you like, you can always change your name. Listen to this.
Those drugs, good or bad? Just very quickly, good or bad?
Bad.
Bad. How about the murderer?
Bad.
How about the one who commits adultery, zina?
Bad.
What about the one who rapes a child?
Oh my God, terrible.
What about the one who drinks alcohol? What about the one who does the biggest of the kabair? Good or bad?
Bad.
This person, one person that commits all of these sins, he commits all of these sins on a daily basis, but he prays, is better in the eyes of Allah than the one that doesn't commit any of these sins but doesn't pray.
What the hell? What do you mean?
You understand what he said? You can commit, listen to this. Look into the logic. Listen to the logic. You can commit any sinful atrocity out there. Any sinful nature, any sin. But you are better if you pray 5 times a day. You are better than a person that doesn't commit any of those sins and doesn't pray. Did you catch that? As long as you pray, you can be a sexual, depraved, immoral demon. As long as you pray. But if you don't pray, it doesn't matter if you're not out there raping, killing, and shooting and acting like a damn criminal. If you don't pray, you are going to be taken out. That is crazy. Crazy.
If I commit all those sins daily and I pray, the whole thing is wiped clean? My God, I better convert to Islam.
Any person that misses one salah, not two, one salah, you miss one salah for no reason. You're worse than a murderer. You're worse than a rapist. You're worse than a terrorist. You're worse than a pedophile in the eyes of Allah.
Yep.
I don't have to say anything. I don't have to say anything. We're not just he included murderers. We're not just talking about, we're fornicating or committing adultery and, and this and that. Here is the bottom truth. The bottom truth is Christianity, right, allows us to repent from our sins. We have to repent, meaning don't go back to doing it again. Repent from our sins, pray to God so that we can be saved. Now, that's just the Christianity belief. In the United States, we have a law. The law doesn't punish you for fornicating. The law doesn't punish you for committing adultery. I mean, unless you call it punishment to lose a case in court because you cheated on your wife and she took half your money. You can call that punishment. That depends on your lawyer. But I got to say, the fact that he says that all of those sins are okay as long as you pray is crazy. But here's the worst. The United States doesn't stone you if you're a fornicator. The United States of America doesn't lynch you if you commit adultery. Sharia law does. Muslims do. And right now, they're a minority. They won't dare because we will fuck them up. But with every leftist believing in, I don't even want to say no more. But for every leftist believing in abortion, they are killing our American society. And these Muslims continue to reproduce. Not only are we competing with having children. See, a lot of women and men out there have common sense and they want to wait till they're older, which I don't think they should, but they want to wait till they're older so that they can have their kids. Because they want to enjoy life while they're young. That's all good and well. Whatever you want to do. But I think it should be the opposite. I think you should have your children while you're young. I mean, obviously, you want to work to make sure that you have a house and a place for them to be taken care of and grow up. But the whole point is for them to grow up, be old enough to move out of the house, and then you can enjoy your wife and retire at the early age of 50, 60, however much money you have made. If you're able to retire at 40, fantastic. If you had to wait until you're 65, okay, then it is what it is. But listen, if you want to retire young, invest, save more money, live a little bit poorer, but your bank account keeps growing. It's a sacrifice. That's for another conversation. But the point I'm making is the laws of the United States of America, none of them punish you for infidelities or fornicating or anything that religious beliefs will punish you for. Christians don't stone you if you're an adulterer. I don't care what they do in the Middle East. I don't give a shit. But here in America, we have laws that we follow. If you want to save your soul, then reach out to God and believe in Jesus Christ, and then Christianity is the place for you to be. But in this country, we have laws, and that is exactly what we follow. Green Substance in the house, how are you? Susan, how are you? Good to see you. Tree, I'm sorry I didn't say hello there. To all of you guys who are just joining us, welcome. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Now, these are the posts that I share here. I put our educational system has been destroyed. A biological male in a dress just took an oath in Ventura County, California. If you're in California, you can fact check this. So he can appear on the ballot as a woman. He is running for the Ventura Unified School District Board of Education. It is absolutely absurd that we're allowing mentally ill people into our educational system. That is crazy.
Without any mental reservations. It was important.
Mental reservations. I don't think he knows what that is.
Or purpose of it.
That's a one. This is like an ugly ass doll. I'm gonna show you this. This is like an ugly ass doll with a really bad hairline. Look at that. Look at that wig. Look at that wig. You can see right here. Look at that shit. Come on, even I know better than that. This reminds me of my sister's dolls where their hair was coming out and you can see the straight wig hairline. That is disgusting. Oh man, that is disgusting. But what you have to pay attention is this is the educational system. Guys, they're talking about running for the Ventura Unified School District Board of Education. What do you think they're going to push for? I wish that they wouldn't put, their own little trans agenda, but they will. I tell you the story about the middle school that I went to visit for my kid. I went to the office and I said, excuse me, I noticed you have some LGBTQ flags out here. I don't see the American flag. What the hell are you teaching my children? Next time I came by, there was only one American flag, no LGBTQ flags in that school. I would like to think that I had something to do with it. You can do whatever you want in your own home. Society functions in a natural environment. I don't understand why. Remember when you used to go to the circus so that you can go and watch that woman with the big beard? Well, you don't have to go. They're putting circuses out of business. The circus people live in Seattle, Washington. Nobody wants to go to the circus anymore. It's useless. You see all these atrocities on the street every day. That is crazy, right? Make the circus great again. Let's see what we got here for notifications. Call Herrera, like my post. Fantastic. Oh, here's Laura. Laura Ingram sharing the video that I shared with you earlier. I beat her. Just so you know, here in the Dennis Herrera Show is what we do. We try to beat people with their news. All right, here's President Trump taking a picture with some people going to the Epstein Island. Oh, no, sorry. That's not what the picture is. Oh, man. That was just a joke for our leftist friends, guys. Calm down. I am proud to announce that American citizen Robert Gilman, a former United States Marine, always a Marine, is coming home. In a well-known media story, Robert was in prison in Russia on 2022 during the Biden administration. How come Biden didn't get him out? Anyways, after my discussions with President Vladimir Putin, Russia has agreed to release him, very much on a humanitarian basis. We appreciate this decision and the fact that Russia asked for no one in return. No exchange took place. Robert will land at Andrews Air Force Base in Washington, D.C. tonight, where my representatives, some of whom are on the plane with him, will welcome Robert back to the United States of America. And President Trump is just amazing, man. And then people on the left judge him when he says, I got a great relationship with Putin. They don't understand why he has to say that. Unbelievable. I just spoke to him, and he had one request. A great cheeseburger when he lands. God bless you. God bless you, Robert. Robert Gilman, ladies and gentlemen. Great Marine. Man, isn't that awesome? Okay, I'm going to try to play it off, but I almost put tears in my eyes because I know what it's like to miss something so bad and wanting to get it. All he wants is a great American cheeseburger. God bless him and his family. May God strengthen him and bring him health. That is crazy. I love that. I love that. I will take care of that, he says. During my administration, we have prioritized bringing home Americans detained abroad and have done so at a level never seen before, returning hundreds of people to their families. We have also freed many non-Americans who were under capture in different countries throughout the world. Robert Gilman has been reunited with his wonderful mother, Nancy, who is also on the plane with him and will soon get to see all of his loved ones. Thank you to my incredible team, including Special Envoy for Peace Missions, Steve Witkoff, Special Envoy for Hostage Response, Adam Bowler, Senior Director for Counterterrorism, Sebastian Gorka, Jared Kushner, and the many others who made this possible. God bless America, President Donald J. Trump. And the other thing is, we'll get to the big balls. We'll get to the big balls of President Trump. That's unbelievable. What gets to me is that the left continues to push this Epstein file thing. Listen, man. Whatever happens, happens. There is a lot of things that go on that we're not aware of, and if we were, who knows? Who knows what we would do? So some things are better not known. But I will say this. When you have something obviously happening right now, that's when you take action. Don't wait till 30 years later to try to take action on something. It's too late. Do it now. Here's a picture. I am sure somebody on the leftist side is already working to put Epstein's picture right there, and then President Trump somewhere over here with some little underage little girl right here instead of the Robert Gilman. Unbelievable. That's some good news. Here's another crazy-ass tweet from the president. Let me move this over. The New York City pied-a-terre tax is costing New York City and a state a fortune, in that the money eventually to be gotten is very little compared to the taxes paid by the tens of thousands of people who are fleeing the city, never to return. Florida, Texas, and numerous other states are making an absolute fortune. This dangerous political experiment, we actually know that this has failed in history many times, in New York, will destroy what once was a great city and state. It is pure amateur hour and is hard. Oh, somebody keeps calling me amateur. This is where they get it from? Seriously? It is pure amateur hour and is hard, as President of the United States of America, to sit back and watch it happen, especially to a place I once loved. Financial and then social ruin is 100% certainty. And then the radical left jihadists charge congestion pricing on top of everything else. This doesn't work in America and must be stopped now. I am looking to see if the federal government has any legal right to avert this disaster before it's too late for the millions of people who cherish New York and want to see it thrive, as opposed to become a filthy, crime-ridden, decrepit place of mockery and scorn. Make America great again, my dear fellow Americans. Unbelievable. This POTUS is just fantastic. Mike Lindell deserves a big win in Minnesota today. Nobody has worked harder and given up so much in fighting for free and fair elections. Go out now and vote for Mike Lindell for governor. He will not let you down. President Donald J. Trump. 4 hours ago, guys. 4 hours ago. This is happening. All right, we do have a live that we're going to cover here pretty soon. So we'll go ahead and get that ready for you. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the beast. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Oh, man. Well, I don't know why that came to my head right now, but music pops into my head sometimes. It is what it is. Thank you, and welcome to Dennis Herrera Show. If it's the first time you are here, don't forget to hit that like button. Let's go ahead and get into, where's my live? I had it set up here already. I already had it set up. Here we go. President Trump. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again. All right, guys. If you are a libtard, if you are a communist, if you are a social, I'm sorry, if you are if you are a pussy, no, if you are a Democrat, you might want to leave now. We are going to listen to President Trump. Come back in 40 minutes, and then we're going to be listening to CNN, because they know how to deliver the news without twisting anything. Here we go.
Well, thank you very much, and this is something very important for all of us, and it's a vaccine EO. I'm delighted to be here in the Oval Office as our administration takes another historic step in our mission to make America healthy again. Today, we're proud to officially announce the United States of America's gold standard childhood vaccination recommendations, and that has to do with many subjects, but including autism in particular. I want to thank the man who has done more than perhaps anyone else to bring about this real revolution, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., my friend, and he's doing a fantastic job. I'm proud of you. Give me that one, a very powerful hand to use. Strong guy, by the way. Thanks as well to Director of the NIH, Jay Bhattacharya, Deputy Assistant to the President of Domestic Policy, Dr. Heidi Overton, our Maha moms, and including Jamie Franklin, who's with us today, a very special person, and also the medical experts and professionals who've worked very hard on getting this to happen, this day to come. For long, and far too long, a long period of time, America's recommended more childhood vaccines than any peer nation, and even twice as many doses as some European countries, and even more than that. In many cases, we were requiring 72 jabs for our beautiful, healthy, lovely, delicate little children, including giving the hepatitis B shot to infants and newborns on top of many other vaccinations. The hepatitis B shouldn't be given until they're 14 or 15 years old. They were given early. Effective immediately, my administration is recognizing gold standard childhood vaccine recommendations for only 11 core vaccinations against the most serious and dangerous diseases, along with the MMR, which hopefully will be split up. You have the MMR, we want it in 3 separate vaccinations given at separate times. Together there could be a possibility they're quite lethal, and separately it looks like they are not at all lethal, but just very effective. So the MMR, we want to have separate visits, separate times. The vaccine being broken into 3 separate single doses, and vaccines being administered in separate visits. For example, at 1 year, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than getting them all in the same day. And I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination thing, looks like the size of a bottle of soda, poured into a little child's body, and bad things happen in many cases, in too many cases, because this is an explosion, this is an epidemic. So at year 1, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than giving them all in the same day. Very importantly, vaccinations for hepatitis B, COVID-19, and influenza, among others, are no longer recommended for all children. In addition, this executive order directs the Attorney General to advance legal challenges against states that violate children's rights to religious or medical vaccination exemptions, for the exemptions. Other countries with high vaccination rates without mandates for school. So what we do is you have other countries have very high vaccination rates, and they have not had, and they don't have, without mandates for school. Parents can still choose to give their children all of the vaccinations if they wish. It's up to the parents. We're making recommendations that are strong, but it's up to the parents if they wish, and they will be covered by insurance. However, this updated recommendation finally aligns the United States with other advanced and developed nations around the world. More importantly, it aligns us with common sense and knowledge. Decades ago, children received only a small fraction of the vaccines required today. In those times, people were much healthier, and of course, the high rates of autism now observed did not exist. So there's a reason for such epidemic rates of autism, and we're going to bring it back to much closer to where it was. Well, we do not know exactly what the cause is with respect to autism. It is essential to our research efforts that we have the very best vaccine recommendations in the entire world. So we're reducing them. We're changing it to visits over a period of a year and a half. So they get 20% of what they would have gotten in one big shot. A big shot like the size of a large glass of something. This announcement is a major victory for parents' rights, for religious and constitutional rights, and for the gold standard science, and we will continue to do the research and update the recommendations as we learn more. And I think you're going to see some amazing results, breaking it up. It's not only that you're doing fewer vaccines or jabs, as they say, but you're doing them in a series of visits to the doctor, much smaller amounts. To ensure Americans benefit from these recommendations, my administration is fully committed to using every tool at our disposal, including a review of potential funding and finding. Frankly, we're doing funding and we're doing findings. And the findings will be announced almost immediately as we gain some strong surety. So now I'd like to have Bobby say a few words, followed by Jay, Heidi, and Jamie, and then I'll sign the executive order, which I'm very excited about. Because I came in and I said, I want to find what's going on with autism. It's many, many times what it used to be years ago, and it gets progressively worse, and we had progressively more and more vaccines. So in a nutshell, and you can see it through this, we're breaking up the vaccines and we're breaking them up into time periods. Okay, not so complicated. And we think we're going to have a tremendous result from doing that. Very simply, large amounts of vaccine, large amounts of like vats of vaccine are currently pumped into your child's body. And we're doing 20% of that at each visit. And we'll let time elapse between visits so the body can handle this massive amount of fluid being pumped in. I think it's going to make a big difference. You know, there are some groups that have virtually no problem with autism. And they, you know, I have to say this, they're groups that aren't big into the world of vaccines. So there's something wrong when we see record numbers all the time. Every year for years and years, every year gets higher, higher, higher autism. And we think we have a very good recommendation, and a lot of good things are happening. We're going to be releasing some very detailed paper. Here's another one, European countries versus the United States. Look at that. These are high level, very medically powerful European countries. You see the top, that little chart says a lot, but that's the difference. So with that, I'd like to have Bobby say a few words, please, and then we'll go to the others. Please, Bobby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by just reinforcing something that the President said, which is the source of his concern about this issue. And I'll just give an example. In 1970, the biggest epidemiological study at that time in history was performed. And the university scientists from across this country looked at all the 8-year-olds in Wisconsin, about 900,000 children. And they were looking for autism, and they knew what autism looked like. And they came back with an incident rate of 0.8 per 10,000. So less than 1 in 10,000. The rate, according to CDC today in this country, is 1 in every 31 children. In California, it's 1 in every 19 children, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So there has been a dramatic increase. One of the things that the industry likes to say, one of the talking points, which the press loves to parrot, is, oh, we're just noticing it more. But this is an absurdity, and this is an assertion that has been debunked again and again and again by peer-reviewed literature. But it's also debunked by common sense. Because if we were just noticing it more, we would notice it in older groups. But we're not. We're only noticing it in kids who were born around 1989 or after. The older generations are not seeing those increases. So something happened in the mid-90s that changed our children, and it has to be an environmental exposure. Because genes don't cause epidemics. It can provide a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. And what the president has charged us with is finding which one of those exposures or which collection of exposures are causing this epidemic. For decades, I fought for a simple principle. When it comes to the health of our children, government has an obligation to follow the evidence wherever it leads. Tell the American people the truth and give parents the information they need to make informed decisions for their families. Mr. President, you gave us a mandate to do just that. You directed HHS to examine America's childhood vaccine recommendations against the best available science and the practices of other developed nations. We did that work, and on January 5th, HHS and CDC overhauled the childhood immunization schedule, reducing the number of diseases universally recommended for vaccines from 17 to 11, and establishing distinct categories of recommendations based upon the scientific evidence. Our assessment found that the United States recommended more childhood vaccines than any other peer nation. President Trump mentioned the number that's 72 jabs before 18, but it actually could be up to 94 jabs. And nobody else has anything like that. And then many other countries, or most other countries, achieve high vaccination rates through education, informed consent, and public trust rather than mandates. Today, with this executive order, you are building on that work and acting on that evidence. We will preserve access to vaccines, strengthen safety monitoring, expand research, give doctors and parents better information, and restore informed consent and parental choice to their rightful place in American medicine. At HHS, we are already moving across multiple agencies, FDA, CDC, NIH, ARPA-H, NTP, the National Toxicity Program, and other parts of the department. We have already launched unprecedented research effort examining vaccine safety and long-term health outcomes in American children. We are putting some of the largest health data sets in the country to work, including CDC's Vaccine Safety Data Link, FDA's BEST systems, and other major federal and private health data sources. We're pursuing dozens of studies and analyses. We are comparing health outcomes in vaccinated versus unvaccinated children. We're examining aluminum adjuvants, the timing of the hepatitis B vaccine, vaccines administered during pregnancy, and outcomes ranging from allergies to autoimmune disease to autism and other neurodevelopmental disorders. At NIH, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases and the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences are working with the National Toxicity Program on a comprehensive review of vaccine adjuvants, ingredients that are added to vaccines to amplify the body's immune response. They will determine what the existing science establishes and where uncertainty remains and where we need additional research. We're bringing that same determination to autism. NIH has launched the Autism Data Science Initiative with 13 research awards examining autism prevalence, causes, treatments, and services. 5 of these will include vaccines among the potential factors that they examine. Dr. Bhattacharya will discuss that work in greater detail. Next month, ARPA-H is preparing a major new initiative focused on foundational causes and biology of autism and on better diagnostics, treatments, technologies, and tools for people with autism and their families. We will examine every biologically plausible hypothesis and leave no legitimate scientific question unexplored. Mr. President, you have told us that you want answers, so do I. We have just over 2 years to finish the work, and I know you're impatient, and we are moving with urgency as that deadline demands. We will bring you actions and findings as soon as they are ready. We will not wait for the 90-day period, and within 90 days, as you have directed, we will deliver the full response required by this executive order. Our task force on safer childhood vaccines was established by Congress in 1986, but went dormant in 1998. Last year, after nearly 3 decades, this administration reinstated it as required by the statute, and yet it was discontinued. And you restored that congressional mandate. The task force is already working to expand vaccine options, examine the timing and sequencing of childhood vaccines, strengthen safety monitoring, advance research into alternative adjuvants, and continuously evaluate risks and benefits using American and international evidence. Taken together, this is what gold standard science means. No predetermined answers, no institutional taboos, no sacred cows, no hiding uncertainty. Test the hypothesis, examine the data, replicate the results, tell the public what we find, and be honest. This is the standard you've set to this administration. It's this standard I intend to enforce at HHS, Mr. President. You asked us to get this done, and we are getting it done. And we will keep working with urgency until American parents can have confidence in the medical advice that their government gives them is worthy of their trust. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bobby. And Jay, please.
Today's a historic day for public health in this country. The executive order recognizes the plight of millions of parents across the country with autistic children. Autism is a very complicated condition with very heterogeneous, ranging from relatively mild symptoms where kids are full functioning to a devastating condition that fundamentally alters their lives and the lives of their families. You've heard from Secretary Kennedy and from the President their passion for the plight of these families, to see how we can help them understand the condition, to help prevent those conditions from happening in the first place. And what this executive order does is it orders us at HHS to take this extremely seriously, as we have been for the last year and a half and more of the presidency. At the NIH, what we've done is we have established the Autism Data Science Initiative, which started almost a year more, actually more than a year ago, where we funded a dozen and more major research teams to answer the question of what is the cause of autism. It's a complicated biological phenomenon. It's not going to be a simple answer. It will have, as the Secretary said, potentially genetic predisposition, but that cannot possibly explain why we've seen such a large rise in autism. There must be some other environmental factors involved, and that's the basis for thinking that's driving these dozen and more research teams that are looking at this. The science takes time. It's very frustrating, and I know I felt that frustration myself. As a scientist, you don't get the answers immediately, but the teams have been working assiduously for a year. And the main thing I want to emphasize that we've already accomplished in that year is we've changed how people and the scientific community thinks about autism. You've given them permission to ask the question that would otherwise have been difficult to answer if you come to an answer that links autism to some other politically correct things, and you all of a sudden have this link, as a scientist, you fear that your career is going to be over. What we've done in this administration is we've given permission to scientists to honestly answer this question, to find the link for the first time. And with the change in the vaccine recommendations that the President has signed, what you have given is parents a choice, autonomy, a decision-making over how they want the vaccines given to their kids. I believe fundamentally that many vaccines are important. I've said measles, for instance, the measles vaccine is important if we want to take control of the measles outbreak. But at the same time, we shouldn't be keeping kids out of school because they have made different decisions than other parents. Our European colleagues don't do that. A lot of the collapse in trust in public health has come because of these mandates that we've seen imposed during the Biden administration on the COVID vaccine and so many other things. What this does is it restores autonomy of families and parents to make good decisions for their kids. It allows and continues to emphasize the importance of science in recommendations about vaccines, and fundamentally restores a sort of a healthy relationship between public health and parents, more in line with what happens in European countries than in the United States, where the childhood outcomes are often much better than we see here. It's a big first step that that builds on what we've been working on the last year and a half toward a more sane public health system that sees healthy kids grow up without pressure, without undue influence, to make good decisions for their families and for their kids.
Thank you, Jay. Steve, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because of your courage and leadership, Mr. President, millions of parents all over America today are breathing an enormous sigh of relief. I say this as the parent of young children myself. millions and millions of parents feel they've been pressured when their children are just weeks out of the hospital to take 5 shots, 6 shots, 7 shots all at once. They're told it'll be normal. Your kid will have a fever of 103 for 3 or 4 days. Your kid will stop eating for a week. Your kid's going to change all their sleeping. Don't worry, it's totally fine. It's totally normal. Nobody has studied it. Nobody's looked at it. Nobody's thought about it. The pressure from the pharmaceutical industry and from aspects of the medical industry to pump your kids full of shots days after birth with no understanding of the long-term consequences has been a medical travesty. This is an issue, Mr. President, that you have been leading on for years, and of course the man to your left has been leading on this issue for years as well, too. It's a really incredible moment to stand here today and finally see the concerns of parents around this country addressed. There's been so much heartache where parents have had healthy children with no issues. They know they've been pressured into doing things that they didn't want to do, and medical science has told them for years that their concerns are not valid. This order does 2 fundamental, incredibly important things. First is we get off of this ridiculous path of having our children get 70 to 90 shots. That is wantonly excessive. Remember, each and every one of these shots produces a profound immunological response. So across any large population, if you give a kid shot after shot after shot, you're going to have vaccine injuries. You're going to have immunological issues. You're going to have potentially neurological issues. Secondly, and so important to you, Mr. President, is the unbundling of the shot. Why do you need to have these shots bundled into these packages? Why can't you split it into 5 visits and give this young body, if a parent wants to do a vaccine, 1 shot at a time? Why is it that in Japan you can get a separate measles shot, a separate mumps shot, a separate rubella shot, but in America it has to all be packaged together? This is a courageous action, Mr. President. This is an action that ensures the dignity of patients, the dignity of parents. It restores choice. It says we're going to let the parent and the doctor make a sound medical decision. And again, I'll just say one more time, the fact that you have had the courage to push this forward, knowing the unfair criticisms from some in the establishment, and to give the chance for Bobby, who spent decades representing parents, to stand here today. It's such a profound moment, it's such a beautiful moment, and it's going to lead to such incredible advances in our understanding of children's health and making sure that, yes, we can be a country that has safety and security for our families and our children, while at the same time protecting patient choice. You can have both these things. This order accomplishes it. I'm so proud to be standing here today, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you. Heidi?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here today. It is a historic day and a historic action. Many people have asked the difference between this executive order and what you signed in December in a presidential memorandum and what you signed later on in May. Just want to quickly answer that question. In December, the presidential memorandum directed HHS to produce the scientific assessment that they did, and then they overhauled the vaccine schedule. Those actions have since been held up in court. And so right now, Americans don't have access to that information, and you are correcting that wrong today and saying, I am giving Americans this information directly so that they know what HHS found in the scientific assessment themselves. But most importantly, states are actually the place where school vaccination requirements are implemented. It's state laws and regulations, and the CDC would advise the states on those policies. Since January of 2026, 28 states have no longer agreed with the CDC, and they recommend their own policies. A lot of those states are blue states, and they're working with outside entities like the American Academy of Pediatrics that still rely on recommendations that were in place in 2024 with the 72 injections by age 18. So you are saying, especially to states that are willing, take a look at this scientific assessment. These are the gold standard childhood vaccine recommendations, and you should put this into your state law so that when parents go to enroll their kids in school, they do not have to meet some of the requirements for the vaccines that are no longer recommended for all children. That brings us in line with European nations. And importantly, those nations do not have vaccine mandates for school. A lot of those nations maintain vaccination rates for measles above 90%. Denmark, Ireland, Spain, Portugal all have vaccination rates for measles above 90% without mandates for school. And so they do that through increased public trust and education and letting parents be informed and make those decisions. We are encouraging to adopt those decisions here today. We do still recommend the measles vaccine for all children, but we want parents to be informed about the timing and to have the option to separate them out. So, Mr. President, this is a historic action. We are going to be working directly with states so that we're not reliant on the court case to resolve, we are doing it right away so that parents get the benefit from state laws changing.
Great. Thank you
Mr.
very
President.
much. When you hear that number, where it was 1 in 10,000 20 years ago, and now it's 1 in 30, or in California 1 in 18, that something happened in the meantime. Something happened environmentally or otherwise, but it's not just happenstance. Something went wrong. Some bad things were recommended. Think of it. So you have 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 30. California 1 in 18. And we got to get to the bottom of it. Please.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm a mom, first and foremost. I have a 3.5-year-old, and I have another one on the way. And Mr. President, we are so thankful for all the work you've done in this country with the vaccines, the food systems, and you as well, Secretary Kennedy. I believe health is the #1 issue in this country. If you don't have health and we don't have a healthy country, we don't have anything at all. And no parent should feel the pressure of immediately their child is born and a bunch of vaccines are pressured and pushed upon them. This is about freedom at the end of the day. This is what this country was built on, freedom for parents to make the decisions that best suit their kid. And I'm not anti-vaccine at all, I'm pro-vaccine, but we want to be able to have the freedom to space it out and to choose which one works for our child. We don't believe that there's a one-size-fits-all solution for every child. So we're so thankful for everything that you're doing, Mr. President. It's just extraordinary.
Like the polio vaccine, it's amazing. Other vaccines, amazing. But there's questions about. We're going to figure it out. And I think we'll, the expression is we have really no choice. And nothing bad can happen from what we're doing. Nothing bad can happen. It's possible it doesn't work. I don't think that's much of a possibility, frankly. We're going to learn a lot. And if we could go back 20 years, 25 years, something happened in between that would lead us to the kind of numbers that we're seeing. So could I have that and I'll sign it?
Yes, sir.
Very happy to sign it.
This is your executive order on establishing gold standard vaccine recommendations, sir. As previous speakers have indicated, this is going to establish essentially a new vaccine schedule that is fully informed by the research and data that we have from HHS and NIH and other aspects of the government. It also takes a very hard line on some of the more paternalistic issues that we've been talking about here, sir, in terms of infringing on parents' religious liberty, or really just parents' ability to make decisions for their children. So as Heidi said, this is a very big deal. We're not waiting for anyone else to take action, as you do so often, sir. We're just going ahead and doing the right thing based on all of the best available research to ensure that America's parents and children are being as best protected by the federal government as they can be.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. That's a big one in my book. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, in addition to this big announcement, you've also been posting about Iran today opposing their latest demands. You said this last round of talks was Iran's last chance before decapitation. So what now? What comes next?
You'll find out.
Are you still, are massive escalation, is that still on the table?
Well, we have certainly that ability if we want to do that. Yeah, you'll find out.
You said you're low-keying it with them, that you're semi-negotiating. What exactly does that mean?
Well, they asked for reparations, you might say, or they asked for money for the damage that we've done. I said, that's a good idea. Well, we're going to ask for money for the damage they've done over a 50-year period. Whether you go SS Cole or whether you go all of the people that were so badly hurt, so badly wounded or killed, many thousands of people, and maybe damages for the 52,000 protesters over the last 4 months that were killed in Iran. We think their family should get damages for killing their person or their child or mother, father that were protesting. It's at least, it was 52,000 a month and a half ago. So now what is it? So if there's damages to be paid, I think Iran should pay those damages.
Mr. President, are you frustrated with Senate Republicans and Leader Thune for going home for recess without passing the Save America Act?
Well, I think they should pass voter ID. I think they should pass proof of citizenship, basically Save America, Save America Act. I think that should be something that we should absolutely get. Yeah.
Mr. President, you're a proud father. Would you have vaccinated your children differently based on the recommendations?
Well, I did. I took my children for 5 different vaccinations. In other words, I broke it up. The one visit where they just pump, what seemingly looks like gallons, where they pump so much in. I took all of my children from day one. I believed in this a long time ago. I took them with my wife. I took them through 5 different visits to the doctor. Essentially, they get 20% each, and I had no problem. So it's inconvenient. It's 5 stops, but it's something that I think will have a huge impact on autism. Yeah.
Mr. President,
Yeah, ma'am, go.
The anti-weaponization fund, do you think it's still alive at this point? And are there any options that you're looking at to perhaps...
Well, that'll be up to Todd Blanche, who's our new, and who will be, I think, a great Attorney General. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why does the establishment media so often seem to be against even asking questions about vaccines?
It's amazing. When you come up with a recommendation for a vaccine, it could be the medical groups, the pharmaceutical groups, I don't know, but it is amazing. There's nothing that we lose with this. If the worst thing that would happen would be nothing happens. We're not going to lose anything. At the same time, we could gain tremendous, we could save hundreds of thousands of lives, millions of lives. And I wish we could have done it a long time ago. We got stopped by court. We had a court, I guess, in Massachusetts that stopped us very early on. I believed in this for a long time, so now we're getting it done, and I think you're going to see potentially tremendous results. Yeah, Dan?
Mr. President, a topic on manufacturing. If I may, the Bureau of Labor Statistics put out some information last week saying that U.S. manufacturing
record
output,
manufacturing
4.6% increased in the first quarter of 2026. The Supply Management Institute PMI shows that manufacturing has expanded for 7 consecutive months. You've talked about the American manufacturing renaissance for about 10 years at this point. Given all the statistics and the investment that have come in, do you feel vindicated at this point?
So we're doing record increases in the United States in manufacturing. A lot of that has to do with the tariffs because companies are coming in, they're not able to sell their product unless they come in because they have no tariff if they build their product, whether it's a car or something else. If they make it in the United States, there is no tariff. So they're coming in. We have a record number of factories under construction, factories, plants, things as such. Toyota just announced that they're building the largest car plant. They make cars plant in the world, anywhere in the world. They are leaving Mexico and they're coming to the United States. Many car plants, AI, other, they're opening. I will say that they're leaving Canada, they're leaving Mexico, they're leaving Germany, they're leaving Japan, they're leaving South Korea. They're coming into the United States because they don't want to pay a 25% tariff on a car, and they don't have to pay a tariff if they make it here. So we have the largest number of plants ever being built in the United States right now. Hard to believe, right? Because if you listen to some of our past projects, we'd never be a manufacturing country again. And these plants are going to start opening up in about 6 months. And I can only say that the next president will get a lot of credit for what I've done. Please remember it was me, not them.
Mr. President, I think I heard you say that the MMR vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella is quite lethal. Is there any evidence of that?
No. What I've heard is that there are some people that say it is that way. And I say, well, let's say there's a 5% chance of it. Let's split it up. Because they do say that given individual, MMR, that given individual, there is no impact. In fact, they've said how safe it seems to be. But I've heard when you put them together, they can be explosive. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you spoken with the new Attorney General or Jeanine Pirro about prosecuting Dr. Fauci?
I have not spoken to him about that, no.
Mr. President, Senators Rand Paul and Ron Johnson released some text messages from Anthony Fauci, and it appears that as early as January 2021, They knew that there could possibly be complications with pregnant women and miscarriages tied to the COVID vaccine. Yet the Biden administration health officials, they didn't change their rhetoric. Your reaction?
Well, the Biden administration was a disaster in every way. That would be just one way, but they have been a disaster in every single one. It's unimaginable what they did in that. Forget about weaponization. Forget even about, as important as what you're saying. So many of the open borders, the men and women's sports. They've just been a horrendous disaster, the highest inflation in history. And we're doing a great job.
Mr. President, thank you. Unbundling the shots into more visits means more co-pays for families. What's your recommendation for families that can't afford to keep paying for those visits?
Well, we're going to be working with them. We're going to work with the families, and we're going to make sure everything works out cost-wise very well. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What recommendations do you have for Republicans, heading into midterms right now? And are Democrats, with the candidates they're putting forward, making life easier for?
Well, the one thing is we have jihadists being elected all over the place. We have this, whether it's communism, jihadism. It's a friend of mine called up. He said, really, you should use the word jihadist because that's what's happening. And I'm not sure that anybody, if you take a look at what happens in other countries, I think that's not going to be necessarily the way we want to live. But when you look at the radicalism and the craziness of the candidates and the stupidity of what they're suggesting, let's get rid of the Supreme Court, let's get rid of the presidency, let's get rid of the Senate. They want to get, sometimes I'd like to get rid of the Senate too, but I don't say it, and I wouldn't do it. But, they want to get rid of the Senate, they want to get rid of, ideally, the House, but they're thinking about maybe keeping the House, Isn't that nice? These are people that have been not successful. They're people that have been, in many cases, failures. They come from other failed countries, and they come here and they tell us how to run our country. They come from places like, I won't mention because I don't want to get myself into a controversy, but they come from countries that are not great. They come from, let's say, as an example, Somalia. They come in and then they tell us how our Constitution, how our Declaration of Independence, how it works. It doesn't work that way, and they're not smart. They have no aptitude. They have nothing going, and they're telling us how to run our country. And I just don't think it's going to happen. I think that they start off, now I may be wrong, but they start off with a big disadvantage. People don't want to have radical lunatics involved in running our country, and that's what we have. We have people that are saying things that are so crazy. Now they're denying it, or they say, well, I've changed my mind. They want to defund our police. They want to terminate our military. No military. We don't want any military in our country. We don't want our police to be paid anymore. They want our police down to almost nothing. It's doesn't make sense, right?
Mr. President, going back to the subject of Iran, sir, can you give us any estimate of when you think the Strait of Hormuz will be?
Well, it's open now. We're taking a lot of shit. It's open now. Look, the only one that has control of the Strait of Hormuz right now is the United States Navy. We have a blockade that's been infallible. It's a steel wall. And we let people in that we want to let in, and those people come in, and they've been coming in and they're going out. So it's actually open now. We do not let them go into Iran. They're not admitted into the strait to go to Iran. But it's open for others. Now, a little bit complex because they will, on occasion, drop a mine, and we find the mines. We've mine swept the entire strait, as you probably maybe heard, maybe you didn't hear. But we control the strait 100%. Now, can they make trouble? Yeah, they can make trouble. But they're broke. They have no money. Iran is broke, totally broke. And they're not paying their soldiers. They have inflation of 300% as of last night. I heard 309%. So we'll see what happens. But they've been bad for, they say 47, it's actually 50 now. 47, they've been saying it for 3 years. But for 50 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East. What they've done is terrible. They've killed hundreds of thousands of people. They've killed people. They've wounded and maimed people with the legs, the arms. With the roadside bomb is their bomb. They're very proud of it. And now they're paying a price. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
been calling Chairman Warsh occasionally when you talk about this?
No, actually, the Wall Street Journal had a wrong story. He said I spoke to him. No, I have tremendous respect for Kevin Warsh. I've only spoken to him one time briefly a few days ago, just a conversation. Look, he's going to do it. He's going to run it. I know what he'd like to do, but he has to run it. He's got a board. It's not only him. If it was up to him, it would be different. But he's got a board. But I've only, they said I speak to him all the time. And I've spoken to him one time since his assumption, since he took over. And great conversation, but he's a great guy. He's my pick. And I'm going with him 100%. But they made it sound like I live and breathe. I speak to Kevin all the time, every time. I spoke to him one time. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Thank you. Thank you. Any response to Netanyahu?
All right. So thank you guys for being here. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. Why don't we do a little bit of review of what we just saw? Now, I'll just quickly grab a few things in here that I want to talk about. First of all, you guys have some good conversations on the chat. Thank you so much for having a conversation instead of just putting dumbass comments on there. Well, some of you guys are still doing that, but I want to focus on some things. Okay, so President Trump, I want to make sure that we clarify this. Okay, remember this. As of right now, I don't know about you, but as of right now, I have no confidence on anything the previous administration says about our health, about vaccines at all. They lost all credibility. But with that being said, let's go ahead and just talk about it and let's see if we can get some common sense arguments. Here we go. Give me a second. I don't like the way that looks. There we go. All right, that's better. Okay. Just trying to fill in the little empty space there. Okay. So this is what please stay on topic. Here we go. Let's go ahead and first address the measles. The measles is something that has proven that vaccines have worked. President Trump, it's okay with this. We are all okay with it. The question is the administrating age a good age to administer these vaccines? Every single vaccine, they have to tell you that there is a level of risk taking a vaccine. Very clear. We'll get to it. Susan, please, go take your medicines, relax, we'll get there. I want you to understand something. The babies, I believe this. I believe that children have a very strong immune system. Sure, absolutely. I agree. Not all, but I agree most. Now, doctors, I don't know about you. I'm 50 years old. I don't know about you. I got 7 children. I've taken every single one of my children to get all of their vaccinations. Yes, I am the father that cries every time they got the vaccination when they were babies. But every time my kids have been sick, I've always been warned by the doctors. Listen, we don't want to give them too much of this because it can cause some brain problems. Now, while the kids that are healthy can, have a good, strong immune system, their brains are not developed. Their brains are not fully developed. Here is what, listen, you have to understand something. Science, it's observation. Science is learning from mistakes that has been made by certain chemical mixing. Science is observing. That's what science is. So every time I've gone to the doctor, I'm always warned. Listen, we don't want to put this vaccine on your child because they're too young right now. Okay, I'm listening. They have been pumping so many shots of vaccinations at the same time. Listen to this. I want you to be I want you to be realistic. Forget about Biden, forget about Trump. Let's just be realistic on vaccinations. We're not experts, but we're not We're not children. We're adults. Again, 50 years old, 7 children, vaccinations, all of them. I've been through it. I've seen my children be sick. The flu, COVID, etc. I hear the recommendations from the doctors. I got you. I'm paying attention. Fluids, rest, get some sleep. Got it. Even though the immune system, I'm talking to you as a scientist. By the way, I was an A student in chemistry, so I do know something about science. Here we go. Let's say the immune system of a child is very strong. Let me tell you something right now. Taking the flu shot makes you sick most of the time. Depending on your immune system, it makes you sick, right? Ticks, did you become a member? What happened? Why are you green? Did I miss something? I think Ticks became a member. I don't know. He's green now. That means, yeah, he's a member now because he's got the eagle next to him, and now he's got access to the to the new emojis. But we'll stick with the story. I like to recognize people when I can see them. All right, so Tix he's gonna have the song playing on the back of his head. I got the power. All right. Anyways, stay with me. Stay with me. So if a child gets a vaccine, okay, sticks. Oh, okay, I got you. That's the old English S probably. Okay. So listen. If a child gets the vaccine, okay, that's one disease that the vaccine is meant to prevent. 2 vaccines, that's 2 diseases, meaning you are injecting that child, that baby, with disease. This is how you make, that's what vaccines do. If they have a allergic reaction to it, then they'd have to administer some allergic, medicine or whatever. But the point is, that what the Trump administration is pointing out, it's the how many vaccines at the same time are being put into our children. Some vaccines are double vaccinating in one shot. So they want to separate that. See, this is science. You want to separate them and see if there is an improvement. With that being said, any moron out there, and I'm sorry to call you a moron, but if you are stupid enough to not understand the logic of the science, there's nothing I can do for you. There's nothing I can do for you. So we're not against vaccines per se. We are asking, we want to make sure that our children have the right to develop fully their brains. Does that make sense? Your child's brain is not fully developed. As a matter of fact, your brain is not fully developed until you hit 27 years old. That's why a lot of the youth are fucking retarded. That's a general blanket. Don't get offended. Don't be a little puss. There's a lot of genius young people out there. Their brains are just amazing. They are wiser than I am at some things and smarter than I am in many, many things. Better speakers, better information retention, etc. The young people out there just kick my ass when it comes to a lot of knowledge and smarts and all this stuff. So what I speak of is what I know. Okay? So I want to be clear. So measles, with that, I just wanted to start with measles. So I said we questioned the age. I put some notes in there for you guys to read. If you're late, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. Now, we're going to watch CNN and see how they report this. The measles outbreak. Let me just close this out. We are questioning the timing and how often. And then there's other vaccines that get put in between. So our children are being attacked, constantly attacked, at a very young age while they're being developed. With all these vaccines, you should question it. While vaccines can be good, there can also be side effects. There's always side effects. Anyway, the point is we don't want to mandate, force people to vaccine their children if they don't want to. I think that I would have my limitations on if it's a disease that is very, easy to transmit or whatever, right? I get it. But these are vaccines that have been proven, to work. There's a lot of extensive research that says that these vaccines work, but the timing. They say that it doesn't. They say that it doesn't cause autism. But they can't say that it does either. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm in between. If the research before says that it doesn't cause autism, why doesn't it? Well, because we have been vaccinating people with these vaccines this way, and well, now we got 10,000 autistic children out there compared to 1. Okay, well, why do you think it causes autism? Well, the brain is developing, and having all these vaccines being put in there, measles is one of the strong ones. While the children's brain is being developed, you got to think about these things, man. It's common sense. That's why he said it's science, but it's also common sense. Okay, I'll close it right there. With that being said, we had a measles outbreak out here because of illegal immigrants coming to this country with measles. Unvetted, unchecked. That's what happens when you support illegal immigration. It's not just about stopping crime, criminals, drugs, human trafficking. It's also about stopping diseases coming into our country. The brain development part, I am very serious about that. I always questioned it. I always question it. With that being said, do you think Democrats who have been bitching and fighting and complaining about big pharma and the health insurance costs and all this other bullshit that they want to keep because it's benefiting them, they're billionaires, they're Democrats, they're pharma, they're piggy banks. That's what they fight us. You think that they will be grateful that they're doing some research. They're doing science. I know about science. I could have a master's degree right now on science. And it wouldn't be a DEI hire, let me tell you that much. I've always loved science. Chemistry was not my favorite, but I was still an A student. You know what? I will take that comment. Manuel Correa, let me prove how fucking stupid you are today. He says, Dennis, shut the hell up. It benefits both sides. Yeah. Okay. Let me just go ahead and point out how fucking stupid this guy is. Tell me, smarty pants, who is fighting it? Are Democrats fighting it? Or are Republicans fighting it? Get your retarded ass checked. Maybe you missed a vaccination. So what if it benefits both parties? There is one administration who's fighting against it. What the hell is the point of that question? What was the point of that comment? The stupidest thing I ever heard. Fucking retard. All right. His brain development was destroyed because too many vaccines was given to Manuel Correa. You are one retarded dude, bro. I swear, sometimes it's like you're almost there. You're almost there, but just that retarded side of you comes out. Again, pharma money. They say, oh, how come President Trump doesn't make a health care? They denied it. He did have a health care proposal. They denied it. He also said that it'd be better for us to get the money so that we can choose our own doctors, our own place to take care of our health. I think that's a fantastic idea. It's phenomenal. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and play some CNN news. It is the opposite of what common sense does and what I have shared to you. But we're going to watch it anyways. Let me see where I put this video at. Here we go. I got you. I want you to remember this face because this woman on CNN criminalized us, the unvax. They lied to us about COVID-19. They swore up and down on science. Whose science? Democrat science or science period? Because many doctors that I have met were against the COVID-19 vaccine. Operation Warp Speed. Sure, Trump gets credit for that and also gets blamed for it. But nobody on the fucking left says one thing about Dr. Fauci, do they? Well, we're not fucking stupid. We lived through this for 4 years, pissed off that the government took our freedoms away. We were blocked from going on natural trail hikes. I couldn't go to my favorite mountain for a hike. I couldn't go to the park to exercise, to try to stay somewhat healthy. People couldn't even go to church to worship. Six feet distance. There was no 6 feet distance at the casinos. Protesters gathered by the thousands on the street. Yeah. See, COVID doesn't work when you're protesting. COVID only works when you are worshiping, when you are going to school for an education. COVID only affects you if you go outside and you're not a Democrat. Fauci, not Trump, Fauci told us that we would not get sick. Fauci, not Trump, Fauci. It was Fauci who said we didn't need a mask, not Trump. Fauci said it first. Trump repeats the information that he's given. And then Fauci says, President Trump, shut down the borders. Let's control this disease before it comes in. And then Trump did that, and then they call him a xenophobe. I'm sick and tired of the lies. Now, you watch the press conference live with me. You heard the arguments. Trump told us bleach was the cure. You're a fucking moron, Farkle. You're a fucking idiot. If that's what you believe, he was joking, you idiot. The retardation of the liberals, I just can't, this is why I call them libtards. These guys are so retarded. I'm sorry, man. There's just, I can't stand retarded people. Now, let me tell you, somebody that has an actual retardation, those are geniuses compared to you libtards. You understand? An actual retarded person is a genius compared to a libtard. Just like men on the Democratic side are a bunch of pussies. They all have these huge manginas. It is what it is. You chose that side. You stick with it. That's fine. No pun intended. All right, here we go. Beautiful CNN. Full of facts and truth. Let's listen to see how they report what we heard with our own ears and what we saw with our own eyes. Shall we? Let's get into it.
Vaccines for American children. Here's what he's announcing tonight. He's signing an executive order that says that core crucial vaccines, including for hepatitis, are no longer recommended for children, setting America back and putting lives at risk. And it seems all because of a false belief that vaccines are tied to autism.
Decades ago, children received only a small fraction of the vaccines required today. In those times, people were much healthier, and of course, the high rates of autism now observed did not exist. So there's a reason for such epidemic rates of autism.
Well, there may be a reason, but it's not vaccines. Independent researchers have conducted more than 40 studies involving over 5.6 million people. And the conclusion, again and again and again, is that there is no link. The facts and the science on this particular issue when it comes to vaccines are clear. As Republican Senator Bill Cassidy posted, "I'm a doctor. This executive order is wrong. Autism and vaccines aren't linked." And yet, the chief science officer for the Autism Science Foundation came out and spoke. The quote there, "Vaccines have 1,000% been exonerated." And yet, here's President Trump today.
I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination thing, looks like the size of a bottle of soda, poured into a little child's body.
Now, that's nonsense. All of us parents know that. A vaccination that's the size of a soda bottle? I mean, that's a lot. That's silly and insane, right? And by the way, Trump, when it came out to, what this is, how much? Well, this is the soda bottle, and we got actually a little syringe here just so everybody could see it. So we can just for purposes of accuracy here, my eyes aren't so good, but I will show you the soda bottle that the President of the United States is referring to, and the single dose 0.5 ml in one MMR vaccine, the one that has been falsely accused of being linked to autism. So there you go. Trump's dose, reality. They're pretty different. Well, Trump was asked then, where are you getting your information? So here's what he said.
I think I heard you say that the MMR vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella is quite lethal. Is there any evidence of that?
What I've heard is that there are some people that say it is that way. I've heard when you put them together, they can be explosive.
Some people is not science. Some people is just what you hear people saying. And in this case, it's not true. And yet, because of what some people are saying that have gotten into the president's brain, the entire vaccine schedule is being upended.
Oh, hey, Justin, how are you? Thank you for becoming a patriot. So I didn't see that at first. And, Tim, Real Fishy for Life. Let's go. Say hello to Jerry, unless this is Jerry. Say hello to Jerry for me. Now, I want to point something out. I agree with her that President Trump shouldn't be dropping comments from some people. He should always stick to what his scientists are saying. Now, there is 72 doses of vaccines. They're about 36 milliliters. It's about 1.2 Florida ounce per vaccine. If you put 72 ounces of vaccines together, 72 ounces, that's a big bottle of Coke. Now, again, maybe the numbers are wrong. I know. I don't know how much liquid is in one vaccine, but the vaccine is a little bottle like this. You've seen them. How much fluid is in there? Multiply that by 72 times. Now that, my friends, could be an argument for a small bottle of soda. A small bottle of soda is 20 ounces. So can somebody tell me? I don't know. I can't make the math here. Let's see. A single dose is about a half an ounce. Damn, that's a lot. You know that? No. Let's see. Most common childhood injectable vaccines are administered in a 0.5 milliliter dose. Hey, I'm just saying. The conversion to fluid ounces is this. 36 milliliters divided by 29.5735 milliliters per fluid ounce. It's 1.22 ounces. That is not 20 ounces, bro. if I'm reading it correctly, right? If a 0.5 milliliter dose, if 72 doses of 0.5 milliliter doses equals 36 milliliters, that is only 1.22 Florida ounces. I think that somebody lied to President Trump. I ain't gonna lie. I don't think it's a bottle of Coke, man. It's probably, I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe a third, maybe a quarter. Yeah, that's right, downhill. Yeah. I don't think so either, bro. But you know what? I think that this is where, hearsay becomes a problem. Like I said, President Trump should stick to the scientist talk. Man, I tell you, man, the world is on his shoulders. Thank you, Justin. Man, God bless you as well, man. Man, you coming in here, dropping some blessings, becoming a member, dropping a couple chats. Appreciate you, man. Big dog in the house. I try to, listen, it's not about defending Trump. It's about finding the truth on everything that we listen to. And I think specific gravity. I don't know what you're talking about. What is gravity? Yeah, that makes sense. 1.22 Florida ounces. That's not a bottle of Coke. I'm gonna tell you, man. I don't know. You know what? I gotta grab. I don't know. Does somebody know? Anybody in the medical field here? Has anybody grabbed 72 vaccine doses and put them in a container? Grab a 20 ounce. Maybe he's talking about a mini bottle of Coke. You know what I'm saying? Maybe one of those 6 ounces, 10 ounces, whatever those are, 8 ounces. Anyways, so if you're looking at a 16 Florida ounces or 20 ounces bottle of soda, you can grab 72 vaccines. I don't think you're going to get 20 ounces of soda quantity in there when it comes to liquids. I think 1.2 2 Florida ounces. I don't know, man. That's I don't know. 0.5 milliliters. 0.5 milliliters. I'm telling you, man, right now. I don't know how much I trust those numbers. Honestly, I really don't. I'm still trying to look into it. Five fluoride ounces. Oh man, I defend Trump. People like to put too much on the president's shoulders. He has the world, literally the world in his shoulders. Give him a break, will you? He's done more than any president has ever done. You guys were bitching about President Trump with no vaccine, and then you're bitching about President Trump after the vaccine. What the hell do you people want? What do you people on the left really want? I know what it is. You just don't want Trump. Well, tough shit. We voted for him. We won. Shut the hell up. Move out the way and let us do our work. All right, continue with your lies, bitch.
Very importantly, vaccinations for hepatitis B, COVID-19.
Thank you for that. Fluid ounces. Appreciate it.
And influenza, among others, are no longer recommended for all children.
Now, vaccines save lives.
What if the child's immune system is not strong and you give him the vaccine? Is this bitch going to take responsibility for it? Is she going to take responsibility for lying to us about COVID-19? Why do you people on the left continue to listen to these lies on the left? I want to know that.
Show you a chart. This middle chart we'll show you is from a paper that was published in the medical journal, The Lancet. What you're looking at here, I can boil down very simply. It estimates that 9 billion years of life for human beings have been gained thanks to just some vaccines that you see listed there in different colors. 9 billion years. Well, that's something Elon Musk should be just championing and jumping up and down about, right? I mean, the vaccine that's responsible for the most life years gained is actually measles. And vaccine skepticism on that has caused the United States to shatter a record. Nearly 2,500 cases this year, 2,500. If you look at that chart, it tracks them. So far, there have been more measles cases this year so far than the past 25 combined. I mean, measles was basically declared eradicated thanks to vaccines.
And where the hell do you think measles come from? Oh, the vaccine eradicated. What if the vaccine eradicated, it wouldn't exist, would it? That is the problem, again, with open border policies. Being vetted means that you have, as I said before on my channel, if you are new here, let me tell you what is supposed to be. What is being vetted means. Before my mother, before I could come to this country, my mother had to prove I had to have a health examination. Yes, I had to be vaccinated with the most, diseases that were killing children. I had to prove that I was not sick. That is part of being vetted. Obviously, a criminal background. Obviously, are we able to support ourselves while we're here in the United States of America? That is what vetted means. When you have millions of illegal immigrants coming here with measles, well, what the hell do you think is going to happen? I just can't stay here and shut up when they're lying to us. We're not telling us the full truth. If they don't tell us the whole truth, they are lying to you. Mr. One Nation says, ask Fauci, CNN, and everyone around the world did what he said, and he made millions at the new product vax. Man, I wish that was the end of it. But they criminalized us who stood against the vaccine. You know what's crazy? You know what's funny? Is that people said, well, did you take the vaccine? Yes, I did. I actually did. And I got COVID-19  4 times within a period of 2 years. 4 times. Well, the vaccine saved your life. Well, my wife didn't take the fucking COVID shot and got sick once. My kids didn't get the COVID shot, got sick once. I was the only dumbass who took the vaccine and the booster shots and got sick 4 fucking times. And let me reiterate that I was forced to. They threatened my job. The one thing that I had to support my family. My business destroyed because of the COVID-19 bullshit from the Democrats. I know I ain't the only one. You had millions of Americans, listen to me, millions of Americans forced to take the vaccine and then locked down. No sun, no hikes, no playing out, even though children were practically immune to this death. Think about that. Children were not dying of COVID. Immune compromised system humans were dying, just as they do with the flu. Nah, there's not millions of deaths but the flu, but they're still dying from the regular flu. What do we got? Chicken flu? We got pig flu? We got bat flu? What kind of other flus do we have that people are still dying from? Think about it. They forced millions of Americans to get vaccinated and then locked them down. What do you think that's going to do for your brain? What do you think it's going to do for those introvert people that already have problems, mental problems, being out in public? I don't like being around a multitude of people. I can handle it. But if I don't have to be around multiple people, I don't have to. I like my being alone. I like having good company, absolutely. But I like being alone better. I am comfortable speaking in front of thousands and tens of thousands of people. I don't have a problem with that because I never lie. Now, I could be wrong about something, but I never lie. You understand? There's a difference. I could be a little ignorant on something, but I never lie. I want to be clear. Yeah, mental like myself. Thank you, Rudy Castro, for pointing that out. I'm a sensitive man. I'm a very strong man with a sensitive soul. But what I'm saying is, they told us 6 feet distance. At the casinos, there was no 6 foot distance. They told us, lock down. You can't go and visit your family's funeral because this disease is so deadly. And then you see Nancy Pelosi getting her hair did. Gavin Newsom having a nice candlelit dinner. Well, not candlelight, but you know what I'm saying. Low light, nice, chill dinner with a bunch of people. But you dumbasses had to be on lockdown. You can't go visit your sick uncle. You can't go to a funeral. You cannot say goodbye to your loved ones because COVID-19 had you on lockdown. In the meantime, they were closing down churches and allowing protesters by the thousands to protest. And they were not wearing masks. That's why you should be pissed off. See, they take away your freedoms while they enjoy your freedoms. They tell you that you are racist, but they are the actual National Socialists. They are Nazis, literally Nazis. They tell you the Epstein files are so important because they care about the youth, the children, the innocents. And yet, what is their agenda? They support children trafficking. They support child abuse, children mutilating. They criminalize the man that says women like to be grabbed by the pussy. And yet, they are allowing men in women's sports. Isn't that crazy? That's very interesting, isn't it? Everything they accuse us of doing is exactly what they are doing. Everything Trump says, real fishy, my brother, how are you, man? I missed you, brother. I missed you, brother. I'm going to have to call you, man. One of these days, I'm going to have to call you. Listen, they try to, they lie to you. They didn't try. They lie to you and me. While they were out there partying, enjoying their life. You know, while you, supposedly, the American people, are suffering, you know what the Congress does? You know what the Senate does? They go and take a vacation. Yeah, the military is not getting paid. No federal people are employees, agents, or any employee for the federal government is getting paid, but they go on vacation. They care so much about the American people suffering, they go on vacation. They shut down the government 2-3 times now. Republicans, open up. Don't shut down the government. Republicans shut down the government. Republicans hate Americans. Democrats, illegal immigrants first. Shut down the government. We are so pissed off that illegal immigrants are being kicked off free health care. Shut down the government. How many of you knew that that's why they shut down the government? They said millions of Americans are getting kicked off of the health care. No. Illegal immigrants and those body able to work at least part-time If those Americans would have at least worked part-time, they would have been able to keep all of those benefits. So no, Trump didn't take them away from them. They took that away from themselves. And we kicked off millions of illegal immigrants on their health care. That belongs to American citizens. It is crazy. Oh, they sacrificed themselves with shutting down the government. Guess what, bitches? They still got paid. You didn't. Our military didn't. You know who paid for the military salary? The Socialist Democrat. Oh, that's right. They're broke. I apologize. My bad. That was misinformation. It wasn't the Socialist Democrats. It was the billionaires. Imagine that. Wow. Wow. Imagine that. Imagine who pays for the salary of their military when the lazy-ass Democrats shut down the government and then blame the Republicans. Even though every single time they voted, all Republicans voted to open, well, except for some rhinos. Socialist Democrats didn't lift one finger to pay the military. Instead, they went to social media, and the legacy media showed some fat-ass people out there saying, oh, my God, I'm going to starve without my food stamps. Son of a bitch. I seen people that are 3 times my size, and I'm fat, saying they are starving. What the? Do you even know what the hell starving is? I can tell you what starving is. I can see the ribs on my body when I was starving as a child. 3 times my size, fat ass people talking about they're starving. What the hell is going on? The truth shall set you free. All right, let's go ahead and see what else she has to say. We just watched, by the way, if you're just joining us, we just watched the press conference that Trump gave with Robert and, all these other people, and the questions that they asked. CNN is twisting the story so that you can go ahead and hate Trump some more. So if you're a libtard and you love hating Trump, stick around.
Now, Trump and his HHS secretary, RFK Jr., who of course is a longtime vaccine skeptic, are now undermining the success and all those life years gained from these vaccines. They're on a mission to question vaccines in America.
How are you doing on the autism research?
We will have an answer for you. We just
That's so important.
There's nothing to get, but that hasn't stopped them from tying vaccines to autism and a lot of other things for years and years.
The child, a beautiful child, went to have the vaccine and came back and a week later got a tremendous fever, got very, very sick, now is autistic.
Well, I do believe that autism does come from vaccines.
There are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism.
There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
It's one of the most infamous lines ever said by RFK Jr. Elena Trina is out front at the White House. And Elena, you're learning that Trump went ahead with this today, despite warnings from multiple advisors, right?
Yeah, look, that's the political component of this, and I think you're hearing from a lot of health experts and scientists today coming out about the damage this could do to people who, might erode vaccine confidence. But I will say there have been advisors on the political side of this. There have been polling that has been shown and passed around people here inside the West Wing at the White House that shows changing the vaccine schedule is deeply unpopular. And there have been political advisors who have been in the presidency are saying, perhaps this is not the right time to roll out a change to the vaccine schedule with the midterms just a couple months away. But a big part of this, and you could hear this really in the event in the Oval Office today, Aaron, the president is very passionate about this. This has become a fixation of his throughout his second term in office, this idea that vaccines could be linked to autism. That's why he directed, and you played that clip, I was going to reference it, of him asking RFK Jr., where are you on finding out what the reason for autism is? He has put that as a number one priority that he wants RFK Jr. to have. And I'd remind you as well that RFK Jr. was an anti-vaccine activist before entering the Trump administration. One thing that I noticed as well that I found pretty interesting today, Aaron, is what we heard from the president's former Surgeon General from his first term, Dr. Jerome Adams, coming out and criticizing this order today. He essentially said that he believes the president is getting really bad advice in regard to the impacts that this is going to have on vaccine confidence and vaccine presentable diseases. And he brought up, as I mentioned, the politics of this, saying that he believes that this is clearly going to be an issue that people vote on in the midterms and in 2028. And it seems like Republicans are happy to take on the issue of.
So there's a question right there. All vaccines have side effects that we are warned against. If there is side effects, I would hope that my American rights are being protected and that I am not forced. I am not forced to take a vaccine that can possibly damage my child's brain. Tylenol, for Pete's sakes. What did President Trump say about Tylenol? Robert Jr., what did he say about Tylenol? It can cause autism. Why? Oh, do you even fucking know what autism is? Do you even know why people get autism? A lot of deformities happen because of brain damage. Any medicine has to have a warning because it could damage the brain. If the brain development is damaged, that can cause autism, you fucking libtards. I try so hard not to curse. I really do. I really do. These people make me sick. I question it. And all my children were vaccinated. But it was my choice. Let it be my choice. Stop forcing me. Stop mandating. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what happened to me, Primal Screams. I wonder what the fuck they did to your brains to be that retarded to come into my show and put all these dumbass comments on my chat. I'm going to tell you something. I know plenty of people that have never been vaccinated. They got chicken pox. They had measles. They had all kinds of diseases. And they're healthy today. I wonder how that happens. Jimmy, don't be a retard. Don't be a retard. They got mad at Robert Jr. because he said vaccines should not be mandatory. Do you understand the difference? Go ahead and have the vaccines. But they're making them mandatory, just like they did with COVID-19. They threatened to fire me if I didn't take the shot. They criminalized me for not taking the shot. How the hell are you okay with that? Well, if you're a libtard, don't answer that question. You are a fucking moron. Anyways, I can't listen to these ladies, man. They're so fucking annoying. Oh, boy. I don't even want to talk about A. Smith. You know what? Here, hold on. Let me see. Listen to this.
I'm also excited.
It is always a...
Listen to this introduction by this fucking idiot. This guy is making millions of dollars. And with all the smart things that he has and all the knowledge that he has, he's a fucking moron sometimes. But this introduction fucking makes me sick because I'm going to tell you something. Whether you say that you're not a hardcore far left Democrat or Republican, okay. If you have a guest on your show, listen to this introduction.
It is always an honor and a privilege to talk to my next guest. She is a veteran political strategist, an ABC News contributor, a former chair of the Democratic National Committee, and an Emmy and Peabody Award-winning media expert. And she deserves every bit of it. She is the marvelous, the wonderful Donna Brazile, and she's with me right now. Donna.
I wish that she was what he said. But this fucking lady has no brains either. I'm sorry. That's just me. I think this lady's stupid. And I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. I don't care. But that's crazy. Now here's another one. Another clip from. Oh shit! That's some. That was a crazy pause. Carlson says he's got deep regret about targeting Hunter Biden's addiction. Oh, of course. Of course CNN will actually bring this up. Let me wrap up the whole vaccine issues. You're crazy. I'm crazy. But I know that the freedoms of the people need to continue to be the freedoms of the people. What's crazy is that these persons that I'm talking about that never had a vaccine, they're 85 years old. No shingles, Susan. Again, take the vaccine, but let it be your decision. Let it be your decision. You know, they try to force me. Oh, I always done this. They always try to force me to have all the shots, boom, 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 on my children all at once. I say, oh, wait a minute. I said, do they need to take all those shots right now? Well, no, but it's okay to do it right now. No. I'm not going to fucking give 17 shots to my child all at once. Are you crazy? I'm trying to kill my kid? I'm exaggerating, of course. But 6 shots, that's way too much. Take 1 or 2 vaccinations. Come back in a few weeks. 1 or 2 vaccinations. We'll come back in a few more weeks if you need to, but at least we know our children at least have a better chance to have that brain develop. You know what they say? You know what the excuse is that they said? That the reason why they force us to give our children so many shots at one time. You ready for this? Do you know what the reason is why they do it? Somebody put it on the chat. I want to see if you have knowledge. I want you to tell me, why do doctors and this fake news outlet always push all the shots given to our children all at once? Why do you think that they do that? Why do you think that they are forcing our children to take so many vaccines at once? Give it to me. I want to hear. I want to know that you have some knowledge. I want to hear that you're paying attention. And then we'll close this vaccine thing, and then we'll move on to the next subject. I want you to tell me, why do you think that doctors, or just people in general, are forcing our children to take that many vaccine shots at one time? Money? Maybe. There's another one. Well, there are some vaccines. Yes, I agree with you, Rick, on that. There are some vaccines that are mandatory to go to school. Most kids have that by the time they're 6 years old. But there is others that they don't need to be mandatory. Yeah, I do think, though, I'm going to give them the benefit of doubt. But I do think that they have, every year they go to school, there's a certain, measure, right, of what vaccines they should have on their record. Can make money off healthy people. That's one. That's right. That's right, BT. They are brainwashed as well. Come on. I want to hear it. Somebody said money. Very close. Don Coyote says an experiment. It could be, but vaccines have been proven to work. I believe they're good. Not all of them, but I believe they have been good. I've gotten all the vaccines that I can think of, and well, listen to me. Shit, I don't know. Maybe this is why I am the way I am. But I want to hear it. I want to read it from somebody. Why do you think? The reasoning is going to be very stupid. You're going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? My body, my choice. That's right. I forgot about that. Let's see. Let's see. All my children are vaxxed except for the COVID vaccine. No COVID was given to my children. It's too late, Mike. All my kids are grown, woman. all my kids are grown. They're done taking shots. All right. I will tell you. I don't think anybody's going to be able to. Okay, maybe somebody did. Teddy, absolutely, 100%. Compliance. And maybe you don't mean it this way, but what I mean by compliance is that they are afraid that we, the people, are not going to take the children for their vaccinations if we spread them out too far. They'd rather grab you right there, make the money right there, and grab you and force all those shots right there, all at once, even though they know that there is a chance of side effects from the vaccines. Speaking of side effects, let's take a look at some side effects here. Let's see if they still have them in there. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find the right one. Let me see. There's a dating here. These are just general side effects. Let me go ahead and read them to you. Now, when I went to let me see if there's a website here. All right. Let's see what this is. I don't see the reasoning or the side effects that they actually had on the website when I first took my COVID shot. But let's go ahead and read some of the typical side effects that happens with any vaccinations. Now, for all of you people out there who are just geniuses about, how these vaccines don't cause autism, let's go ahead and read some of the side effects just for the COVID-19 shot. Common side effects from COVID-19 shots given in 2022, such as the Moderna, bivalent boosters or primary series, were typically mild, temporary, and resolve within a few days. Obviously. The arm soreness, sure. Fatigued. I wonder what causes fatigue. Headache, muscle aches, and low-grade fever, they say. Pain, redness, swelling, or arm soreness where you got the shot, sure. Feeling unusually tired or weak for a day or two, sure. Mild to moderate headaches, muscle pain, joint pain, sure. Chills or a temporary low-grade fever, sure. Swollen lymph nodes, especially under the arm where the shot was given, nausea or mild vomiting, sure. Rare and serious risks. Severe allergic reactions, anaphylaxis, were very rare, occurring shortly after the injection. But it happened. Myocarditis or pericarditis was reported in rare instances, mostly in adolescent or young adult males within a week of vaccination. Is that enough? for you to want to take the COVID shot? This is back in 2022, and I can tell you that they had more in 2021, like heart failure. You can literally die taking the COVID-19 shot. Do you understand the seriousness of vaccines? Let's go even farther. Now, do some research, guys. It's fun. It's fun to research. Listen to this. Most children experience no or mild side effects from the measles vaccine, giving us the MMR vaccine safety. This is what they say. Common reactions include soreness at the injection site. Sure, I understand that. A mild fever or a temporary rash 6 to 12 days after the shot. Severe side effects are extremely rare, but they happen. Listen to this. Rapidly spiking fevers can trigger a brief fever-induced seizure in about 1 out of 3,000 children. This is the measles vaccine. Research. Listen to this. And I want you to be paying attention. I thought I was done. Let me get rid of this witch. I thought I was done with the vaccines. But I want to share this with you. I want you to understand something. Science, it's observation. That is one of the things. I want you to look at this. This is so you know that you can do this research yourself. You got to ask the right questions. Children receive the measles vaccine, commonly given, blah, 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 in 2 routine doses. The first dose is at 12 to 15 months. You understand? 12 to 15 months of age, and the second at 4 to 6 years of age. The 4 to 6 years of age, understandable. 12 to 15 months old. The reason they forced the second one at 4 to 6 is before school entry. They want to make sure that people are already vaccinated before they go and interact with other children. Now, I want you to look at that. Early vaccination for travels. 6 months to 11 months old may receive 1 early dose if traveling internationally during a local measles outbreak. Now check this out. We are reading the uncommon and rare side effects. Tell me why I would force you to vaccinate your child. Spiking fevers can trigger a brief fever-induced seizure. About 1 out of 3 to 4,000 children. These are scary, but cause no long-term harm, they say. Interesting. A rare condition, I can't even read this. Thrombocytopenia. I don't know what that is. Causing temporary bruising or minor bleeding occurs in roughly 1 out of every 30,000 to 40,000 doses. immediate life-threatening allergic reactions. Anaphylaxis. I think that's how you say it. Anaphylaxis. Yeah, anaphylaxis. Happens in less than 1 per million doses. So what I want to say is that there is a chance that you can lose your child. Now tell me, these are the stats that they were giving us before. I get it. But with everything that we have happening today, wouldn't you question? If you have new scientists, new doctors coming out and give you information that was thrown under the rug, so to speak, by previous scientists and doctors, did you read all these things? I'm sure they probably told us, we just never read it. What is happening? And here we can do another search. Here we go. How is the development of the human brain at 12 months? Here we go. At 12 months old, the child's brain has doubled in size since birth and is building millions of neural connections every second. Now, imagine disrupting that work. Rapid growth in areas controlling movement, early language, and social bonding allows the baby to understand simple words, recognize familiar people, and coordinate. Physical actions like standing or waving. At 12 months old, your brain is figuring out how to control the body. Nerve fibers gain a protective insulating layers that speeds up signals, helping babies coordinate movements to cruise or take first steps. Brain circuits allow the thumbs and index fingers to work together for a pincer grasp to pick up small objects. Regions tied to memory and hearing process of spoken language, letting babies respond to their name and recognize basic commands. Many infants begin saying simple sounds or words like mama or dada with intent. Communication relies on nonverbal cues like pointing, shaking the head, or waving bye-bye. Social and emotional skill. You have to research all of this information so that you can argue what you're arguing. Areas managing emotions mature, deepening attachments to primary caregivers. Babies often show shyness or anxiety around unfamiliar people. A wide range of emotions emerges through frustrations can lead to early temper tantrums, because self-control centers are still primitive. And as our sister Tangi pointed out, that there is a lot of children that are being given all kinds of medicine because they're hyperactive. All of these things, vaccines is just the tip of the iceberg. All of the other medications, all of the medicine that they give you, pharma is making billions of dollars, and they're not giving you a cure. They're giving you something to temporarily distract you from the actual problem that your health carries within the body. Does that even make sense? Does that make sense to you? Maybe I said that wrong in English. But I want you to understand that I learned all of these things because of me taking my children to the hospital, to the doctor appointments. I listen to the doctors. Every time a child has temperature, what do? Bring it down. That's right, Tangi. They destroy you. Just think about it. The brain, it's so busy developing millions of neural connections every second. Let's do one more research. Why is Tylenol not recommended for pregnant women? Now, pregnant women can take Tylenol. We know this. As soon as President Trump, Robert Jr. announced that Tylenol can be hurtful to the baby during pregnancy, white liberal women started chugging down and overdosing on Tylenol, as to say, I guess this is one way to create an abortion. Stupid ass people. Anyways, major medical organizations, including the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, consider acetaminophen, the safest over-the-counter choice to treat pain and reduce fevers during all trimesters of pregnancy. Some observational studies have looked at a potential link between frequent long-term use of acetaminophen as neurodevelopmental conditions like ADHD or autism. I got ADHD. I guess I'm some sort of a autistic child. Anyways, high-quality reviews and sibling control studies have not found clear evidence that it directly causes these conditions. The underlying illness or fever itself may be a confounding factor. Now, I don't know about you, but I like to keep digging. Tell me, what do high fevers cause to children? I don't know. It is most often a healthy immune response to a viral or bacterial infection. Common triggers include the flu, cold, ear infection, stomach bugs. Less frequent causes include recent vaccinations. I want to know how those high fevers, how do high fever affect children? Okay, so let's see if we can get some information on here. Let's see. That's not the right question because I'm not getting an answer. Children lose water faster. Let me see. How about toddlers? Newborns. Let's go all the way to newborns. Man, you gotta change the questions. You gotta get it. All right, so here we go. It doesn't give me, see, everything in science is observations. And it's always opinions. That's what every search that I do seems to be just observation and opinion. Now, they say that fever does not cause brain damage. Okay. A body temperature must typically reach 107.6 to 108 or higher to risk brain injury. Infections alone cannot push a baby's temperature this high. Such extreme temperatures only occur from external factors like heat stroke if a child is trapped in a hot car. Unbelievable. However, while the fever itself won't hurt the brain, the underlying infection causing the fever can be dangerous if left untreated in a newborn. What I find interesting on this information is that they still have to treat the virus, right? That's causing this fever. Your body's immune system, the defense is causing a fever to kill the virus. What do you think happens when you have multiple vaccines to kill viruses and diseases? I just question it. You got to question it. Depending on how often you get the fevers, you may have a brain clot or anything can happen. Those fevers sometimes can just be mild as you're getting just a cold. Yeah, I agree with that. If a newborn has a severe bacterial infection like meningitis, inflammation of the membranes covering the brain and spinal cord, that infection can cause serious neurological complications if not treated immediately with antibiotics. Antibiotics, something that people don't talk about. Bacterial infection, antibiotics. There is no antivirus. That's just for Resident Evil. You got a question. I'm not saying you're wrong with your opinion or with your point of view. You got to question everything, okay? So that's all I do. I question it. I'm just saying. Just say, shut up, Reed. Tacos? Now I want to go eat some tacos, man. All right, I think I still have a few bucks. I can afford to get some more Taco Bell. Get some tacos from Taco Bell today. We'll see. All right, let's go ahead and get into CNN's awesome news. Check this out. Tucker Carlson, to be direct, is having regrets about what he said about Hunter Biden. Boy, I tell you right now, man. I'm going to tell you right now. Forget about the vaccines. We're done with that. Let's change the subject. This user guy, it's such a lack of imagination. User, you couldn't come up with a name like retard? That would have been a good name for you. All of a sudden, you're American. The hat does not make you American, he says. Anyway, Tucker Carlson. So, he goes from supporting President Trump, from supporting Israel, now to hating Israel, supporting Muslims. And now he regrets saying what he said about Hunter Biden. There's no connection at all. Quiet, guys. There's no connection at all. All right, go ahead, lady. Go ahead. Tell us what you got to tell us.
Regrets, he has a few. Tucker Carlson apologizing to one of his longtime punching bags, Hunter Biden.
I advocated for all kinds of things that I now regret advocating for.
Particularly the things that you said about me.
Is a deep regret. No, I do actually. I mean, I regret in the sense that as someone who has dealt with addiction, not quite as in exciting ways you did, but I've been there for sure. Extend grace to people who are out of their minds. Like, you would think I would do that. I should have done that more. So I do regret that.
Turns out.
Well, you regret saying that he was a crackhead? He was. You regret saying that he was a sexual pervert? That the laptop existed? It was. And it did.
The two rivals can find common ground.
Yeah, it's a proof that two rivals can find common ground. Yeah. It's common ground when you join their side. Sure.
And having the same enemy.
The one existential threat that I think that we face as a country is Donald Trump.
We've had a lot of bad leaders, actually, or mediocre leaders. I don't know. We've had.
So, the main exponential threat that we have to this country let me hear that again. Maybe I heard it wrong. Maybe I heard it wrong. Let me hear this. Hold on.
The same enemy.
The one existential threat that I think that we face.
Exponential threat. The one exponential threat that we face is President Donald Trump. Gotcha. I gotcha. Not the cartels, not the drug dealers, not the drug addicts, not the Muslims trying to overtake our government, overtake our cities. Let's not forget they try to build their own city in Texas. They wanted to build their own city. They bought all this land. They wanted to build a house, their housing, their mosque, have their own postal office. They wanted to have all of those things and create their own city here in America. That's not a threat. Iranian regime saying death to America. That's not a threat. No big deal. Gangbangers from Trinidad, no big deal. No big deal. Guys, forget about it. No, the major threat is not China. No, it's not China. No, not at all. North Korea. Of course not. Not a threat at all. Yeah, what is Americans thinking? None of these things are a threat. The biggest threat to America is the President Donald Trump. You can't make this up, folks. You can't make this up. I'm an American citizen, bitch. Let me tell you something. Listen to this. Since you decided to come into my channel, let me set the record straight for all you retards, libtards, and foreigners and illegal immigrants that come into my channel. I don't tell Americans what to do. I am simply following their American citizens' constitution, their law, their love for their countrymen. I'm not telling them to hate their countrymen. I'm not telling them to break the law. I'm not telling Americans to be like Hondurans. I'm not telling them how to do anything. But I'm reminding them how they have taught me to be an American. You see, I don't force religion on American citizens. Everybody has their freedom. But Muslims continue to come in here and try to dominate and conquer American citizens. Illegal immigrants from third world country shitholes want to come in here and tell us how to live, tell us how to prosper, tell us how to be free when they are enslaved in the countries where they come from. Tell me again, what was the question? Why am I telling American citizens what to do? Bitch, because I'm an American citizen and I have assimilated to this country and I learned their history and I understand it. So fuck you very much and your fucking garbage man. Go back to your fucking third world country shithole where you came from. If you don't support the United States of America, get the fucking stepping. Get the step and go. Go, go, go. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. With that being said, let's go back to this retard. The son of Joe Biden.
As a country, is Donald Trump.
We've had a lot of bad leaders, actually, or mediocre leaders. I don't know. We've had a flamboyantly.
Tell us, Tucker. Tell us. Tell us how you went from supporting Israel to buying land in a Muslim country, now supporting Muslims. Tell us.
Corrupt leader like this, and we haven't ever.
Okay, group chat is back. I won't run through them all, but I'll run through some of them. Macro dosing with PFT, armchair expert Dak Shepard. This is Gavin Newsom, the Tucker Carlson Show, America First, Candace Owens. I think you can get Hunter Biden at your bar mitzvah at this point. The man is everywhere.
I wonder what the end game is. I mean, look, I don't fault him for it. He had such a horrible reputation, and he was picked on for years, rightly or wrong.
But Americans love a comeback. We love a person who comes back.
Yeah, I
and
just wonder
says,
what.
Yeah. What is the point?
No, I think there is a point. I just don't know what his is. Is it? Does he want to run for office sometime? Maybe. I don't know.
I thought it was about challenging some of these people in their own environment, right? Like he was with Nick Fuentes at one point, and I think he thinks he's injecting into a particular vein of politics, like the words and thoughts from Democrats and from Biden era politics.
You're absolutely right. And then speaking in a very unfiltered way, which people have an appetite
which is a
for,
whole
which
thing.
Is
yeah.
why he's making so many rounds as well. Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
You tick off the boxes. Each of these he's made news with each of these appearances because again he's speaking in a more unfiltered way.
Or even just being there. If you think about how much hand-wringing there was over where Kamala Harris appeared in terms of whether she'd do Joe Rogan and all this stuff, there's always this like idea that Democrats are too cautious, and he's very much being like, look at me dancing through multiple lion's dens.
I think he's challenging a system in a way that Democrats traditionally have not been able to do and get away with it. I said earlier, our homework is not graded the same. I still believe that. But Hunter Biden's father is no longer in office, so he can say what the hell he wants, and it's okay. Plus, there's no one out there, I think, defending his father and his father's legacy for people continuing to beat up on his father. As a son, my late father, if that happened to me, I would be out there on the front line defending my dad.
Which he has said multiple times.
First of all, if my father was a traitor to this country, I wouldn't defend his ass. Period. You see the hypocrisy on these Democrats? It never changes. The hypocrisy. These retards that come in here claiming freedom of speech on my channel. Well, fuck, this is not your public channel. This is my channel. And these are my rules. And if I don't like you, you're the fuck out of here. It's that simple. This guy says that Hunter Biden can say that whatever the hell he wants because his father is not president anymore. Well, let me remind you of freedom of speech. If I go into somebody's channel to do a podcast, let's say I go into a Christian channel, and they say, Dennis, listen, we've seen your channel. You know, you're a special kind of Christian. Please, there's no swearing in my show. I wouldn't swear. They're not restricting my freedom of speech. But they're asking me to respect their policy, their rules. That is their channel. That's what I will do. In my channel, you guys remember the train man from the Matrix? It's not going to be exactly like that. Who remembers the train man from the Matrix? Neil gets stuck in the limbo. The train man comes out. Neil tries to tell the train man what to do. So Neil tries to fight him and get his ass kicked. The train man says, not in here. Not in my space. In my space are my rules. Respect my rules. I'm the train man. Oh boy, he was kicked out of the Navy for cocaine use. Well. Well, while his father was still in office, he was still talking the way he talks right now. So do they condemn that? No, they don't. They also don't condemn the cocaine that was found in the White House. In the White House. Of course, only when Hunter Biden went in there. What a coinkydink. Ah, man, these people, bro. These people crack me up. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now. Let me give you Americans a little disclaimer, okay? I can't promise you that I'm not going to laugh at people when I run for office. I'm going to tell you right now. I can't promise you that I'm not going to bust out laughing on a press conference. Oh, man, that is going to be hella funny. I hope I don't. But it's just the way that these people are. Woo! Makes me laugh, bro. All right, let's go ahead and continue. This guy, this black man right here, bro, this some DEI motherfucker right here. This guy, I feel sorry for this guy. He seems to have so much information, but he's trying to be a political, a career politician, so to speak. He's always talking about this, the way to win, cheat, and do all these things. As long as his party wins. It's not about the party winning. It's about the people of the United States of America. It's about them winning. If you are a Republican and I join you as a Republican and we go and debate, I expect you to destroy me. Prove to me that you will be better for the people, not for the party, for the people. And I will see. I will let you. I will take the loss. But if you pooped and shit all over the American people, I'd be on you like white on rice.
Times, right? But he's just dropping F-bombs left and right. I think he's really...
It's my show. I can drop the F-bomb left and right. What? Oh, they're talking about somebody else. I'm sorry. I took that personally.
Using the kind of language people are jokingly calling like dark woke, like the idea that it's going to be more pugilistic than before.
And the shows he's going on loves it because they're getting more viewers. They're getting different viewers.
Yeah, it's a good booking, so to speak.
It's our tradition. I also think politics is a contact sport, but it sometimes can be a sport of convenience. Tucker Carlson and Hunter Biden is a convenient opportunity for both of them to up their numbers.
What's the opportunity for Tucker? What's going on with his tour of whatever this is?
Well, for Tucker, he just released a 10-point plan that he has. There was a picture with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, and others. He's been flirting without necessarily saying he's going to create a third party, a third lane as
ahead
well.
of the 2028 election?
I know, I thought the implication was that he wouldn't run if it was J.D. Vance, that somehow if it was...
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something right now. If I was to go out on stage to speak publicly and say how awesome President Trump is, I will be so popular, and Trump will still win. But it's not because I said those things about him. I will be more popular because Trump would have acknowledged me, and I would have spoken in public about him. And believe me, you don't want me as an enemy. I will destroy you in competition. With that being said, let's get back to the report here, and allow me.
Marco Rubio, where he can complain about military intervention and things like that, he might run, but with J.D. Vance, not so much. Okay, yeah, it was in Politico they were saying this.
Yeah, I think that this third party thing's, listen, I'm all for it. I think the machines can, but I just think it's very difficult.
It is very difficult. Do you remember Ross Perot?
Well, Ross Perot, but he, but also, what was last cycle?
Jill Stein.
No labels.
No labels.
Jill Stein.
And the irony, of course,
Jill
is in
Stein.
the podcast yesterday, Tucker said that he felt humiliated because he overstated his influence and impact in being unsuccessful in convincing Trump not to wage the war with Iran.
What? I feel like that's kind of BS. Like, isn't that a way of just admitting you were ignored, but trying to spin it into distance?
And just failed, right? Which feeds into the White House narrative that this is just a lot of sour grapes as well.
Well, Hunter Biden says former President Biden's cancer is getting worse.
It's not good. The cancer has spread, is metastasized into his bones and further. It's very painful. And it's very debilitating in many respects.
The former president revealed he was diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer back in May of 2025, less than 4 months after he left the White House. With us now to talk about all of this is Dr. Mark Litwin, professor of urology and public health at UCLA. Thanks for coming on. So the former president, as I mentioned, announced his diagnosis roughly 14 months ago, and at that time, we learned of it. Biden's team said the cancer had metastasized to the bone. Now Hunter Biden says it's spread even further. How much more serious is this in your view?
Well, metastatic prostate cancer is by definition serious. We often think about prostate cancer as a slow-growing, indolent kind of a disease, but once it has metastasized, once it gets into the bone, the lymph nodes, it's really not considered curable. So from the outset, we knew it was a very high-grade tumor, and we knew it was very serious from the very beginning. And it is taking a course now that that one might expect.
And you know, he's 83 years old. What is a prognosis for someone of his age with a cancer like this?
It's interesting. The treatments for metastatic prostate cancer have dramatically improved over the last 10, 20 years. Most prostate cancer treatment for someone like him is focused on eliminating testosterone from the body that feeds the cancer. Once that's done, then we add additional drugs that will even ratchet the testosterone down even further. Several drugs developed actually at UCLA where I work. And then beyond that, there are treatments for the painful bony lesions as well. Overall, probably about a third of men with what he has will live 5 years. So the survivals are not horrible, but obviously they're not great either. So this is a highly lethal cancer, and it's very uncertain exactly how it's gonna play out for him.
And so you've mentioned the treatment options because this cancer appears to be more hormone sensitive, right?
Prostate cancers in general are hormone sensitive when they start out. And all that means is that we can use testosterone blockers to help treat the patient, because most all prostate cancers require testosterone to live and to grow. And by knocking out testosterone, that's really the first line of therapy. And when people say that the tumor is hormone sensitive, that's what's meant. Eventually, most prostate cancers that are hormone sensitive become hormone insensitive, and then we go to additional treatments. There's never been a better time to have prostate cancer than 2026, but it's not a good diagnosis once it's been metastasized to the bones, and as the family said, beyond, which may mean liver, may mean lungs. There's no way to know without their specifying.
And you heard Hunter Biden talk about how painful it has been for his father. Talk a little bit more about that the pain associated with this.
Yeah, typically the bone spread is what causes the pain, because as the tumors set themselves up in various bones of the body, often the spine, but also the what we call the long bones of the body, like the arm bones and the leg bones, they expand in a way that causes severe pain. That pain is very treatable. We have many medications that treat it. We have many medications that we administer that target the bone and that target the bone pain in particular. So there's a lot of great treatment for it, but there's no question it can be a very painful condition.
And you've raised the potential cognitive impact of his cancer. What are the links between prostate cancer and the brain?
Virtually none. Straight up, virtually none. Prostate cancer doesn't spread to the brain, or it's almost unheard of for it to spread to the brain. So the cognitive impacts of prostate cancer in particular, really there are none in particular, other than just a person suffering from an advanced cancer, which can create a burden, a psychological or mental burden on him. But there are no direct cognitive effects from prostate cancer itself.
All right, Dr. Mark Litwin, thank you.
They could have fooled me with the last one. But anyway, listen, guys, listen. I don't like Biden. He was still the president. I don't take any pleasure, at least not that I found yet. I don't take any pleasure on anybody's suffering like that. So I'm not going to make fun of him for having cancer. My mother died of cancer, and I don't think it was funny. So I can't allow anybody else to make fun of Biden. As much as you dislike him, it is irrelevant. It is irrelevant. So have a little bit of self-respect, okay? Not for them, for yourself. Don't trash the man who is now dying of cancer. Listen, I'm going to tell you, I never wish my worst pain on my worst enemy. I will never do that. When I was in a very deep depression back in 2003, end of 2003 to 2004, I said this to myself. I said, I would never wish this that I'm going through right now. It was so dark. I have never been in an area so dark. Like, you have no idea. It is such a dense, it's demonic. So dense. Like something is squeezing the life out of you. My depression was horrible. And I've always, been a guy that laughs at pain, that laughs and, overcomes the sadness and all this other stuff. But that time that I was going through this deep, dark depression, holy shit, I couldn't. I was like, I don't even wish this on my worst enemy. I couldn't think of somebody so evil that I would wish that type of pain. Hell is very scary. Let me tell you right now. You might not think it's real. You might think that after this, you'll probably turn into a butterfly. Hell is real, bro. And if you don't want to believe me, imagine the worst pain that you have ever felt. Seek Jesus Christ for your salvation. And if you die and then nothing happens, good for you. I know what I believe. But I can tell you, Biden has been a racist all his life. He has been a pain in the ass for a lot of people, has destroyed many people's lives. And he deserves the cancer. That is the consequence of his evil doings. But there is a lot of people who are good people and also get cancer. As they say, the rain falls on the good and the bad. So I can never make fun of somebody that is suffering from cancer. No. If anything, I'll probably be a little bit nicer to them. They are suffering enough. You understand? They are suffering enough in their life. No need for you to be an asshole to that person. You see what I'm saying? Sure, you can say Trump is racist. He's helped more black people than anybody else has helped from the Oval Office. You can call him racist all you want. I don't think these people understand the message. How can you just say that? How can you just ignore an honest, sincere message and make it about Trump? You just can't do it, can you? Just 5 minutes. Give yourself 5 minutes without destroying yourself with Trump in your head. Give yourself 5 minutes of peace. Man. Isn't that awesome, Tangi? I know I call you Tangi. Sorry, Mama. But you know what I mean. Tangi. I like Tangi. Tangi's awesome. Derek, how are you, my friend? Good to see you as always. I like that, Tangi. That's facts, and I ain't nothing but the full truth. That's why Angela Stanton King is rolling with Trump. Isn't that awesome? Thank you for mentioning that. That's right. That's right. I shall, because this is my show. Are you not entertained? Oh, man. I'll tell you what. I will say something nice about Democrats if you do one thing for me. Acknowledge me! I had to do it, man. I had to do it, man. I had to do it. I have this. Listen. I'm working. I'm working on a clip. I will eventually play these clips, but I'm grabbing a bunch of content that I'm going to put together just for little moments like this. But oh man. I don't know which video. Let's see, Angela. Let's see if we can just search it, just for you, Mama. Let's see. Angela King with Trump. There's some short videos. Let's see. I don't know what the hell is going on with that hair. I don't know what that is. Uh-oh. She's saying something bad about Trump. Let's take a listen.
As a mother who gave birth to 5 children, like I have 3 sons, I know my sons had a penis before they did. I taught them how to hold it and piss in the toilet straight so they wouldn't get pee all around the rim of my toilet stool. So don't force me to go against my own conscience, right? I can support you and you can live your life how you want. Right. But you're not going to force me to believe, right, that a man can be born a woman. As a mother who gave birth to 5 children, like I have 3 sons, I know my sons had a penis before they did. I taught them how to hold it and piss it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I know that's not the video that you're telling me about, but let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Let me see if I can find a better video here. Just for you, Tangi. I don't know. You're gonna have to find it and give me the link so that I can show it, because I don't see anything. Not that I can see on here. Let me. Let's see. Oh shit. Let me listen to this story right here. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Is there another one? Let me listen to this story right here. Let me see what she's saying about this.
Now, I had to do a whole lot of praying. Thank God I am the child of a prophet. But I had to do a whole lot of praying, and I go in and I tell Trump my story, and I'm actually amazed at his reaction, because I never thought in a million years that I would see a tear well up in this man's eye. Mm-hmm. Not only that, I never thought in a million years that he would change the law and make it illegal for them to chain women to the bed because of my story, right? And then go on to give me a full and unconditional pardon. So here you have it. At the time, it had been an 18-year time span. So here you had it 18 years prior. I was chained to a bed giving birth to my baby. You couldn't tell me that in all of that darkness, that God was going to use that story to change the law of the land.
Yeah.
Not only that, that same baby that I had given birth to, chained to a bed, had just won the Harvard International Debate Championship. Wow. Got a full scholarship to every Ivy League school in the nation, and is now in her 3rd year at MIT, be her 4th year in August. So that shows you that there is value in life regardless of the circumstance.
Yeah, there's value in life, and there's also redemption of story. And it can also come sometimes from the least likely suspects. I would imagine, and you fill me in, I would imagine that it was difficult for you to go and decide to go to meet with the president, especially President Trump.
Bruh, you're right, man. Trump sounds like a racist. Yep. He loves black people too much. What a racist president. I hate it when they have race preference. I think Trump is a racist because he loves black people too much. Some of you get the sarcasm behind that voice. That's crazy, right? That is crazy. Let me log into my Facebook account since we are here. I thought I had something saved to share with you guys. Let me see if there's something that I need to share with you guys. That's crazy, right? That's crazy that President Trump loves black people that much. And what's funny is that the Democrats who claim that love black people only use them. And once they don't need them, they forget about them. I just don't understand why somebody would support a party that doesn't give a shit about you. Oh, here's an interesting story. Remember what we don't hate. Don't shoot the messenger, man. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Hate the game. Here we go. Oh, Kramis doesn't see race. Trump doesn't see race. He sees America. Kramis took his medicines this morning. Let's share
3
this video
mosques
right here.
in Texas are funded, staffed, and controlled directly by the government of Turkey. The imams inside them are Turkish government employees. Their sermons are state-approved. Western intelligence services have documented Turkey using identical institutions in other countries to surveil and intimidate political dissidents. That operation is running in Dallas, Houston, and Austin right now. Turkey's President Erdogan once described democracy as a train you ride until you reach your destination. And he has made clear that destination is an Islamist state. He has jailed journalists, purged judges, and directed his government's religious apparatus, the Diyanet, to operate globally. Now, 3 of those Diyanet mosques are in Texas. These aren't imams. They are foreign government operatives with a pulpit. Additionally, the Turkish Islamist network in Texas includes private schools and a functioning Sharia court in Dallas. Its founding figure has publicly called for the Islamization of America, declaring there's only one thing America needs, and that's Islam. This network has operated in close coordination with Muslim Brotherhood organizations in Dallas for years. In past videos, we've covered networks that are working to bring down American institutions from within. The DNet network doesn't need to infiltrate anything. It is a foreign government that has already placed state employees inside 3 Texas cities and is delivering state-approved theology from their pulpits today. Erdogan told you where the train is going, and right now we are the only thing stopping him from getting there. If you watch this series, you know the problem better than most Texans. Awareness is where the fight begins.
I agree. Awareness is where the fight begins.
The journalists, 3 mosques in Texas purged judges and direct.
Sorry about that. Let me go ahead and get our next clip. Remember this clip from Rubio? I love Marco Rubio. Have I told you about Marco Rubio? Have I told you how awesome Marco Rubio is? He's a little bit older than me, a few years, couple of years older than me, but he thinks the way that I think. Check this out. Here we go.
Revoked her visa. It's an F1 visa, I believe. We revoked it, and here's why. And I'll say it again. I said it everywhere. Let me be abundantly clear, okay? If you go apply for a visa right now, anywhere in the world, let me just send this message out. If you apply for a visa to enter the United States and be a student, and you tell us that the reason why you're coming to the United States is not just because you want to write op-eds, but because you want to participate in movements that are involved in doing things like vandalizing universities, harassing students, taking over buildings, creating a ruckus, we're not going to give you a visa. If you lie to us and get a visa and then enter the United States and with that visa participate in that sort of activity, we're going to take away your visa. And once you've lost your visa, you're no longer legally in the United States, and we have a right, like every country in the world has a right, to remove you from our country. So it's just that simple. I think it's crazy. I think it's stupid for any country in the world to welcome people into their country that are going to go to your universities as visitors. They're visitors. And say, I'm going to your universities to start a riot. I'm going to your universities to take over a library and harass people. I don't care what movement you're involved in. Why would any country in the world allow people to come and disrupt? Now, we gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses. And if we've given you a visa and then you decide to do that, we're going to take it away. I encourage every country to do that, by the way, because I think it's crazy to invite students into your country that are coming onto your campus and destabilizing it. We're just not going to have it. So we'll revoke your visa, and once your visa is revoked, you're illegally in the country and you have to leave. Every country in the world has a right to decide who comes in as a visitor and who doesn't. If you invite me into your home because you say, I want to come to your house for dinner, and I go to your house and I start putting mud on your couch and spray painting your kitchen, I bet you're going to kick me out. Well, we're going to do the same thing if you come into the United States as a visitor and create a ruckus for us. We don't want it. We don't want it in our country. Go back and do it in your country. But you're not going to do it in our country.
I think I gave that sort of the same example about Don Mitch's newly renewed driveway. You know, he's not going to want me to come over to his house and start just chipping away at his driveway just because I don't like the way it looks. We think the same way because we know how we protect our country. Now, I may not be able to do anything right now, and maybe just like President Trump, the people on the left keep complaining about how he avoided the draft or whatever. Well, now he's commander-in-chief for the second time. And
Say it again. I said it everywhere. Let me be abundantly clear.
And there is a chance that I will become commander-in-chief of Washington State, but nonetheless, a commander-in-chief of my own army. I'm going to tell you right now, bro. I'm going to tell you right now. You guys have no idea. And if I lose, it is what it is. But listen, I'm going to tell you right now. And you guys, you vets, you members, you patrons, the ones who support me, you guys know how I feel about law enforcement and our military. You are my witness. that I am honest, and this is my deep feelings about it. I'm going to tell you right now, man. Listen first. I cannot make law. As a commander-in-chief, as executive branch of government in Washington, I cannot make law. I can make executive orders to temporarily hold something, but I can't make it law. I will tell you this. My Washington State Army, our National Guard for Washington State, all of our military, everybody, every department in the military that belongs to Washington State and law enforcement, there is going to be a lot of money going to fund them. We are going to get rid of all this LGBTQ waste of money. All of this socialist LGBTQ supporting socialist programs. Gone. Destroyed. The only constitutional thing to do, Washington constitutional thing to do, is to make sure everybody is treated equally. If you want some new tits, go pay for them. You want to chop off your mushroom, go pay for it. No taxpayer money goes to them. I'm going to tell you right now. If they were able, listen to me, if they were able to give $600 million, and I'm not making this up, $600 million for transgender affirming care. This is laser hair removal and breast implants to prisoners. No, it's not. I wish I was joking. Those $600 million can go to the Army, to the police department. Let's get some more cars. I would think that every citizen would love that. Because we talk so much about retraining the police, the law enforcement. Of course, we need to. We can use millions of dollars, since we can use millions of dollars to shave legs, we can use millions of dollars to get better camera, to make sure our officers who are enforcing the law are protected. I really hope that we can gather a big enough budget to have 2 officers per patrol car. And I want to multiply patrol cars. I want to create a budget to where we are spending millions of dollars to comfort children who don't know if they're boys or girls. I'd rather support the parents teaching their children that if they have a penis, they are boys, and if they have a vagina, they're girls. That is gender affirming care. To assure our boys are boys and our girls are girls. That is gender affirming. Now, with that being said, we go, immigration goes together with Muslims. This is something that I just don't like. But it happens. This is not American culture. We don't even do this in Honduras. I don't think any of us do this on the Western Hemisphere. Listen to this. Oh, don't listen. Watch this with me. Watch this. You have to support your law enforcement. I'm telling you right now. Don't be afraid of cameras on the street. They're there for your safety. This whole thing that you can get a ticket with a photo at a light, we can talk about it. But you still need to, be responsible where your car is. There's got to be something to fix those things. Listen, I don't think I can do that in 4 years. I will need more than that. But who knows? Maybe everybody comes on board. I will tell you this. I will make some, what's the word? I guess I can call incentives. I will make some great incentives to have big corporations come in and provide good paying jobs. We're going to give them a break so that everybody can make more money. Now, you may think that this means less taxes coming into the budget, but it's not. It's going to be more taxes coming into our government by the creation of thousands of new jobs. I can't wait. I can't wait. Check this out. This is crazy. Well, now we know why they want them to cover their face and sometimes their eyes. Can you believe that? Look at that little boy. I have no pity for any man that commits such violence towards a female. Hey, if the woman slaps a man, let her get slapped too. Equality. But this right here, it's not okay. Not at all. That's sad, man. How can you have a little boy, you have a little girl, you have a daughter, and you're over there punching the mother in the face? Say no to Muslims, man. Say no to third world cultural, health, mental issues. That is just wrong. And these women support it. They like to get beat down. I don't understand. How do you... Listen, I don't care what they do. They can go back to their country and they can go practice that shit, but not in the United States of America. You feel me?
Culture matters. It's the primary source of social progress or regression. Nowhere do we see this more clearly than in the status of women. The Judeo-Christian culture, and perhaps a more upward civilization, has produced over time the law codes, language, and material prosperity that have greatly elevated women's status. But this progress is not shared everywhere. There are still hundreds of millions of people that live in a culture, the Islamic for instance, that takes female inferiority for granted. Until recently, these cultures, the Western and the Islamic, were for the most part separated. But that is changing, dramatically so. Large numbers of immigrant men from the Middle East, South Asia, and various parts of Africa have brought a different set of values to the West, specifically Europe. More than 1 million arrived in 2015 alone. More are on the way. As a result, crimes against girls and women, groping, harassments, assaults, and rape have risen sharply. These crimes illustrate the stark difference between the Western culture of the victims and that of the perpetrators. Let me be clear, not all immigrant men, or even most, indulge in sex attacks or approve of such attacks. But it's a grave mistake to deny that the value system of the attackers is radically different from the value system of the West. In the West, women are emancipated and sexually autonomous. Religiosity and sexual behavior or sexual restraint is determined by women's individual wishes. The other value system is one in which women are viewed as either commodities, that is, their worth depends on their virginity, or on the level of a prostitute if they're guilty of public immodesty, wearing a short skirt, for example. I do not believe these value systems can coexist. The question is which value system will prevail. Unfortunately, this remains an open question. The current situation in Europe is deeply troubling. Not only are Muslim women within Europe subject to considerable oppression in many ways, such norms now risk spreading to non-Muslim women who face harassment from Muslim men. One would think that Western feminists in the United States and Europe would be very disturbed by this obvious misogyny. But sadly, with few exceptions, this does not appear to be the case. Common among many Western feminists is a type of moral confusion in which women are said to be oppressed everywhere, and that this oppression, in feminist Eve Ensler's words, is exactly the same around the world, in the West, just as in Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Iran. To me, this suggests too much moral relativism and an inadequate understanding of Sharia law. It is true that the situation for women in the West is not perfect, but can anyone truly deny that women enjoy greater freedom and opportunities in the United States, France, and Finland than they do in Iran, Pakistan, or Saudi Arabia? Other feminists have also argued that non-Western women do not need saving, and that any suggestion that they need help from Western feminists is insulting and condescending to non-Western women. My perspective is a practical one. Any efforts that help Muslim women, whether they live in the West or under Islamic governments, should be encouraged. Every effort to pressure these governments to change unjust laws should be supported. Western feminists and female Western leaders have a simple choice to make. Either excuse the inexcusable or demand reform in cultures and religious doctrines that continue to oppress women. Nothing illustrates this better than what happened in Cologne, Germany on New Year's Eve 2015. That night, during the city's traditional celebrations, numerous German women, 467 at the last count, reported being sexually harassed or assaulted by men of North African and Arab origin. Within 2 months, 73 suspects had been identified, most of them from North Africa. 12 of them have been linked to sexual crimes. Yet, in response to the attacks, Cologne's feminist mayor Herrera issued an arm's-length guideline to women. Just keep an arm's-length distance between you and a mob of Arab men, she advised Cologne's female population, and you will be fine. Mayor Reke's comments underline the seriousness of the problem. A culture clash is upon us. The first step in resolving it is to unapologetically defend the values that have allowed women to flourish. Feminists with their organizations, networks, and lobbying power need to be on the front lines of this battle. Their relevance depends on it. And so does the well-being of countless women, Western and non-Western. I'm Ayaan Hirsi Ali of Harvard University.
That looks like a fake video to you, Rick Young? You want proof. You want facts. You call me a liar. What do you want? Are you blind? Are you that stupid? You see, this is the kind of stupid ass people that come into our chat. These trolls, I don't know if they're getting paid. They're just retarded by their own will. I don't know what it is. But you cannot, not in your right mind, say that this Indian man punching that woman is fake. It is part of their culture. I remember one time when I was working as a maintenance for apartment community, 2 apartment communities. I went to go fix the sink, and the Indian wife was the only one at home, and she was watching a soap opera. I happened to catch a piece of that soap opera, and the husband was chasing the wife with a belt. I kid you not. With the belt. Spanking the wife. I kid you not. And I said, what the hell is wrong with that man? You know what the wife, the Indian woman, told me? That's what she gets. She was lying to him, so now he needs to spank her and discipline her. I was saying, what the hell do you mean? That's his wife. Even at least if it was his child, I get it. That's his wife. And this guy right here is punching the wife. Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. If you don't love the woman, don't be with her. Don't marry her. Don't make babies with her. This kind of man deserves a beatdown. This is where I will agree with some Muslim law. The guy needs to get his ass kicked. Period. The woman is not doing anything. Whatever she did, whether she lied or whatever it was, you can't just punch somebody with that much hate. Why are you with that woman? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, guys. Can't believe it. Just can't believe it. And these libtards are okay with this behavior. I don't understand. Tells me everything I need to know about these trolls. Tells me everything I need to know about the trolls. Hey, Agus, how are you, buddy? That is crazy, man. Well, why don't we go ahead and just switch gears a little bit and go into... let's go back into politics. Democrats, you got your hands full, man. You got to choose America. You got to choose America. You got to choose your country before your party. You got to make a change, man. Americans on the left, we need you. Please wake up. We need you to be on our side, man. You cannot allow this, all these illegal immigrants, all these hateful people, all of our enemies, all of our retarded Americans to destroy this great country which provides for your children and their future generations. We got to defend it. You got to fight for it. Don't allow these criminals to take over our party. Come on, guys. We got to protect our country. This is how we do it.
This is no longer the Democrat Party of JFK. Heck, this...
All right, hold on, Carolyn. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Teddy. Call me. You still got my number, right? Go ahead.
I don't mean to derail your show, but I'm going to make this quick.
Go ahead.
So, when that story you had just told, the video about the wife being beat,
Yeah, just you have 5 minutes, brother. Go ahead.
I don't even need 5.
I know. I'm just giving you 5.
I went to a mosque over the weekend.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, it was an experience with the church. We weren't supposed to say anything about Jesus. I missed the memo because I had just got back from out of the country. You know, I was in Guyana for a couple of weeks.
Oh, nice. How was it?
Beautiful but dirty. It will make you.
That's how it is with third world countries, but I know what you mean by beautiful.
I'm starting the ministry actually to send liberals over there. And they're going to come back patriots.
Nice. Right on, brother. All right, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt, man. I don't mind you interrupting the channel, bro. I mean, this is for all of us. I want good conversation. You know, I want some good talk as well. But you know, I got my clips and I like things. I like to dig in through news clips and all this stuff. You already know me. So go ahead, man. Tell us your story and let's see what we learned today.
So I was with my group. And, of course, I'm in hot water because I couldn't I guess I said too much about Jesus, but whatever. So a question was asked to the Muslim priest or pastor. They called him imam.
Yeah, the imam. Yeah.
And, yeah, so they asked him what was one of his favorite stories about Allah or about Muhammad, the prophet.
Yeah.
And, you know, he told this story about one of his wives. She was just upset for whatever reason. And then Muhammad wanted to bring in a mediator to find out what's going on because they couldn't figure it out by themselves. So he rambled a list of names. And he said, he finally asked her, do you want your father to be the mediator? And she said yes. So the father comes over, and they're talking, and they can't figure out what's going on. And then finally, I guess the father had enough, raised his voice, might have raised his hand or whatever, and his wife hid behind Muhammad. Muhammad tells the father to leave. And he said, we'll figure it out on our own. And he looks at his wife and he was like, well, you went from not talking to me to, you know, being angry about whatever. And, you know, we can't figure it out. And even your father couldn't help us figure it out. I was like, wow, like this, what a beautiful story. Like she stands behind her husband because they can't figure it out ultimately. Then we get back to the church and one of the women were like, that sounded like a great story. And then she said it ended really sad. And I was like, what are you talking about? You know, in my head, I'm like, what are you talking about?
There's nothing sad.
Yeah, I was like, how did that end sad? Like, they figured it out. She hid behind them. The father left, and they smiled and whatever. And she was like, well, you know, the father was probably about to beat her down. And I was like, oh, I totally missed that. Why else would she hide behind her husband?
Yeah.
And so that seems pretty normal in the Islamic faith. And I hope I get more opportunities to reach out to these people and, you know, tell them about Jesus, or, you know, even if they don't want to hear about Jesus, like just be the light around these people. But it's very sad the way that they live over there, and I mean they're very disciplined people. It's a very disciplined faith, but it's a faith on fear, not of love. So that's the difference between us and them. And I mean that was the end of the story. Just they use this even in their Quran.
Yeah, well, it's true, man, and you know, it's one of those things that I notice in low IQ countries. I know it sounds like I'm being racist or whatever, but bro, it's the truth. Low IQ countries you will see this happening more and more. I guarantee you, bro. Listen, in my country, for example, let me talk about my Indian heritage. People that live in the mountains, you have to understand that there is differences of people that live, just like here. There's difference between people that live in the mountains, and then there, in the Indian, still very native Indian, and there is people that live in the mountains, but they're a little bit more on the city, civilization part of it. And then there's people that live in the city. People that live in the city are the ones that have all the drug addicts and all this crazy shit out there, right? And then you have the sort of in the middle type of civilized people in Honduras, and they got issues like cheating, and maybe some drunkenness. And then you have the very Indian, more native than anything else. When I mean native, I'm talking about is a low IQ mentality, because they can't think beyond the emotions, right? They just think with violence. For example, if you and I had a discussion, even if I thought that you were sleeping with my wife, which is not true, you and I will get in an argument. I will chop your arm off with my machete. That is how it is. That's what I call low IQ. So you have these different levels of violence, right? Like, for example, somebody mentioned it here. The violence, it's, domestic violence. We don't tolerate that, right? Somebody mentions, okay, well, if a woman is beating the shit out of a man, that man's got to be able to slap the shit out of her back, put her in her place. Maybe, it depends on the woman, I think, right? But I wouldn't just sit there and just beat a woman like a man would. No, no, you just can't. I will first hold them. Stop it, right? I will hold the woman. Stop it. And she goes farther, that's going to be on her. But this guy, it's just an argument. Maybe she's lied about something. Whatever it is, violence is the first thought that they get. When I say low IQ, I don't mean that they're really stupid. Low IQ for me is critical thinking skills, lacking of critical thinking skills. What do I think about critical thinking skills? Okay, I got to know what the consequences are going to be from me doing this. That's critical thinking to me, right? It's just common sense for most people. But this is critical thinking for the people that we're talking about. And they have to know, listen, what if the guy is right? What if he's not telling me, what if he's not lying to me and I chopped off his arm? Like, I have to live with that guilt, or maybe I just don't give a shit and I have no guilt. I'm just an evil person. I just think that is right. That's what I mean by low IQ people. They don't have the mentality to think, about consequences. And I see that on my native people. I gave an example the other day. I don't know if you were on my live, but I gave an example of low IQ. In low IQ, it's mainly ignorance of not knowing something or having learned something yet, right? So if I go in and give you an IQ test and say, okay, let me go ahead and put a bunch of squares here, you'll find out where the triangle is, right? Very easy, but just to make an example. Your IQ would depend on if you have critical thinking skills, if you are able to determine what this maze is all about. What is the formula? Are you able to look at different mistakes, right? In a photo, in a graph. The Indians in Honduras, they don't work with money. They're still farming. They're still inbreeding. You don't understand? This is the Indian people. These are the native Indian people that live in the mountain. This is why all of them, just like you see Ethiopians that look alike, Somalis that look alike, you get all these crazy looks from these people that are inbred. It's the same thing in Honduras with our Indians. Those who seem to grow with the civilization, they think differently. And even though they're they're not stupid. They know how to build things. They know how to make baskets. I don't know how to make baskets, but they do. They have their own, we call it artisan skills. Their native, the cultural, the old way of life on how to make things for surviving. We are low IQ when it comes to that. We're ignorant when it comes to that. but they know it. There's different levels to compare. I don't know if that's more confusing, to be honest, but to me it makes sense of what I say. When I say low IQ people, it's just they don't know how to reason. That's what I'm saying.
I know exactly why you say low IQ people, because the last time I called in, a guy called in after me and called me low IQ.
Oh man, I don't know, man. Maybe low IQ is not the word. It's just
the correlation, the abuse in that faith. That's all I wanted to mention, But I appreciate you having me.
yeah, man. Anytime, Teddy. You have a good one, brother.
You too.
All right. Poor Teddy. I probably punished Teddy more by giving that information. Too much explanation, guys. That's my ADD. That's part of my I guess my retardedness on the brain. All right, go ahead, Carolyn. What were you saying?
This is not even the Democrat Party of Barack Obama. This is a party that has been totally captivated by these far left extreme liberals who support massively raising your taxes, who support abolishing your police, reopening our southern border and our nation's borders to illegal alien criminals all over the world.
So White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, slamming the rise of radical Democrats. It comes as far-left streamer and activist Hassan Piker has campaigned with progressive Democrats this primary cycle. His appearances have, in many cases, divided the party. Former West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin joins us in just a moment. But first, Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel reports live from D.C. Hi, Mike.
Martha, good morning. It's fascinating how much far-left media personality Hassan Piker divides the Democratic Party. Michigan Democratic nominee for the Senate, Abdul El-Sayed, appeared with Piker at a posh pool party. Then El-Sayed is pressed on Piker's suggestion that America deserved 9/11.
Of course it was a dumb statement. And of course, I think Hassan himself would say that was a dumb statement. He disavowed it. So yes, America didn't deserve 9/11.
Piker's a hot commodity with far-left figures like El-Sayed, Francesca Hong in Wisconsin, and New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, but not with some more mainstream Democrats.
I call real communists that are cheering for communism people like Hassan Piker, for example. He's a big influence, in the Democratic Party conversation, and he is a communist.
A familiar face from the Clinton era says if Piker becomes a force in the Democratic Party, he's leaving.
Oh, he's some guy that's got a podcast and he's out there campaigning with El-Sayed. I don't know who it is, but the long-term prognosis of me and Hassan Piker ever being in the same tent politically is about nil.
Piker rejects Champagne socialist charges, writing on X, "I'd rather be successful and advocate for the poor than be a broke Trump booster advocating for the rich." Former LA mayor candidate Spencer Pratt firing back, "Piker's too dumb to realize that he's not advocating for the poor. He's advocating for communism, a system that does not allow for successful people to even exist." Rolling Stone notes for a Marxist, Piker has about as capitalist a gig as it gets. Martha?
Yeah, they wrote it.
So that's what I would call low IQ. Somebody that doesn't know the difference between a successful system and a corrupt, bad system. That's what I call low IQ. I hope that makes sense. Low IQ, ignorance, all these negative things about, intellectual power. It's I can't find the words in English. I can tell you in Spanish, you will probably understand it better. But I tried. I try to use my Spanish common sense way of speaking. I can tell you, speaking in English, not to make an excuse, okay, but in speaking English, we are not as descriptive in English. In Spanish, we're a little bit more descriptive of things. Like for example, you say tablecloth, right? No, we don't say tablecloth. We say the cloth for the table. We don't say tablecloth. We say cloth for the table. We're more descriptive. So there's the Latin language is one of the oldest languages. One of the oldest, not the oldest. One of the oldest languages out there. It's more descriptive. And that's just the way it is. Common sense it's not common sense anymore for these people. But that's what I mean by low IQ. You have two scenarios. You have to use your critical thinking to make a choice. Just one choice, not two. One choice. And when people just say, I'm fighting for the people, but what you're doing, what he just said, but what you're really doing is fighting for communism that gives the power to one leader, to one government, not to the people. Communist Republic of China gives all the power to the government. That's communism. China does not work for the well-being of the people. They have filled them with fear, dominance, submission, just like Islam does. There's not much difference between Islam and communism. I'm going to tell you that right now. There is not much difference. I mean, in fact, if I go and look what communism is and what Islam stands for, they're about the same. Why wouldn't they? China worships Satan, the old snake. Remember that? Yeah, that's their god. That's the Chinese god. The old serpent, the dragon. Notice they don't make a dragon with wings and big like a dinosaur dragon. No. It's an old snake that grants wishes. The Chinese dragon. Islam claims that Allah means God. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. But doesn't mean the God that we believe in. And because of all of the evil things that they do, I call him Satan. Just because they stole Christian scriptures and stories, it doesn't mean that they're a legitimate spiritual religion. Islam means submit. You submit to government. And what does communism do? You submit to government. Different name, same shit. Damn. See, that's not low IQ. That's high IQ, I think. Critical thinking, common sense, making the choice, putting things together, thinking outside the box, making comparisons, finding the flaws, finding things that match. I'm going to tell you guys, those of you who are true subscribers, not the fake subscribers so they can come and talk shit, true subscribers, those who are members, those of you who support me monetarily, you guys know this is what I do for a living. I want to say really, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You guys mean a lot to me. I wouldn't be able to do this without you, honestly. It's not much, but I know I got your support, and that means a lot to me. So I want to say thank you guys for that. Now, with that being said, people don't realize how difficult it is to come here every day. I say this many times already, but people don't realize how difficult it is to get up here and do this. It helps that I'm a badass. It helps that I am a badass and that I am a very confident man. I will say, I do have my insecurities. I do have my weaknesses. I will tell you that right now. Listen, I know that people on the left don't understand this part of my thinking. But I want to let you know something. I can only hang out with people. Now, when I say hang out, I mean hanging out. You know what I'm saying? Being boys. You know what I mean? Being boys and girls. I can only do that with people that are like me. I gotta hang out with that mind alike people, successful people. I want to hang out with people that support their countrymen, that support the United States of America. That's who I want to hang out with. That's the people that I want on my side. If I want to be a successful business owner, I want to hang out with successful business owners. I want them to be my best friends. If you're a womanizer, I don't want to hang out with you. And that is a weakness of mine. I don't want to be tempted. So I walk away from it. I don't go to clubs anymore because temptation, I guarantee you, any amount of money that I will get laid every single time that I go to a club. I guarantee it. You might say, oh, this guy is ugly. I take that bet. You will lose. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Coast to coast, LA to Chicago. Man, by the way, she is hot. Shotty. Hot lady, man. Dang. Anyways, listen. I'm serious. I don't want to hang out with people that want to go cheat on their wives. That's not the kind of friends that I want. If you do that, I'll still love you, but we're not going to be friends like that. If you believe on good policies to help people, if you believe on equality for others, I want you on my side. Well, when I start campaigning, when we put the money in, you know what? I'm actually going to go and gather signatures. We're going to see if we can gather some signatures. We'll see. I'll probably get a permit at a park, and then we're going to go ahead and announce that we're going to have a public, rally or whatever, and then we'll have people there with tables gathering signatures. We need, I think it's going to be 2,400 people, 2,400 signatures, and then I can put my name on the ballot for free. If I don't gather the signatures, then I can pay the money and I can still put my name on the ballot. Okay? That's how that works. But I can tell you right now, we're just going to go out there with the truth. I'm not going to be going over there and taking the LGBTQ side. I'm not going to be taking the Christian side. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. Everybody, under the law, under the Constitution of Washington State, has the same rights. You have to understand that. I will love everybody, but I'm not going to love or do the things that they do. It's very simple. There are laws for a reason, and everybody has to abide by the laws. Whether you're a Christian, whether you're a straight, gay, it doesn't matter. You have to abide by the law. It's that simple. Watch. We're going to have such a phenomenal time. I guarantee it. We're going to have such a phenomenal time campaigning. Even if we got 10 people there. 10 people. We're going to have so much fun. I guarantee it. You know, I'm going to make a joke. Okay, this is just a joke. Never mind. It's not a joke if you have to announce it. But I'm going to go ahead and have a lot of free food available. Hot dogs and hamburgers, some with cheese. The good old American barbecue grilling. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to get me the Samoans. I'm going to get me the Latinos. I'm going to get all the American patriots coming in for some free hot dogs. Sorry, guys, no beer. No beer. You can't have alcohol in public. And don't be cheating. Don't be going to the parking lot and opening the trunk of your car. I will have my eye on you. No beer. Oh, American food is the best. Have you ever had a fantastic, awesomely grilled American cheeseburger? I want one right now. Doggone it. I'm telling you, man, it's going to be so hot. It's going to be hot, hot, hot. Going to grab me some compadres. Oh, yeah. Oh, Castillo, I like you, bro. I like you. Listen, you can't smoke in the park, I don't think. Here in Washington State, you can't smoke in the park. But I'm going to tell you something. We're going to do some gatherings in private places where we can drink and have cigars. Now, when I say we can drink, well, you know, I can't really drink that much when I'm campaigning. But I will be able to do that on private events. And no, don't be trying to be slipping me nothing because I carry my own shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have my own peeps. I got to pick who's going to be next to me everywhere I go except the bathroom. I need my privacy. You know what I'm saying? Man, I'm a goofball. I'm a goofball. But I'm going to tell you something. I can be in a mansion, in a big mansion, like Trump, with gold and all these beautiful things. Hey, that's nice. That's nice. Or I can go into a very humble apartment where there is no furniture and all you got is beans to eat. I'm bringing some tortillas. You know what I'm saying? Bringing some tortilla and some Diet Pepsi. Or Coke, whatever. We're not advertising here. Waters. And I will have that with you. Let me tell you a story. And then we'll continue with the clip. Let me tell you a story. Yeah, a long time ago. Across the border a long time ago. Matter of fact, I didn't touch land. It was a plane ride on a 777 from San Pedro Sula, Honduras, all the way to Houston, Texas, and from Houston, Texas, all the way to Seattle, Washington. That was my first plane flight. It was a fantastic experience. Let me tell you a story. I've done this plenty of times, but I'll tell you this a specific one, and this is in honor of Doña Melida. Doña Melida was my second mother. I live in Barrio Cabañas, which is a small community, and I came to visit her. What's crazy is this. I'm sure their family is not watching this channel, but I'm going to tell you this. The husband, his name was Don Pedro. He was like my second father to me. Now, just in figure, because the guy was a womanizer, so I didn't take after him for that. But he was a hard worker. And he took me with him. I mean, he's the one that taught me how to mix concrete and how to lay bricks. But I came to visit. He wasn't there. The wife was there by herself. And, you know, she was sweeping and cleaning and doing all these things. And I said, Doña Melida, I said, I'm hungry. Do you got anything to eat? Now, I know that she doesn't. I know that her husband was cheating on her and he was sleeping with a younger woman. But I can tell you this. I knew she didn't have food because I know how they live. She had grown-ass men and women, kids. And they didn't help her. They didn't help her. So I said, Doña Melida, do you have something to eat? I'm hungry. And she said, ay, mijo. She says, I only have these 2 eggs and this leftover beans from yesterday. And I said, can I have it? And she said, yeah, sure, let me heat it up. So she heated up the refried beans. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, if you get a chance, if you cook them yourself, they're a lot better. Red pinto beans. You boil them and keep adding water to it and add water to it and boiling them until the bean is soft. But here's a catch. You want to grab a few teeth of garlic. Few teeth of garlic. I mean, that's what we call them in Spanish. I don't know in English what it's called, but a few teeth of garlic. And then you want to go to the store and buy some cilantro. But not the cilantro that you see at the store. It has to be a leaf. We call it wide leaf cilantro, okay? You want to put that in the beans. You want to throw in the garlic teeth. And then you want to add salt. Not too much. You can F it up. You want to add salt to it. Within 30 minutes, beans should be done. You want to add a lot of water because the water tastes really good, and you can mix it with sour cream, cheese, and whatever. Anyways, so you grab this. If you make the beans yourself, you smash them, right? Whatever tool you use, you can liquidate. You can liquefy them on the blender, and then you put your oil and fry them. Now that will taste good. Some people do put cloves in there. But you fry them and it'll taste good. But if it's refried, meaning that you fry them today and then you refry them later tomorrow, the beans taste so much better. I'm telling you right now. You have no idea what I'm talking about. It tastes so good. Anyway, I'm a beaner, so I love beans. But here's the thing. She gave me her 2 eggs. She scrambled the eggs, made the beans, and I went and grabbed some tortillas. Man, I ate everything. That's who I am. I can go into a person's mansion and say, this is beautiful, it's nice. I enjoy it. It's very pleasing. Or I can go into a very humble house where the furniture is just old and falling apart, and I'm still going to honor the people that live in that house. So when she offered me the last bit of food that she had, just beans and eggs, I brought the tortillas. When I left, I blessed her, and I can't remember how much money I had, but it was a lot of money. And I put it in her apron. That's right. I put her in her apron as I hugged her and kissed her. She was like a second mother to me. And I left in a hurry because as soon as she puts her hands in her apron to say goodbye to me, it's just a habit. They put their hands in the apron. I knew that she was going to find that money and she was not going to accept it. I want you to understand that. She will not accept it. Listen, this is the people that raised me. Fuck. I love her very much. Fuck. I get emotional sometimes. Some memories, they really hit me. Think about it. She had no food. She gave me the last bit of food. I ate it. She gave me the last bit of her food. And I knew that she would not take my money anyway. Let a socialist libtard tell you that story. I'm not saying it's wrong if you accept it. But what the point that I'm trying to make is this. She had no food. Do you understand? She gave me her last meal, so to speak, that she could have eaten. And she would have refused my money, even though I was thanking her. Man. That's how I was raised. With good morals. My mother told me when she left me for 5 years. She had taught me already, no matter how hungry I am, you never beg. Begging is shameful. It's the way she raised me. So I always thought I'd rather die of hunger than to beg for food. Does that mean that I don't want to eat? Of course not. But I will never beg for food. And I'm telling you, man, beautiful people in my life. And I can tell you that we are going to help a lot of poor families. But there is a catch. Who gets the free food? The Bible tells me that if you don't work, you don't eat. The Bible also tells me that if you are young and you lose your husband and you become a single mother, because you're still young, you should remarry so that you're taken care of. This is old school. It doesn't say if you are a young woman and you are a widow, everybody should give you free food. No, it doesn't. It teaches that the women that are single should still take care of themselves. Whether they work or they get married again, that's how you take care of yourself and your children if you have any. In our day and age, you get food stamps, free housing, free health care, no incentive to go to work. With that being said, the Bible also says that if you see a widow who is old, who is not able to fend for herself, help the widow. So that's who gets the food. See, people who are struggling to make ends meet, but they have a full-time job, they get the free food. They should get the free health care. They shouldn't be burdened. They shouldn't be burdened if they're working hard and they're doing their best. That's the difference on how you help people. And we can do that together. I will always have a charity page. I'm going to probably create you guys have heard me say this before. I want to create a charity, a nonprofit charity. And we're going to do some great things. We got to get it. We got to get in that office and start making some changes. And then we're going to go ahead and see what else. If I fail from being in office, then that charity is going to be built, and we are going to go ahead and work with the public. And if the government doesn't want to feed the hungry, we will. Just like a food bank, right? We will work with different people. We will work with different business owners. We want to see if we can get some sponsors. How about we get a bunch of pizzas for free and then just feed people? How about we get a company that gives us a bunch of hot dogs, some water, some sodas, and give that for free? Feed some people, anybody. It doesn't matter if they're poor, rich. It doesn't matter. If you are in the area and you stop by, get some food. It's the way to live. I don't give to you because you're poor. I don't give to you because you're rich. I give to you because you are there. And the moment that I'm able to give something. Anyways, that is just the way that I am. Thank you for putting up with my story time. Let's get back to the clip.
A very glowing piece, for the most part, on Piker. Thank you very much, Mike.
You bet. So more on this now with former Senator Joe Manchin, co-founder of the Independent Leadership Council. He has an I before his name now. Joe Manchin, former Democrat out of West Virginia. How you doing? Good day to you. And thank you.
Hey, Bill. How are you, Martha? Doing fine.
I want to hear from you, but this is only June 30th, okay? This is Hassan Piker, Francesca Hong, and here's how that conversation went. June 30th now. Watch.
Rapid fire. Do you support repealing Act 10?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Free school meals?
Yes.
Guaranteed pay leave?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE?
Yes.
A 1-year data center moratorium?
Yes.
Breaking up Big Ag?
Yes.
Public grocery stores?
Yes.
Right to repair?
Yes.
Legalizing cannabis?
Yes.
Overturning Citizens United?
Yes.
A workers' bill of rights?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Yes.
You want me to do the same thing to you?
Free Palestine. Is that America first? You see why I always tell you guys you got to make a choice? Because for them, it's not America first either. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Well, I'm with Israel.
I'm kidding. Where are you going? Where's the party going?
Bill,
help us understand, because she's saying this was more aspirational. She said that 2 days ago, okay? I just played you a clip from June 30th, and 2 days ago she said that was just aspirational. Go for it.
I think what you ought to be asking, Bill, is some of the presumed leaders of the Democratic Party today, and I would say that would be Barack Obama speaking out a lot and speaking for the Democratic Party, or assume they're looking for that leadership, and he would be the closest one to it. Chuck Schumer, Hakima Jeffries, all of these people here are going to have to identify what is the Democrats' policy? What's the philosophy? Are you for stronger borders? Then say it. Are you basically for the Department of Defense? Then say it. Are you against the crime and you want to support everybody in uniform, police and everyone in uniform that puts themselves in harm's way? Then say it. Anyone that says different does not belong in the Democratic Party that they're trying to represent. No one's saying exactly what it takes to be a Democrat. They start all this mumble jumble back and forth, and it got to the point to where I felt they just forgot about the working person who was truly getting up every day, going to work, trying to provide for themselves and their families, and fighting all of the wins that there were. And there was no one speaking for them. So I said, you've lost the working people in West Virginia, from the UMW to the AFL-CIO, because you spend more time and effort and resources on able-bodied, capable people that don't work or won't work than those who do. It's pretty simple, but you've got to have basics. You've got to have a strong defense to protect your country. You have to have strong borders, but then you have to have an immigration policy that allows people to come the same way our ancestors came to this country, to have a better life, to work and provide for their family. You don't have to get involved in all of these iterations as far as what's right and wrong, whether trans and this and that. The bottom line is, where I come from, there's no way in the world they will allow a boy to compete against a girl. Not going to happen. Can't you say something that makes sense? But they're afraid to speak up.
Senator, it seems like the voters are talking, though, and they're making themselves heard. In Michigan, Hassan Piker won that election. This is a swing state. We've got another swing state here where, not the primary, I should say, where Francesca Hong looks like she's going to win this primary. So it seems like if Democrats are where you're saying they should be able to win in these places.
Martha, here's the thing. They're saying things that resonate with a lot of people, whether you're Republican or Democrat. You know, the prices are too high to survive in today's world and on just an average income. So basically with groceries and energy costs as far as your utility bills and in gasoline to get to and from work, all the things it takes to run a daily life is getting more and more challenging. So they're speaking about things, and they spoke about Medicare for all. What they don't tell you about, all this free medical care comes with basically guardrails. You can't just use it whenever you want. You can't just use it and abuse it and think it's always going to be. They don't tell you all of that. That's why people wait. That's why people want the type of health care that we have, but they like to have more accessibility to it and basically be able to have what's needed to take care of their family. They're speaking about things that resonate. They're not talking about all the crazy stuff that they believe in. So if that's what they're believing, if I was in the Democratic Party, I would ask them, do you believe the border should be strengthened? Do you believe we should have a Department of Defense? Do you believe we should have a president, executive branch, a legislative branch, and a judicial branch? If you don't believe in those things, you are not anywhere near close to the Democratic Party. But no one's speaking out, Martha. So what do they assume? Well, I guess they're speaking for all the Democrats.
We'll see what comes of this election tonight. And all those questions might still be relevant. So, yeah, I just want to squeeze this in quickly. Jerry Baker, Wall Street Journal, socialism's the wrong answer, but the questions are real. He says there are problems with American capitalism, and ignorant college graduates are only one of them. I encourage our viewers to check that out today in the Wall Street Journal. You come back soon, okay? Yeah, make it quick.
If I could say one thing real quick about independence, independents are running as true independents around the country. Seth Bodner back up in Montana. You have different people in Iowa and all over running. And if they win, can you imagine them coming and not caucusing with either side and truly being there for the sake of our government?
That would make some interesting times and a very interesting story to cover.
Well,
Thank you,
try
Senator.
to get some of them elected.
Yeah. Nice to see you again. Joe Manchin,
Good
thank
to see
you.
Senator. Thank you.
So, so you guys are talking about unions here. Let me go ahead and mention something about the unions. Unions, for those who really believe that working for a union is a good cause, first of all, you don't make that much money. You shouldn't make that much money. They are overpaid, underworked. So while I do support some unions, they need to be regulated more. Just saying. I represented a union before here in Washington State. I'd rather have those extra $3 to $5 that go to the union to go to the actual employee. When you have good government, you don't need unions. Unions are just taking money away from their hardworking people. Holy shit. Well. Unions in Seattle, Washington. What a damn shame. They literally did a private press conference. Just the union, some union companies in Seattle, with the governor of Washington. Not announced, no invitations, nothing. Just something they pull out of their ass. They took the taxpayers' money and then went and blamed President Trump for not having that money. If I run for governor, those unions have a lot to answer for. Let me tell you that right now. These sharks need to know that there is a new fisherman in the ocean. That's probably the stupidest thing I've said today. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. See, this is why you guys get called lip-tarts and you become retarded. You don't pay attention to what's happening. You guys are out there in your own little la-la land having a conversation about some other bullshit that nobody else is addressing. And then you wonder why you don't know shit about what's going on in our world. Take advantage of the Dennis Herrera Show, you fucking ignorant people. Stay with the subject.
Right.
That goes for everybody. Everybody. I don't believe so. The third, I don't believe so. You don't need unions, period. You don't need them. They need to convince me that they are needed. But the unions that I represented, bullshit. Employees don't need unions. It is bullshit. What you need is laws that stop employers from abusing employees. Unions are just leeches that take money from the working Americans. Ah, man, I'm gonna lose 75% of my voters. Listen, vote for me. I will be better than the union. I guarantee it. Yeah. Well, hey, I'm going to give them hell. Absolutely. I'm going to give them hell. And I'm going to make sure. Wait. Let's see if there's any public information out there. Let's see if there's public information that we can dig in. Let's do in Washington State. Let's take a look here. Now, let me ask you something. If I tell you, listen to me real quick. If I tell you that I can give you $600 to $1,200 extra a year if we get rid of the union, would you take it? Now listen here. Every employer has to follow the employment rules. No, they didn't. Stop it. Stop it. You guys are going to make me go against the union. If I tell you that I can give you an extra $600 to $1,200 a year by getting rid of the union, would you take it? There's no right or wrong answer, guys. Just if you like unions, fantastic. $100 a month ain't beans. Well, I guess you don't mind paying an extra $100 in taxes. Fantastic. You voted no for the union? All right. Yeah, you guys make a tough case. Let me ask you something. If you call in sick every day, like if you come into work late every day, and no, forget about that. Let's say you are an employer. If you were an employer and you had an employee that came in late every day, would you fire them? Would you fire that employee? Your productivity is going down because they keep showing up late. You got a quota to meet. If you are an employer, would you fire an employee that comes in late every day? Not a trick question, just a regular question. Well, unions over here don't allow employers to fire people. Now, there's rules to follow, but those are the same rules that every employer has to follow. It has nothing to do with the union. The union grabs a bunch of stewardess and they tell them, we're going to represent every employee. Make sure that the employer is not taking advantage of the employees. That's what the unions are made for. I would fire them as well. All right. Here's the thing. You ready for this? Washington Federation of State Employees they make their dues. They got to pay these dues. They got to pay 1.5% of their gross monthly salary. Think about that. So if you work for a company that is unionized, you have a union, on top of your percentage of taxes that you have to pay an extra 1.5% more on your gross pay. So instead of paying 14% tax, now you're paying 15.5% in taxes. I know a lot of lazy-ass people that shouldn't be working. A lot of lazy-ass people that shouldn't be working. People that abuse the employers. It can swing either way. I will have to talk with the leaders of the unions, and they have to convince me that they are a good thing. But I'd rather have an extra $1,700 a year in my pocket than to have a union. You can fire somebody due to their race, religion, beliefs. You can discriminate against your employees. You literally need to have them as long as they are productive. If you show up on time, you work hard every day, you keep your job. If you're lazy, you're fired. You miss too many days, you're fired. You get sick every Monday after a weekend, you're fired. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. The Washington State Nurses Association, they had to pay an extra $1,330 to $1,375 a year. Extra on top of all the taxes and deductions that I already get. Woo! Let's support the union. Sometimes I think it's good. Sometimes. Not always. Would you recognize me? Look my way or walk on by. Rain keeps falling down, down, down. Hey, 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 hey! Ooh, sorry about that. Anyways. You guys got me over here talking against the unions. You guys are horrible people. Stop it. Unions are good. Don't you forget about me. Stop it. Stop making me talk bad about the union. Reminds me of the bad experience that I had with them. All right, let me lower this light a little bit more. There we go. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and go back to our clip. I can't believe you guys. You guys are fantastic. I love it.
Now, far-left Wisconsin gubernatorial hopeful Francesca Hong is set to hold a campaign event as voters head to the polls today. She is hoping to be the latest Democratic socialist to score.
Okay, look, listen. Before I let the video play, I'll let it play from the beginning. I'm sorry. I want you to know something. I'm always like that. I am always very negative But there's a reason for that. I am very negative with everything that I catch the first time. I like to hear the arguments. I like to hear the defense. You see how I got you to defend the union? Tell me why. That, my friend, is what I do. So, even if I think it's a great idea, which I do, I support unions. Even if I think it's a great idea, I am going to go negative on it until I can find that this is the best way. And then nobody can convince me otherwise. That's how I am, okay? All right. With that being said, we can still support our unions. But we got to find out if that is the best way to go about doing business.
Event as voters head to the polls today. She is hoping to be the latest Democratic socialist to score a primary win. But some of her fellow Democrats worry her radical agenda and controversial comments could turn off voters in November, costing the party a chance at keeping the seat blue. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno here with my co-hosts, Kayleigh McEnany and Harris Faulkner. And also joining us today, Rosanna Scotto, Fox 5 New York anchor and host of The Underground Economy on Fox Nation, and Griff Jenkins, co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Now, Hong has spent a lot of time on the campaign trail defending or trying to explain what she called some past bad takes, like her calls to abolish ICE, defund the police, eradicate the Senate, her accusing police departments of upholding white supremacy, and her now deleted attacks on Thanksgiving, fireworks, and Valentine's Day. The tweets, plus an even more radical agenda than some of her other progressive colleagues, are raising many red flags on the left. The Wall Street Journal is reporting this. Hong's primary lead is alarming establishment Democrats who think she would lose the general election in November. She had this to say today about concerns of those Democratic divisions. Watch.
We need a united party. We are ready to unite not just the party, but working class people all across the state to defeat Tom Tiffany in November. I think the Democratic Party, we are a big tent party, and there's always room for better policies and always room for more people.
The ultra-progressives in the party, like Hassan Piker, are cheering Hong on. A former Clinton impeachment attorney says that Democratic socialists are divisive, warning that the media is not paying enough attention to what they're preaching.
Mainstream media is sort of covering the Democratic infighting and hinting at the possibility of a civil war. We are in a civil war right now, and I think the news media is missing that. But I think more importantly, they're missing the nature of the extremism that is happening with the left, and they're missing the bigotry that is emerging on the left. In any other context, would this kind of bigotry be unacceptable, and the news media would be all over it?
Yeah, so Kayleigh, he makes a fantastic point, and the question, I guess, is twofold, which is why is the media looking the other way, and why does it seem so many Americans are all of a sudden on board with it?
Yeah, and why are Democrats looking the other way on this one? I think the point you made at the top was imperative. This is a socialist. This is someone who wants to take health care from 60% of Americans. That's what Medicare for All would do, take away private insurance. This is someone, as you noted, who wants to abolish the police, abolish ICE. She is, for all intents and purposes, a socialist. So what are the socialists doing? Well, according to Politico, two people close to Bernie Sanders say that she made multiple attempts to get Bernie Sanders' endorsement, and he refused. Well, what was the reason? According to those close to the senator, two of them, they said Hong is less vetted and not as sharp on some of her messaging as other candidates, presenting more of a risk for Sanders, who has already been burned by endorsing Graham Plattner. So she's a socialist, she's just not a polished socialist, which is why she doesn't have the endorsement of AOC and of Bernie Sanders. But watch what the broader Democratic Party does, because I've mentioned those few voices that call out the socialists. They are few and far between. But what happens is when one of these socialists win, they all fold in. El-Sayed, he says he's not a socialist. He is in practice. They all folded in. The next day, he got the endorsement of Gavin Newsom. He got on the phone with Wes Moore. He was on the phone with Kamala Harris. He was on the phone with the DNC. Well, what's going to happen tonight if Hong wins? She's up double digits in the polls. I suspect you will see the Democrats fold in, because here's the sad truth. With Graham Plattner, a Nazi tattoo wasn't enough. His disparaging words about a fellow service member, not enough. His presence on the dating app, not enough. Malak Kiros refusing to call the firebombing attack on Jews anti-Semitic, not enough. They all folded in once they got the nomination. Chevalier, she wiped her hands on a napkin. She gets the nomination. They all fold in. As long as you have that big, beautiful D by your name that stands for Democrats, once that stamp of approval becomes official, they all fold in. So watch the Democrats fold in to the most radical candidate on the chessboard, Francesca Hong, should she win this evening.
You know what I was thinking might be the last straw, though, with El-Sayed is his comments today about football being toxic masculinity. And I was like, where are the Vikings at? Where are the fans at? Because if I were in that state, I would be horrified at a governor dismissing essentially the support of America. But in all fairness, too, I think Francesca Hong, look, just being honest, is real weird. And I wonder if part of the party is seeing that about her, that voters can spot phonies and they can hopefully spot sort of facsimiles just parroting these talking points from the real radicals. I wonder if AOC and Bernie and the other either sort of establishment leaders or the figureheads of the far left of the party see her as a clear liability that maybe Graham Plattner sort of paved the way for them to say, look, I'm a little sensitive about that right now.
Yeah, they may see her as a liability, but I think they're willing to take the risk. They don't have any policies right now. They don't know what to do with that part of their party that seems to be outnumbering them. So I think that when you're lacking on ideas and it looks like she can win in the polls, I mean, El-Sayed, yeah, the polls were wrong. He didn't have a huge lead, but he still won. And so if they think that there are enough socialists in that state, socialist followers in that state, and former Governor Scott Walker told me last hour there would be, it's been leaning pretty far left in recent years, then maybe they figure if they don't hang on to her, they won't have a way to win. So I do think that they can swallow all of that and just say this. But if we're talking about what goes too far, Jackie Heinrich was just on The Focus, and she was reporting this latest Iranian plot to kill President Trump that we just learned about, you know, and having to switch planes and so on and so forth to avoid an Iranian plot to kill him. Her words about being a restaurateur, and when you have something on the menu, you 86 it. Hey, everybody, let's 86 Trump. Those are problematic. I'm surprised and disappointed that reporters who've had access to her on the ground in her home state, she would be governor potentially if she gets through the primary, if she goes further than that. Nobody's asking her about that. And there have been so many attempts. I mean, the list is beyond 10 now on his life. I want to know why somebody gets the right to even win a primary in a great state of in Wisconsin, but she doesn't get asked that question about taking out a sitting president who already has threats on his life. He was shot running for president for a second term in Butler, Pennsylvania. So there are a lot of problematic things, as Kayleigh wonderfully laid out with her policies, but the policy to hate a person in America and to jump in potentially into the conversation, if not incitement of assassination culture, doesn't fly. It's not good enough. It ought to disqualify her.
I said Vikings, I meant Lions. But now on to Packers territory. Let's hear from former Republican Governor Scott Walker that was interviewing with Harris last hour on her show. Let's take a watch and what he had to say.
You alluded to her cancel Thanksgiving post. Then she said, well, no, actually, I cook for Thanksgiving, but some people are troubled by it, to then saying finally a few days ago, she loves Thanksgiving. I think it's very revealing just how radical on abolishing the police, getting rid of prisons for violent offenders. All these things are dangerously crazy, not just crazy, but dangerously crazy. The more people learn about her and her policies, I think the worse off she gets.
Yeah. Governor Walker has such a great point. They are dangerously crazy because Hong is excusing away her past rhetoric as, oh, it's hot takes. Well, guess what? It's so hot that it burns cities down. The Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul. People forget that. And by the way, you know, the whole thing about the Packers is democratic socialism in action. Nobody's buying that. And, you know, to Haley's point, which is such a good one about the Democrats folding in. So David Crowley is the only one competing against Hong. The governor, Tony Evers, is campaigning around the state with him, right? But Crowley was asked, if you lose to Hong, will you endorse her and support her in the general? And he said, oh, yes, of course. This is while he and Governor Evers are campaigning that socialism is dangerous. You can't vote for Hong. You've got to vote for me. But actually, if she wins, I'll be all in for her. So where is the Democrat Party standing up against this? They're handing the keys over to the socialists. And by the way, you said she's just weird. They're all weird. Like, literally, she hates Thanksgiving. You've got Abdul al-Sayed hates football. Talrico, remember, he hates ribs. He hates meat. He's running in Texas.
And he thinks God is binary.
Where are they getting these people? But I think the story that Kaylee so rightfully put her finger on is we're watching the Democrat Party not only not fight back in this civil war that Julian Epstein was talking about, but literally handing the keys. And if Hong wins tonight and Crowley and Governor Evers jumps on board and endorses, that's going to be actual inaction handing off to, you know, the road to socialist utopia, which is being led, by the way, with David Axelrod, a famous Obama Democrat, calls her a zany liberal faculty lounge exotica.
Meanwhile, his former boss, Obama, is talking in warm conversations, as described with El Sayed and potentially others.
Yeah, warm and fuzzy. Roseanne, how do you see
You know, I was just thinking, like, what happened to the Democratic Party? You know, after Nancy Pelosi stepped aside, it just seems like it's rudderless. They just want to win at any cost. And these young kids who really are energized, they don't have the experience to do this. Now, Francesca Hung said that she's evolved, right? She now no longer believes that Thanksgiving is the worst holiday. It's her favorite holiday now, okay? It's her favorite holiday. And she no longer believes in defunding the police. So she's evolved. Or is it political amnesia? Or is it political win at any cost? The Democrats are rudderless. Senator Schumer, who's still there in the chamber, you don't hear him on elections. When we had this election in New York City, there was, you know, a congresswoman, or now she's a congresswoman. Nobody knew who she was. She had no experience. You never heard Senator Schumer weigh in on this election. It's like the Democrats have given up, thrown up their hands and said, let the kids be in charge. And they are.
Yeah, I think it's a Trojan horse. It's a velociraptor. You go in skinny and then you spread your wings into full radical socialist glory. And that's the terror. And I hope everyone sees it tonight. They're in Packer territory.
Be sure to like.
So you guys saw what I put on there about the labor unions? You see what I'm saying? $170 million a year, just a union representing one company. $170 million, and that is tax exempt money. Let me ask you, socialist Democrats, if there is any here, how do you, when you depend on taxes for your budget to work, how do you get more taxes? Give me the answer on the chat. How do you get more taxes? It will be deleted. It will be deleted after the live. Don't worry. That takes your monetary thing away. But I wanted to, entertain you guys, my beautiful members and your subscribers and my vets and all of you, my family. I love you all. It's okay. We don't need to monetize the video here. But I'm going to go ahead and show you a clip here from CNN, and this is your favorite AOC leader. So by following the law and order, dumbass says, I'm here. Good job, brother. Well done. Good job. Obviously, you're a Republican. Well, don't put a party on me yet. But yes, I do support Republicans right now because they are for Americans first. Let's see. What else you have? Here's a live camera. It's a family trend. Come on, guys. I want you to give me your answer. If your Economy depends on taxes. How do you get more taxes? This is a very simple question. How do you get more taxes? Very simple. You try not to raise taxes, but if more money is needed for progressive groups, they'll defund other groups like law enforcement. That's one way that the libtards do it. That is 100%, my friend. Well, here, I'm going to tell you, because you guys already know this. Don't play dumb. If you're a socialist Democrat, you already know the answer to that. But I will tell you that you're wrong. That's right, Mr. Biggs. You know, it's common sense to us, right? See, the two options that the libtards think of first, the liberinos, the liberales, the first thing that they think of is tax the rich, tax the people, instead of saying what Mr. Big Boss said. Create jobs, bring more taxes. This is what it doesn't make sense to me. How many jobs did Ocasio-Cortez lost for New York? Was it New York, New Jersey, or whatever? Wasn't it like 10,000 people with Amazon, I think it was? 10,000 people. Imagine. They're going to get the taxes from the company, payroll tax, excise tax, cost of doing, not cost of doing business, property tax, and then 10,000 employees paying taxes. Can you believe that? She destroyed that with one wave. One wave. Ocasio-Cortez. Congratulations, libtard from Puerto Rico. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, let's see what she has to say now. Let's take a listen.
Was crazy.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez may seem like she's joking here, but this moment, lighthearted in nature, could be deeply strategic. Let me explain. Asked by ABC News about the Democratic gubernatorial candidate, the Democratic Socialist in the Wisconsin governor's race, Francesca Hong, and her past positions about canceling Thanksgiving or abolishing police, Ocasio-Cortez made clear in her answer that she believes Democrats are evolving.
My understanding is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of that.
Right, she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Now, it's clear what Ocasio-Cortez, who's considering a 2028 presidential run, is doing here. She's trying to sort of scrub away some of the potentially more politically controversial comments of the past, not just of Francesca Hong, but of many of the people who were part of the Democratic Socialist movement. This actually is a tale as old as time. Politicians have long sought to scrub some of their less than flattering comments of the past. But it does raise a specific question about Ocasio-Cortez. One of her political calling cards, one of the key attributes that she brings to American politics is her authenticity. Well, if you are walking away from some of your past policy positions, like defunding the police, as Ocasio-Cortez has, do you risk raising a question in voters' minds that perhaps you're not as authentic of a politician as you appear to sell yourself to be?
You know, during lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. And I'm grateful that these candidates have the opportunity to present who they are to their electorate and what they're campaigning on in this moment.
Some of these progressive or Democratic Socialist candidates may still hold these views, but they are clearly choosing not to focus on some of these issues that they have talked about in the past, and instead really try to keep the current issue context focused on this issue of costs and affordability above all else. The question, of course, is, will this work? will voters buy these candidates' new policy positions or new areas of focus? Remember, Kamala Harris got tripped up in the 2024 presidential election for some of her previous comments from the era of 2019, 2020. This is something that Republican opponents will continue to mine as these Democratic socialists become general election contenders.
Woke one was crazy.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez may seem like she's joking here, but this moment, lighthearted in nature, could be deeply strategic.
Hey, that is news from CNN. So if you are on the left side, you know that is true. That is true. That is true.
Everybody voting is not necessarily a good thing for your country if their entire thing is who's going to give me stuff at the expense of other people. When you are a net beneficiary of wealth transfers from productive people to non-productive people, you have a perverse incentive to vote for the people that are going to perpetuate that system. When you look at the LA mayoral race, the initial results are exactly what I expected. Democrats had gotten the lead number of votes in the primary and the Republican had got the second. Why? Because quite frankly, Spencer Pratt ran one of the best renegade races I have ever seen.
I think that there's a couple of things here. I think one of the things that kind of killed, even though it was funny and all that, one of the things that kind of killed Brett, what's his name? You know, the guy from the mayor guy, the Republican guy. I'm thinking of Chris Pratt. That's why I always forget his name. Is it Pratt? Something Pratt. You know who I'm talking about. It's the hip hop music videos. I don't know. Maybe you guys liked it, but it was annoying. It was annoying to listen to the message with the music in the background. It just didn't fit. You know what I mean? I think sometimes, you know, Spencer Pratt. Thank you, Erica. I appreciate you. Much love to you. Appreciate you. It's like Chris Pratt, right? It's the same, right? Spencer Pratt. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. But I just thought it was annoying. Like, you don't need music in the background to speak the truth. I think it probably turned some people off, but at the same time, we know they cheated. We know they went out there and paid the homeless for their signatures, even though they were fake. Somebody should have to go to jail for that. That's just me. That is just me.
And then what happened? Well, in California, you can count ballots, I don't know how long after the election day, but it certainly isn't 24 to 48 hours. Just enough ballots came in for the third-ranked candidate, who is also a Democrat, to all of a sudden go above the Republican candidate. And now Angelinos don't even have an opportunity to vote for a Republican because it's the two top vote getters that actually show up on the ballot in the general election. And anybody looking at it knows it's shady as hell. But will there be any investigation? Of course not. Why? Who would be responsible for investigating and prosecuting this since it's a local election? The local district attorney, local law enforcement, local registrars, everybody along the chain benefits from the results. And so they have zero incentive to go in there and actually change the rules because we're their enemies and we get treated like their enemies. And so my response to Democrats every single time is I don't see that happening in blue cities and red states. In blue cities and red states, you guys still win elections and you guys win because you generally have overwhelming majorities within those places. Sometimes you lose. Giuliani governed New York, won re-election. I think you're creating conditions where it makes it easier for you to cheat because I think as time goes on and as you look at demographics in this country, now you're running into issues where if you potentially have the SAVE Act passed, oh, you're in a lot of trouble. They have got to make it as easy to cheat as possible and as hard to prosecute and investigate as possible in order to be successful electorally. Everybody voting is.
Are you willing to put your money where your mouth is? If you're willing to put your money where your mouth is and you say there is no fraud of any kind going on, put it on the chat. Put a 1 on the chat. Tell me, put a 1 on the chat and tell me if you believe that there was no fraud of any kind on our elections. Put a 1 on the chat. Matter of fact, no, we don't have enough time. If you put a 1 on the chat, Put your money where your mouth is. Let's get the Save America Act passed through. Show proof of citizenship. And then I believe you. And then we'll drop the subject. And then we can even diss President Trump. I'll do it for you. I will tear him apart. Pass the Save America Act. Show proof of citizenship. And then I'll take your side that there is no fraud on our elections. 100%. 100%. Rick Young, you already know that answer. Shut up.
Oh, one thing, the Coca-Cola King controversy.
Let's talk about term limits.
What you have is anonymous gospel. That's what you have.
Uh-oh.
Yes. You have an anonymous gospel. I'm just saying this. Listen, y'all don't need to take my word for it. Go ahead, read your Bible cover to cover, and it's going to contradict itself. But the main themes in it, worship one God, commandment-based system, kingdom of heaven, store up for the hereafter. Okay, dude, go ahead and read it. Then read your Quran and read Paul and see what strikes more chords with the Bible. Absolutely, undoubtedly, the Quran does. There's no debate about that.
So it seems to me that whatever agrees with Islam you take, and that's good. And then when a verse where Jesus says something that proves Muhammad's a false prophet, you're like, oh wait, no, that's anonymous. So here's my thing. How do you know that Jesus preached about the kingdom?
How do I know that Jesus preached about the kingdom? The Quran tells me, and I have vestigial remnants of it in the Bible.
Can you show me where the Quran mentions that Jesus preached about the kingdom of God?
Well, God says he revealed to all the messengers the same message, to worship him and to look forward to the hereafter.
Not asked. You show me where it says that Jesus taught and preached about the kingdom of God, please.
It doesn't say that specifically. It doesn't say that specifically.
You're Quran only.
But God does say, by implication, he revealed to all the prophets the same message. So the message of the Quran is the hereafter, akhirah. So all the prophets had the same message, so that would imply Jesus.
Can you show me where the Quran says that the hereafter is the kingdom of Allah?
I'm using that term because that's the term used in the gospel.
Boom!
Yes.
So you're getting your theology from the gospel, but I thought it was anonymous. I thought we can't trust it.
No. Can I tell you, what is the kingdom of heaven?
Lead. Asking me what is the kingdom of God is a deflection. When I just quoted Jesus talking about the kingdom of God and it contradicted Islam and showed that Muhammad was a false prophet, you said, well, no, this is anonymous, so we can't trust it. So then I asked you, okay, where then are you getting your information that Jesus taught about the kingdom of God at all? You said the Quran, but then you acknowledged that it wasn't in the Quran. Once I pressed you, you said it's in the gospel.
Right.
So it's like yes and then no and then no and then yes and then yes and then no.
What?
You see, the reason why they're so confused with the Quran with these Muslims is that they stole stories from the Bible. They saw that the Bible was so good, so true, and it was captivating people. It was growing multitudes of support, and all these Christians started multiplying and becoming very successful, very prosperous. They had to invent a false religion, false spiritual religion called Islam. Don't question it. Don't question the prophet. Don't question the book. Don't question Allah. Interestingly enough, Christianity tells you to do the opposite. Question the Bible. Question God. Question Jesus Christ. Learn the truth. It is that simple. It's not hard. When you have nothing to hide, you will allow investigation. You will allow openness, transparency. What is the one thing that the Democrats always fight? Audits. They always fight transparency. They don't like to be found out. They don't like to be questioned. That's what the evildoers do. You know, I try to tell you guys, you just don't want to listen. Yeah, it is, man. It is. See you later, Abel. Abel, my gay friend. We are gay together. Have a gay old time on the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, you know, I always have fun, man. I hope that you guys have fun today. You know what? Don't stop questioning the truth. Continue to research, man. I know the trolls come in here and sometimes they do a good job at disrupting the truth. I won't lie. I agree. I recognize it. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to give up on sharing the truth. Man, time to go pick up the wifey. Time to end the day. I want to play my game. That's what I want to do. Knowing me, I'm going to be listening to the news the whole time, and I probably will never enjoy my game again like I used to. But that is the price I got to pay for doing this show. With that being said, thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you for subscribing. We're about to hit at 23,200. If we haven't hit it yet, we will soon. Thank you guys for your support, for your love. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. We'll see you on the next one. Continue to bring more patriots in here, and let's get rid of these libtards in power.